Chapter 283. Existence. Existence mystic. If you take it literally. When he heard the name, Thales's heart skipped a beat. An inexplicable chill spread down his spine. Existence. He gently picked up a chess piece and took it away from the chessboard. A swordsman was suddenly missing from the chessboard. Thales clenched his right hand and covered the swordsman with his fingers. The swordsman disappeared before his eyes. He gently opened and closed his palms, doing this a few times. The swordsman appeared and disappeared in his field of vision. The prince raised his head and looked back at Asda, who was watching him play with the chess piece with interest. So, I guess, like L, you don't know what that B is either? This time, Thales was not as surprised as before. He asked skeptically, including this strange name of origin? Existence mystic? Asda just leaned back in his chair and looked at him wordlessly, as if he had no interest in answering. All right. Thales put down the chess piece and subconsciously moved it to the next square. According to what you said, that B started a war, became the enemy of the world, destroyed the magic tower and the final empire, and split the known continent in half? Why? The prince picked up his glass of water and said cautiously, why did he do that? Why did the mystics declare war? How did the war happen? Asda gently rubbed his fingers, and a guard began to move on his chessboard. I thought that your 6 years of special political career should have given you some inspiration, the mystic said faintly. The cause of the war is very complicated. Until today, no one can understand it. In fact, there is no need to understand it, because by the time we realized it, the reality was already like this. Thales took a sip of water and frowned. It's this inexplicable way of speaking again. Compared to the appearance of how the war happened, perhaps we should discuss why the war happened, Asda said flatly. Thales pursed his lips, whistled silently, and plucked one of his opponent's chess pieces. All right, why did the war happen? The prince raised his hand. He understood what the mystic meant. Why did the mystics break with the world? Asda did not answer immediately. The air mystic gently stretched out his fingers. It was rare for him to personally pick up a chess piece and take the next step. I am sitting here now, moving the chess pieces leisurely, watching the sun rise and set, listening to the breathing and conversations of countless Northlanders. His tone was very calm, and his fingers were very gentle. Under the afternoon sun, it actually gave people a sense of laziness. Asterisk thud. Asterisk a sudden, crisp sound rang. Asda pushed a chess piece onto the chessboard, startled Thales. At the same time, a blue light flashed in Asda's eyes. His aura changed and became fierce. He said through gritted teeth, but in the next moment, I can suck out all the air in the world. Or dilate all the air in the world. Thales, mystic, Asda ignored him, but the color in his eyes reminded Thales of another mystic. Imagine, in the next second, from here to Dragon Cloud City, to Extet, the Western Peninsula, and even the entire world, all life on land will no longer be able to breathe, and will welcome the end of the world in the blink of an eye. As long as I move my fingers, Asda stared at him and said in an unnatural, fanatical tone, no one will live, and nothing will survive. How does it feel? Thales felt his skin crawl as he looked at his teacher, who was not acting normally at the moment. He remembered Dragon Cloud City and Shield District that night. He remembered the pain and despair of countless citizens who clutched their throats in the air, trying to inhale a mouthful of air in a silent hell. A few seconds later, the entire world? The prince's voice was a little hoarse. Can you do it? Asda still stared at him, but the frightening look in his eyes slowly disappeared. It's not just me. The mystic leaned against the back of his chair again and said faintly, every mystic in the world can use their own methods to easily, in an instant, with the flip of their palms, destroy the world. Thales' pupils trembled slightly. What? He cried out involuntarily. Then why hasn't the world been destroyed? Thales gaped for a few seconds before he reacted. Then why did the battle of eradication? Asda knocked on the chessboard and interrupted him. Because not every mystic is willing to pay such a price. Thales was stunned. What price? At that moment, the chess piece in the mystic's hand paused slightly. You will know. Asda shook his head and took another step on the chessboard. When you become a mystic. Thales sighed and suppressed the irritation in his heart. Really? This again? The prince asked in dissatisfaction. I'm starting to wonder if you really want me to become a mystic. Of course. Asda returned his gaze to the chessboard. He was still calm, as if he had not said anything just now. If you come with me now, you will know more. I swear I will tell you all my secrets without reservation. Forget it. Thales sighed and wisely brought the topic back. So, every one of you has the ability to destroy the world in an instant. He leaned back in his chair and massaged his sore neck from leaning forward for a long time. He said with certainty, but you won't do that, right? Asda shook his head. But the world won't think so. Thales, in this world, they don't hate us, the air mystic said slowly. They are afraid of us. They are so afraid that they can't wait to forget us completely. They can't wait for us to disappear from history. What they are unwilling to forgive and find difficult to accept is not our actions. Thales could faintly feel that under Asda's calm face, there was a hint of disdain hidden in his words. It's our existence. It's the possibility that we can destroy everything in an instant. It's the calamities. The prince lowered his head. His expression became solemn. I see. No matter which mystic it is, they all have that kind of power. They are all existences that can overturn the chessboard in an instant. I think their worries are not unreasonable. Thales sighed softly and glanced at Lord Justin, Waya, and the countless soldiers and guards outside the balcony. This is our position and position. Asda followed Thales' line of sight and shifted his gaze outside. Be careful, Thales. Your two identities do not represent a small matter. It is the 1,000-year conflict between the world and the mystics that cannot be resolved. Once they discover you, the mystic shrugged, which was rare. A breeze blew across the balcony and lifted some of Thales' hair. Do you still have that kind of confidence? Asda seemed to have regained his leisurely mood. He said in a relaxed manner, as a king, find a way out for the mystics so that we can safely establish ourselves in the world? Thales gritted his teeth. He felt a little troubled. Of course, he braced himself and said. It's precisely because it's difficult that it's worth doing it, isn't it? What else could he have said? I'm sorry, I was wrong. I was young, frivolous, and overestimated myself. Now I give up. Is that it? Thales shrugged in his heart. Asda froze on the spot. His gaze lingered on him for almost 10 seconds. Ah, I really look forward to that day, he said softly. Ha. Thales felt a little uncomfortable under the strange gaze of the mystic. He had to shift his attention back to the chess game. Just you wait, I will succeed, but Asda cut him off. No. He wagged his finger and continued to stare at the prince strangely. What I look forward to, Thales, is not your ultimate success. The mystic's tone changed. It was strange and gloomy. But you are caught between the mystics and humans, between the calamities and the world, caught between your own nature and the gazes of others, between the inescapable future and the unforgettable past. In the end, you will be torn apart by conflict, destroyed by conflict, and devoured by regret. In the end, you will compromise with us in the future. The two sections of the chessboard fell silent again. Only the two of them were left staring at each other. Thales resisted the twitching of his face and stared at Asda for a full 3 seconds before he awkwardly spat out 2 words. Thank you. That's really comforting. If, on that day, you see a new way out in a brand new field of vision, a direction that only you can grasp, Asda did not finish his words. He said softly, don't hesitate anymore, accept yourself, and grasp the rudder that will change your fate. The mystic's gaze was like 2 sharp swords that pierced Thales' pupils. Remember my words. 1 word at a time. Engrave them in the bottom of your heart. Thales' Jade Star. The prince heaved a long sigh of relief. He felt extremely awkward and did not know how to react. Engrave them in the bottom of my heart? There's another question. Thales laughed dryly and raised his finger unnaturally. How were Bee and his 5 companions defeated? Where are they now? One of them has already been sealed by you. Asda was very straightforward about this question. The others probably met a similar fate 600 years ago, sealed. Thales clenched his fists and thought of that lovely yet terrifying girl, as well as the scene where she eventually turned into ashes. At that moment, the mystic lowered his voice and appeared a little desolate. Otherwise, this world would probably not be what it is today. Asda shook his head. During the days of the Battle of Eradication, I sensed that the number of people knocking on the door was almost as many as breathing. You make it sound like you need to breathe. Thales secretly criticized. Asda raised his head and nodded at him. If Bee's people come looking for you one day, remember this. Almost all of them are lunatics. They might not necessarily be your enemies, but they definitely won't be your friends. Think about Giza. Thales lowered his head and pondered. So, you're not one of them? No, I'm not. A few of us, including myself, think that Bee's response is too extreme. We call them extremists. Asda snorted softly. Correspondingly, they call us moderates, or even worse names. Extremists. Moderates. Thales recalled the confrontation and argument between Asda and Giza in Shield District. He came to a sudden realization. Extremists and moderates. The mystics are divided into 2 factions, opposing each other. If only it were that simple. Asda shook his head again. The moderates are not like the extremists, who are united and orderly, who advance and retreat together. We are just a group of scattered mystics who refuse to choose war. Even after the war, we are scattered all over the place, fighting on our own. Asda held the chess piece in his hand. The atmosphere suddenly became solemn. And the real opponents of the extremists, in the Battle of Eradication, there were 2 other mystics, the mystic said calmly. They chose to stand on the other side of the battlefield, facing Bee and his followers, regardless of whether they were mystics or normal people. 6 against 2. This was the situation at one point in the war. Thales took a deep breath. Realization dawned on him. So that's how it is. 2 mystics who stood up for the world. Facing the extremists. The books in Rikuru's library, the calamities that the little girl said, stood on our side, so it's, Empress. Thales uttered a strange word. This time, it was Asda's turn to raise his eyebrows. His expression changed slightly. You know them? Thales raised his head and stared at Asda with a certain gaze. It's the 2 empresses, isn't it? In the history of the ancient empire and the final empire, there has never been a so-called empress, but I always hear this word on various occasions. It has also been mentioned once or twice in books. Thales recalled the few occasions where he heard this word. Even some of the great nobles in the 2 countries know of their existence. It sounds high and mighty. So, the so-called empresses are actually mystics, Thales said tentatively. They are mystics who stood on the side of the world in the Battle of Eradication. They helped us, they stood on the side of the world and defeated the extremists led by Bee, so they enjoyed a transcendent status and were even called empresses. Thales exhaled. So, there are actually mystics who can coexist peacefully with the world, right? However, the moment he finished speaking, he noticed that Asda was looking at him with a thought-provoking look. Thales widened his eyes. What? Then, Asda shook his head again. No, he coldly denied Thales' words. This startled the prince. No? But the empresses, the 2 mystics who stood on the other side of the battlefield, they still think that they are a part of the human race. So, from the beginning to the end, they have been opposing the extremists. Asda shook his head and sighed. They are just 2 pitiful people who confuse the past and the present. We usually call them obscurants. Obscurants? Thales hid this term in his heart. They think they are human mystics. Thale's expression was calm, but a huge question mark was drawn in his heart. But Asda did not stop there, as though the obscurance were just a small interlude. The mystic continued to speak. As for the two empresses you mentioned, at that moment, Asda clenched his fist. Asterisk clack. Asterisk with a crisp sound, a red king jumped abruptly on the chessboard, took 3 steps on the empty path, and knocked a knight off the chessboard. Thales furrowed his brows. They are even worse existences. Asda's words only reached his ears at that moment. The knight rolled off the chessboard and swayed weakly on the table. With a heart full of doubts, the prince raised his head, and his body immediately tensed up. The air mystic's eyes shone with a strange blue light. It covered his original pupils, but it could not hide his murderous intent and chilliness. The so-called two magic empresses, Blood Spike and Helen. They are indeed mystics. They suddenly changed their stance at the end of the war. They betrayed all their peers in one night. They brought about the end of all mystics. Asda hissed the word through gritted teeth. The traitors. Even when he was facing Giza, Asda's words had never been so cold and chilling. Filled with hatred, disgust, wariness, and fear. Thales stared at him blankly for a while before he came back to his senses. The two empresses. How did they betray you? The prince inhaled and adjusted his racing heartbeat because of the mystic's abnormality. They are more terrifying than the legendary anti-mystic equipment. The mystic snorted, and the blue light in his eyes gradually disappeared. They are much more terrifying than the legendary anti-mystic equipment. The anti-mystic equipment is, after all, a non-living thing, and Thales narrowed his eyes, feeling a little anxious. More terrifying than the legendary anti-mystic equipment, and at this moment, Asda's words paused slightly. He turned his gaze back to Thales. Asda changed the topic. Do you really want to know? Thales widened his eyes, shrugged, and put on an expression that said, yes. Of course, didn't you say that we need to distinguish between our enemies and comrades? Not just these. Thales propped his chin and frowned as he pondered over the information and intelligence he just received. Previously, you mentioned the extremists, the moderators, the obscurists, the two empresses. Then, what do the obscurists think? How many mystics are there left? What are their names of origin, and abilities? Thales scratched his chin and muttered, who is Taurus, the one you kept talking about just now? Asda's lips curled up again, which was rare. It will take a lot of time to tell you all these. The mystic seemed to have returned to the calm and composed man's demeanor, and continued to tempt him. How about it, do you want to come with me? Accept your nature and wholeheartedly embark on the path of a mystic. Then, you will be able to acquire this knowledge in a more systematic, efficient, comprehensive, and convenient manner. Thales immediately froze. Thales sighed and ignored the mystic's earnest gaze again. Thank you for inviting me again, but I still think that a successor to the kingdom with a delicate identity is more beneficial to our future than a mystic apprentice mystic who hides everywhere and cannot be seen. That's right. So. Thales raised his eyebrows and urged him to continue. The betrayal of the two empresses? Asda revealed a faint smile. All right then. The mystic shook his head slightly, then slowly nodded. Asda sat up straight. His gaze was sharp and his expression was solemn. Since you already know about the existence of the two magic empresses, it's time to tell you, the most interesting part of our lesson today. When I was still a wizard apprentice, the part one was most fascinated with. Thales held his breath and waited for the mystic's answer. The two empresses. The magic empress. The existence who betrayed all mystics in the battle of eradication. The person who made Asda so afraid of them. How exactly did they betray us? How terrifying was their power? Class dismissed. Asda said calmly. Thales did not react for a moment. However, in the next second, the mystic's figure completely disappeared into thin air. Both ends of the chessboard returned to silence once more. Then, the sound of the prince's inhalation was heard slowly. Thales blinked in disbelief and stared at Asda's seat in a daze. Class, dismissed? The prince sat in a daze for a minute. However, other than the chess game on the chessboard that had unknowingly ended, Asda did not leave a single trace behind. It was as if he had never been here. Thales stared at the empty seat in astonishment. His mouth fell open in surprise. It was as if he could see the mystic's indifferent and hypocritical smile. He recalled Asda's words from before. The most interesting part of our lesson today, when I was still a wizard apprentice, the part one was most fascinated with, then, class dismissed. Chapter 284. Filled with anger, Thales rode through the first gatehouse under heavy protection and returned to Heroic Spirit Palace. His mind was shrouded in countless doubts. According to Asda, there were only a few mystics, but they were still divided into many factions. The extremists, led by B, who started the war, were once the most powerful faction, the real calamities, who had committed countless crimes. According to Asda, they were a bunch of complete lunatics who destroyed the world and themselves. But was that really the case? Thales always felt that even the unreasonable Giza did not seem to be such a crazy existence. With Asda as their representative, the moderates who rejected war. Asda described himself as a group of pacifists who stood aloof from worldly affairs, scattered in the world, and disunited. But from Thales' point of view, at the moment, whether it was controlling Constellation's underground world or pursuing Thales, the air mystic was the most proactive mystic who wanted to change the current situation. The two obscurists who believed themselves to be humans and thus fought against the extremists. Asda's attitude towards them was very strange. He neither hated them nor acknowledged them. Instead, his attitude was filled with pity. Where are they now? How are they doing? Thales' heart tightened when he thought of this. Blood Spike and Helen. The traitors of the mystics, known as the Magic Empresses, were shrouded in the most mystery. Why did they betray? How did they betray? Why does Asda hate them more than the obscurists who stand on the side of the world? How are they now? Thales sighed and dismounted beside Heroic Spirit Palace's stable. He took out the book from the saddle and comforted the reluctant Jenny as he handed the reins to the groom. Having just received his first lesson, the confusion in his heart did not diminish when he faced the world. The more he knew, the more questions he had. While he was deep in thought, Waya, who was behind him, nudged the young prince. His tone was cautious and vigilant. Your Highness. Thales snapped out of his daze and looked up. He saw the person who made Waya and Ralph rather uneasy. It was a pale man. He leaned against the side of the stable with his arms crossed. A black-hilted saber was strapped diagonally on his back. He raised his head towards the prince and his entourage, revealing a sharp and unfriendly gaze. Including Lord Justin, the Grand Duchess guards and the palace guards all nodded at him in greeting. His entire body exuded a dangerous aura. It was just like the first time Thales met him. It's already 6:00, the man said coldly, and I said 5 o'clock. Thales helplessly rolled his eyes at the setting sun. Aren't you supposed to be busy protecting the Archduchess' safety? The prince patted the dust off his body and bade farewell to Jenny. Once again, he watched how this beautiful girl caused a commotion among her peers after she was led into the stable. Why do you have the time to visit a powerless and useless foreign prince at this time? Lord Nicholas? Sorry, Nicholas was the legendary commander of the Archduchess Guards who had been demoted from the White Blade Guards to the Grand Duchess Guards. He was almost middle-aged. After the drastic change 6 years ago, as the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes increased, the once most trusted personal guard of King Nuvan became more stable and reliable, as well as more cautious. Waya anxiously turned his head to look for Ida. But after a few seconds, he sighed and turned his head back. That shorty has probably left the prince behind and gone to the suburbs to fight on her own. The Star Killer snorted coldly. Others might think that you're inconspicuous, that you usually just read books and play chess. At most, you skip class and play hide and seek. As usual, Nicholas scanned his target with an unpleasant scrutinizing gaze. His tone was unfriendly. But I know, the Star Killer lowered his arms. His gaze was sharp. You're the most troublesome person in Heroic Spirit Palace. Thales sighed in resignation. He turned around and walked out of the stable, brushing past Nicholas. Thank you for your compliment. Forgive me for, at this moment, Thales' shoulders suddenly sank. Slap. The prince turned his head and looked at the Star Killer's hand on his shoulder. He frowned slightly. Waya and Ralph reacted quickly and took 2 steps forward. The attendant pressed his hand on his single-edged sword, while the Phantom Wind follower drew out one of the 2 short swords from his waist. The people around them also reacted quickly. The Constellations consciously formed a semicircle and blocked the Northlanders, who had also become nervous. Let go of the prince. Waya looked at them and warned them with a solemn expression. Relax, relax. Before the situation went out of control, Thales exhaled and waved his hand for his subordinates to retreat. Lord Nicholas always likes to joke with me. The prince stared at the Star Killer, who was still pressing down on his shoulder. He raised his eyebrows. Right? Nicholas stared at him for a whole 5 seconds before he let go of the teenager in front of him. Waya, who had been vigilant by the side, heaved a sigh of relief. The hostile atmosphere around them also eased up. But the moment Thales shrugged, the Star Killer suddenly extended his hand again. Slap. Nicholas' movements were so fast, and the trajectory was so strange that the prince could not react at all. He could only watch as the Star Killer's hand thrust forward and retracted, forcefully snatching the thick, brown-covered book he brought out of the palace from his left hand. But at that moment, Thales' expression changed drastically, like a lion cub whose fur had stood on end. The sin of Hell's River was like the most loyal companion. It rose from every inch of his body, surged up his left arm, and filled every joint from his shoulder, elbow, and wrist. The moment the book left his hand, Thales' left arm swiftly grabbed it with a backhand movement that was several times more agile than usual. Thud. He grabbed the spine of the book in a death grip. The sin of Hell's River surged again and filled his arm muscles. It gradually increased the strength in Thales' hand, not letting go even the slightest bit. The attendants pressed their hands on their weapons again. The tension in the air returned. Your Highness. Waya shouted anxiously, be careful, stay back, Waya. Thales spoke with a solemn expression, stopping his subordinate from drawing his weapon from his waist. Lord Nicholas' joke is a little too big, that's all. Damn it. This guy. Thales stared at Nicholas. He just won't let me go. The brown-covered book stopped in midair. The Prince of Constellation and the Star Killer each grabbed one side of the book, and they were in a stalemate. Oh, this is rare. Nicholas felt the strength in his hand gradually increase, and he could not hide the surprise in his eyes. If you can perform like this in your daily sword practice, then I'll be ked even worse by you. Thales interrupted him coldly, unwilling to let go of the book in his hand. Nicholas curled up the corners of his mouth. You know, I've always found it strange. There was a strange, cold glint in the Star Killer's eyes. Don't you get tired of playing chess with yourself in an empty room for 3 years? It can't be helped. Thales did not show any weakness. It's your fault that you don't know how to play chess, and the Archduchess's chess skills are a mess. Is that so? Nicholas sneered. There must be people in the Secret Intelligence Department who know how to play chess. Thales gritted his molars. He had a bad feeling about this. Perhaps you shouldn't be so rude to me. The prince sighed. His arm, which had been trembling during the contest of strength, started to ache. The Archduchess must remember how her grandfather passed away. Nicholas interrupted him faster than he could. The expression on his face reminded others of a hunter. Isn't that so? Thales was instantly speechless. In the next moment, Nicholas pushed the book in his hand and pulled it back. Thales had no way of grasping his opponent's sudden change in technique and strength. The agility and strength brought about by the sin of Hell's River were of no use at all. He could only stare at Nicholas as he snatched the book away. I didn't know that you were still interested in the Temple of Nights. Nicholas looked at the title of the book on the cover, then glanced at the Prince of Constellation, who had an unpleasant expression on his face. But, the Star Killer patted the spine of the book with one hand. The book automatically opened to the page that the user most often opened. It lay flat on Nicholas' wide, calloused palm. In the middle of the page, there was a thin piece of sky blue paper. Thales clenched his fists. His breathing quickened. That explains it. Nicholas narrowed his eyes and curled up the corners of his lips. He gently picked up the thin blue paper and looked at Thales' livid face with interest. A message? Is this why you want to play chess? That's an invitation. Thales said quietly. He suppressed the anxiety in his heart and stretched out his hand to stop his subordinate from moving. It's just a meaningless sentence on it, the prince said calmly. You know, Nicholas interrupted him with a chuckle. Then let us take a look. In front of the prince, Nicholas flung the thin piece of paper aside with a victorious smile and read the words written on it. Fall, but when Nicholas uttered the first syllable, his pale face changed slightly. He raised his head abruptly and shifted his gaze from the thin paper to Thales. Thales blinked. Is this some kind of joke? The Star Killer said coldly, young prince. He turned the hard paper in his hand to the other side. The thin, sky blue paper was spread out in front of Thales. Waya and Ralph moved their heads forward. There was only one line of neatly written words in the lingua franca on the thin paper in Nicholas' hand. It was written in standard patterns. Ralph whistled and retracted his head. Waya mumbled something and held back his laughter. He did not look at Nicholas' expression. Look, I said a meaningless sentence. Thales scratched his head awkwardly, using this action to relieve the soreness brought by the sin of Hell's River. You were the one who insisted on reading it. Nicholas stared into the prince's eyes. His eyes were burning. His assistant, Lord Justin, frowned slightly and went forward to remind him, Leader, it's getting late. Only then did the Star Killer close his mouth in dissatisfaction and snort through his nose. With an unpleasant expression, Nicholas crumpled the thin paper in his hand into a ball and threw the book back to Thales. Young prince, you'd better be careful. Use a new phrase next time. Thales caught the book and pretended to blow the dust off it. I'm used to it. No. Nicholas' gaze turned cold, and his words were profound. What I mean is, be careful. At that moment, Thales' pupils shrank. What do you mean? The prince asked faintly. Thales sensed something unusual in Nicholas' words. I mean it literally. Nicholas tore the thin paper in his hand callously. Dragon Cloud City hasn't been peaceful lately. And you're the most interesting bargaining chip in Dragon Cloud City. The Star Killer tore the thin paper in his hand and walked forward slowly. He approached Thales' face with an oppressive force, and his tone became more and more frightening. Of course, if you and the hand behind you want to do something, Thales furrowed his brows tightly. At that moment, enough. It was a clear and loud female voice. It sounded rather young, and it rose out of nowhere in the empty space outside the stable. Thales exhaled. In response, Nicholas snorted coldly in displeasure. Waya's expression relaxed. He turned around and mouthed to Ralph, I'm saved. Footsteps could be heard outside the stable. A blonde girl in a dark brown one-piece formal dress walked to the front of the stable under the protection of the Archduchess guards on both sides. An old but rather dignified nobleman accompanied her with powerful steps. The old-fashioned Madame Gings and two maids followed behind them. Beside the stable, both the Archduchess guards and the palace guards retreated in unison and bowed respectfully. Lord Nicholas. The young girl who suddenly appeared continued to speak with her bright voice. Her voice was like the soft cry of a skylark, and it made people feel as if the setting sun was rising again. Prince Thales is our honored guest, and also Dragon Cloud City's ally. He represents the friendship between the Jade Star family and Constellation. And you should display the bearing and actions that befit the honor of a Northlander, my personal guard captain." The girl stared straight at Nicholas, who was confronting Thales. Her expression was calm, but there was an inexplicable sense of indifference. "After all, we fought alongside him." The Star Killer inhaled softly and glanced at the prince. Then, he took a step back and bowed slightly to the girl. "Of course," Nicholas said coldly. "As you wish." "Your Grace." Thales shrugged. He turned around and flashed a friendly smile at the girl who helped him out of his predicament. He did not know when it started, but the sloppy little rascal he knew 6 years ago had turned into a beautiful 15-year-old girl. She was the current Archduchess of Dragon Cloud City, Saroma Walton, who amazed Thales, even though he saw her every day. The girl blinked her green eyes, which were even more spirited than before. Her nose was curled up into an adorable arc, which made people want to reach out and pinch it. Her lips were slightly thick, but they had a unique texture. Her bright cheeks were flushed with a healthy red, which made the 2 strands of platinum hair that fell from her chest look even brighter. The only thing on her body that ruined the brightness was probably the big, thick, black-rimmed glasses on her face. "Good night, my respected and noble Archduchess of Dragon Cloud City, the beautiful and elegant Lady Saroma." Thales smiled in a relaxed manner. He raised his right hand at Saroma, pressed it lightly against his left chest, and performed an elegant, proper, and unmistakable bow. "Lord Nicholas was only joking with me. Please do not be too harsh on him." The young Saroma stared at him quietly. No emotion could be seen in her eyes. "But I still thank you for your concern, and I will keep this gratitude in my heart." The prince curled his lips into what Gings, the female officer, said was the best angle, and nodded slightly. "I hope you have a pleasant day today, my lady." "And the 2 of you, Count Leespan and Lady Gings?" Thales raised his eyebrows. He watched as Leespan, who looked stern, and Gings, who looked calm, returned his bow. Finally, Saroma furrowed her brows slightly and pursed her lips, which made her look even cuter. She walked forward slowly and looked at Thales at the same level. The young girl walked in front of Thales. She pouted, extended her hands, and elegantly lifted the hem of her dress, revealing a pair of small deerskin boots and a pair of beautifully curved calves. Thales straightened his back. He could not help but notice that the girl's once dirty hands had become white and smooth. They were lightly wrapped around her waist. Under the well-tailored formal dress, her neck looked slender, her waist was straight, and her slightly large breasts were tightly bound in her tight shirt. Her entire body exuded a youthful vigor. However, just when Thales thought that the Archduchess was going to lift her skirt and bow back to him, thud. Thales cried out in pain. He took 2 steps back and crashed into the stable behind him. He bent down in pain and rubbed the bone of his leg that was kicked. Behind the young girl, Count Leespan and Lady Gings both frowned. A pair of maidservants covered their mouths and cried out in surprise at the same time. Nicholas scratched his neck and shook his head gently. Saroma snorted coldly and retracted her boots. Her hands trembled, and she angrily flung her skirt down. As the Archduchess moved playfully, the jeweled headdress on her full forehead shone brightly under the setting sun. Even the cloud dragon spear emblem on her sleeve seemed to have gained a hint of color out of nowhere. The Prince of Constellation, who had been kicked for no reason, raised his head with an incredulous expression. "Hey!" Feeling the pain in his leg, Thales protested in dissatisfaction. "Why?" Saroma walked up to Thales. She was slightly taller than Thales, and she curled her lips as she stared at the guests of Constellation with a displeased expression. Waya and Ralph looked at each other and wisely took a step back. They chose to abandon their duty and abandon their prince. From Constellation, respected, noble, handsome. The girl's expression was ice-cold, and she emphasized the last 2 words. "Prince Thales. Highness Thales." Thales sighed. The Archduchess unhappily glanced at the big black horse behind him, who was chewing on fodder and watching the show leisurely. She threatened him with her clear and bright voice, "If you speak to me in this tone again, I will." She was very unhappy and glanced at the big black horse, who was chewing on fodder and watching the show. Then don't live in the courtyard anymore. Come to the stable and sleep with your favorite Jenny. Saroma snorted softly. She turned around abruptly and stomped her deerskin boots on the ground. Her footsteps could be heard from 20 meters away, and she left angrily. The young girl's long hair brushed past Thale's cheeks, and a delicate fragrance wafted into his nose. But the unfortunate prince did not have the energy to care about these little charms. With a wronged expression, he raised his head and looked at the indifferent Count Lisban. Madame Gings and the two maidservants hurriedly followed the Archduchess. The former even glared at Thales with a frown, as if it was his fault. Seal, I'm already very tired today. The Archduchess' clear voice rang. She was respectful and polite, forming a stark contrast with her behavior just now. Let's talk about it tomorrow. I'll leave the rest to you. The regent of Dragon Cloud City, Count Lisban, who was also dressed in formal attire, sighed and nodded gently at the young girl's back. Of course, my lady. The star killer shook his head in disdain and followed the Archduchess. Saroma's footsteps faded into the distance. Thale straightened his back and exhaled in dissatisfaction. He said to Lisban, during today's State Affairs hearing, who provoked her again? No one. The regent shook his head without changing his expression. But then, he nodded with a conflicted expression. His expression darkened. Everyone. Thales revealed a puzzled expression and said in dissatisfaction, then, do I deserve to be that unlucky target? Count Seal Lisban, the regent of Dragon Cloud City who was over 60 years old, probably did not like Thales very much from the first time he saw him. But this time, the count shook his head and apologized to him. On behalf of the lady herself, I apologize for her behavior. Her behavior just now was indeed inappropriate, Prince Thales, Regent Lisban said solemnly. When the time is right, I will advise her. Believe me, this is not her usual behavior. Thales, who had suffered for no reason, rolled his eyes. Then I'll take my leave first, Prince Thales. Regent Lisban stared at the Archduchess back and said slowly, please convey my gratitude to Lord Putre. Thales nodded in resignation. Accompanied by his attendants, the regent turned and left. Thales watched Lisban's retreating back and his heart sank a little. No one? Everyone? What Lisban said? What exactly happened during the State Affairs hearing? In addition to Nicholas's warning that Dragon Cloud City will not be peaceful, and his inexplicable search, Putre also rushed to Dragon Cloud City at this time. Thales, who was deep in thought, raised his head. He felt a little uneasy. He needed to find Putre as soon as possible and listen to the Lord's report. The big black horse stuck its head out of the fence and playfully touched the prince's cheek. As expected. Thales put aside the complicated thoughts in his heart. He hugged Jenny's head and let out a long sigh. You're still better, Jenny. At this moment, Ida, who had disappeared for a long time, popped out of nowhere. She held 2 dead rabbits in each hand and said cheerfully in front of the dumbfounded Waya and Ralph, hey, little Thales, it's okay. We don't want to eat that brat's dinner. We can start a fire ourselves. The prince turned to her sternly. Ida. Thales' expression changed. He put on a fierce expression and snorted coldly at the elf. If you leave the group and run off to fight in the future, don't stay in the courtyard. Move in here and sleep with Jenny. Ida froze on the spot. At this moment, the Archduchess' dissatisfied and angry shout came from afar again. Thales. What are you still dawdling about for? Do you want to eat dinner or not? Thales took a deep breath and tugged at his face, turning it from an aggrieved prince to a happy teenager. Dinner. Of course I do. But I don't want to eat with a certain irritated lioness cub. The teenage prince could only look up at the sky and sigh. He muttered to himself, she was so cute when she was young, and shouted, I'm coming, I'm coming. Thales turned around without hesitation and strode in Saroma's direction. Leaving the confused Ida behind, He looked at Waya and Ralph in dismay. In the stable, Jenny snorted and lowered her head to continue enjoying her feast. What's wrong with the two brats? Ida looked at Jenny under the cloak and shook the rabbit in her hand. You know. Waya sighed and rubbed his nose. It's good to be young. In the distance, Count Leaseband stopped. He slowly turned around and glanced in the direction of the stable. Yes, you're being used by the Archduchess as a target to vent her anger, Prince Thales. However, she'll only use you as a target. That's the problem. With a profound gaze, Regent Leaseband turned around and left. Chapter 285. Thales stared solemnly at the sausage on his plate. He held his breath and slowly raised his knife according to Professor Gine's posture in his memory. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. Finally, the prince heaved a deep sigh. He loosened his grip and put the knife and fork back on the sides of the plate, giving up on eating. Thales raised his head with a headache and looked at the other side of the dining table. The blonde girl glared at him with her green eyes, pouted, and stared at him in dissatisfaction. She did not even move the food in front of her. From the moment they entered the Archduchess dining room, Saroma chased Gings and the two maids out with a cold expression, despite the unified objections of Gings and the two maids. Surprisingly, Gings only expressed her objections symbolically and then complied with the Archduchess' wishes, which was very rare in the past. All right. Thales could only brace himself and said, Our esteemed Archduchess, do you have any opinions about my dining posture? Saroma snorted softly and stared at him for a full 3 seconds before she pouted and said, again. Thales was stunned. Thales was stunned. What? You're talking to me like this again, the girl said in displeasure with a sullen expression. Our esteemed Archduchess is a tone that makes people want to beat you up. Thales widened his eyes and looked at her helplessly. He smiled and said, But this is the proper way to address the Archduchess, especially when it's our cute and charming. The sound of metal clashing against metal suddenly rose. Asterisk thud. Asterisk Thales stared at Saroma in a daze. The sullen girl had just stabbed the plate of beef in front of her into two. The cut was smooth. Saroma was still staring at him with a frown. Her eyes were filled with unhappiness. The teenage prince's Adam's apple bobbed a little. He took a deep breath and stopped smiling. He suppressed the urge to tease the girl with a playful tone to the deepest part of his stomach. Looks like she's in a really bad mood. Then, asterisk thud. Asterisk another crisp sound of metal clashing against the plate was heard. The beef on Saroma's plate was cut into 3 pieces. Thales felt a chill in his heart. Alarm. Alarm. It was even scarier than when she did that 2 years ago. Thales immediately put away the expression on his face and calmly stared at Saroma, who pouted. I'm sorry. The prince looked into Saroma's eyes with sincerity. It's my fault. From just now until now, I've neglected your feelings. Saroma's eyes moved, and her stern face relaxed a little. When Thales saw her dejected look, he could not help but lower his head and sigh. In the next second, the prince decisively left his seat and walked towards the girl. Saroma was slightly shocked. As she watched Thales get closer and closer, she seemed a little uncomfortable. Her whole body shrank slightly like a hedgehog. The girl pursed her lips and snorted in a low voice. What are you doing? Thales did not answer her. The prince walked straight to the side of Saroma, whose eyes were filled with suspicion. He pulled out a chair by the side of the dining table and sat down quietly. Hey, remember, I'm your friend. The prince leaned forward and rested his arm on the dining table. He stared at Saroma seriously and flashed a gentle smile. You know, you can trust me. You can tell me anything. Saroma's breathing became slightly erratic, but she still tried her best to maintain that dissatisfied expression and snorted through her nose. But Thales was still very patient. He looked at her gently and did not shift his gaze. 1 second. 2 seconds. This time, Saroma, who who had been keeping a straight face, felt a little embarrassed under his stare. The girl cleared her throat unnaturally and turned her head away. But Thales still stared at her with a burning gaze. Finally, Saroma could not stand his stare anymore. She took a deep breath in resignation and blew it upwards forcefully. She looked up and saw the hair on her forehead being blown up by the wind. Forget it. It's nothing. Saroma pouted and glanced at Thales. She lowered her head with a gloomy expression. It's just my own bad temper. No. Thales shook his head. Saroma. The prince exhaled and tried his best to speak slowly. Good girl. I know that today must be very difficult for you. On the day of the state affairs hearing, those disobedient vassals, Saroma turned her head around abruptly. Her breathing quickened. She stared at Thales angrily and asked sarcastically, difficult? Difficult? How can that be? I am the Archduchess of Dragon Cloud City, the only one in the past 700 years, the only one. I control the most powerful territory in Extet. How can it be difficult? Saroma's breathing became heavier. The girl crossed her arms and said with an unpleasant expression. Thales stared at her quietly. My vassals are among the most loyal. Saroma snorted angrily. They are powerful and wise. With them around, Dragon Cloud City is as stable as the Sighing Mountains. I don't have to worry about anything, including my own. Everything in Dragon Cloud City is running in an orderly manner. The Walton family is as prosperous as ever. Saroma seemed to have turned on a chatterbox. She opened and closed her mouth wider and wider. The girl's expression also became angrier. So how can it be difficult for me? Compared to a certain hostage prince who trembles in fear and is afraid that I will eat him whole one day, I am simply the luckiest girl in the world. Ugh! The girl was stunned. Her mouth was gagged. Saroma watched Thales' actions in astonishment and felt the thing in her mouth. At some point in time, the prince had already sat beside Saroma. Thales stared straight into Saroma's clear eyes. The girl was a little at a loss. Her face was slightly red. Then, the second prince exhaled and calmly pulled out the spoon in his hand from the dumbfounded Saroma's mouth. If this spoon of beans can't appease your anger, Thales said with a smile. He turned around and scooped another spoonful of beans from his plate and shook it in front of Saroma. I still have another spoonful. Saroma only reacted then. Her slightly red face showed signs of anger from embarrassment. With her mouth full of beans, she hummed a few times in extreme dissatisfaction. Thales continued smiling with his eyes narrowed. He shook the spoonful of beans in his hand at her. That's right. Bite them to pieces. That will appease your anger. Saroma pouted her mouth, which was stuffed full of beans, and glared at him in dissatisfaction for a whole 3 seconds. Thales smiled in response. In the end, the girl with a displeased expression let out a heavy humph. She turned her head away and stared at Thales from the corner of her eyes. She chewed the beans in her mouth vigorously as if she was angry. The chewiness made it seem as if she was not chewing beans, but Thales' flesh. The prince winked at her. There was a smile in his eyes. Seriously, she used to be very nice to me. Where did the pitiful and cute little rascal who likes to hide behind me, speak softly, and talk softly to me? Thales looked at Saroma, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. He looked at the girl who was glaring at him as if she was demonstrating her power. He looked at her cheeks, which were bulging from the stuffing. As she chewed harder and harder, her cheeks trembled. I've shrunk. I've said it before. The girl chewed and swallowed the beans in her mouth with great difficulty. She said angrily to the prince, I'm not unhappy at all. Thales expressionlessly delivered the second spoonful of beans to Saroma's mouth. The prince held back the laughter in his heart. When he tried to pull the spoon back, he realized that he could not pull it back. Saroma bit the spoon hard, and her gaze at that moment could already kill. Here, be good. The most important thing for a person is to be happy. Thales resisted the twitching of his shoulders and pulled the spoon out of her mouth with great difficulty. He watched as Saroma angrily began to chew harder than the first spoonful. Although the Archduchess' gaze was still terrifying, the prince suddenly felt at that moment that the life before him was not so bad. Fortunately, she's quite cute like this. Thales gradually became absent-minded. And when did she change from a careful girl to the way she was now? Probably one day. Was it 2 years ago, when she came looking for me with sleepy eyes, holding a blood-stained bedsheet in a panic and sneakily with red eyes before dawn? And after that day, I was chased from my room on the 6th floor to the blood court by Gings, the female official who heard the commotion. Or was it a year ago, when she blushed and put on a corset, and I mocked her with my gaze in the library? It's all thanks to that female official, Gings, who tirelessly taught her lady to abide by the precepts of being a noble woman. Or was it the first time she wore a formal dress and combed her hair like a lady's, stood in front of me anxiously and excitedly, only to be angered by the prince who laughed so hard that he turned around and left? I don't remember. Anyway, it's become like this without me realizing it. The girl who used to be young and timid. She's grown up slowly in the high walls and snow of Heroic Spirit Palace and Dragon Cloud City. She will eventually transform into an existence that they are not familiar with. Archduchess Saroma Walton. But, Thales recalled the past when they met, and he could not help but feel sad. Is this really what she wants? Will she really be happy? Become a Walton? Thales, who had a lot on his mind, sighed and ate a mouthful of beans. At this moment, hey! Saroma's anxious voice interrupted him. The girl's voice sounded a little surprised and a little hurried. Thales snapped out of his daze and looked at Saroma's expression in surprise. The Archduchess' face was abnormally red. She was hesitant and nervous as she extended her right hand to him, as if she wanted to remind him of something. The prince finished chewing the beans in his mouth in a few bites and raised his eyebrows in confusion. What is it? Thales noticed that something was wrong. Saroma's face was completely red, and even the tips of her ears were red. It was especially conspicuous against her blonde hair. Why is she blushing? The last time I saw her like this was when she wore a formal dress for a banquet and came to ask for my opinion. What's going on? That. Saroma stared at him in a daze. She wanted to say something, but stopped. Her red face twitched slightly, as if she was very embarrassed. Her hesitant and timid demeanor reminded Thales of when she was young. Finally, under Thales' puzzled gaze, Saroma lowered her head gently and used her fringe to cover her face. She said in a voice as soft as a mosquito, nothing. The Archduchess did not speak anymore. She just stared at the table in a daze. Baffled, Thales shrugged. He still did not quite understand why Saroma was blushing. The prince shook his head and sighed at how strange women were. Just as he lowered his head and was about to scoop a spoonful of stew into his mouth, Thales' gaze swept past the spoon in his hand. Asterisk clang. Asterisk the prince's heart trembled violently. The spoon in his hand fell on the dining plate and clanked back and forth. Thales sat where he was in a daze. He looked at the familiar spoon, and then at Saroma, whose face was so red that the tips of her ears could be seen. He felt incredibly awkward. He could not help but smile sheepishly. That, I wanted to remind you just now. Saroma's voice was so sharp and thin that it was almost inaudible. It's just that you were too fast. Thales felt a headache coming on. While he was glad that no one saw this scene, he used his last bit of rationality to swallow back the words, "It's okay, I don't mind," that were on the tip of his tongue. The atmosphere at the dining table instantly became very awkward. However, Saroma, who had just lowered her head, seemed to be dissatisfied when she saw Thales' reaction. She raised her gaze slightly. You did it on purpose, didn't you?" The young girl snorted softly. Ging said, That's right." Thales slapped his head hard and stiffly changed the topic. "I remember now. Under the Archduchess' indignant gaze that said, "How dare you?" the second prince took out a small but exquisite rectangular wooden box from his chest pocket. There were simple decorative carvings on it. "Here," Thales said nonchalantly. He only wanted to use this matter to dilute the current awkwardness. Chapter 286. Saroma's eyes widened slightly. She took the exquisite box in surprise. She first looked at the smiling Thales in confusion, then gently opened it. "This is..." Saroma saw what was in the box and raised her head in surprise. "When I wrote a letter to my country last year, I asked Gilbert and the others to get someone to make it. Today, Putre brought it over." Thales blinked proudly and grabbed the item in the box. "You know, the craftsmen in Constellation are of a better standard. I measured the curvature and thickness of the lenses according to their requirements. I hope there won't be any major mistakes, and I even prepared a few spare lenses. If there is a mistake, I'll have to polish the lenses again. Speaking of which, manual polishing is very expensive." Saroma inhaled and looked at the item in Thales' hands, which was obviously the product of meticulous craftsmanship. "Let me introduce, the pince-nez." Thales smiled and picked up the new pair of glasses in his hands, which was completely different from the one on the girl's face. This pair of glasses was very strange. It did not have ear frames at all, and only one side of the frame was connected to a chain. The frame was very thin, and the nose cone was also slightly peculiar. Thales skillfully extended his left hand, stroked one side of Saroma's forehead, and removed the large and heavy pair of black-rimmed glasses from her face. It was as if he had practiced this thousands of times. But Saroma only stared at him blankly and let the prince take off her glasses without any resistance. She did not even care that her vision was greatly affected. It was as if she had experienced this thousands of times. Thales excitedly fiddled with the new glasses in his hands. He pressed it on the bridge of the girl's nose and touched the soft skin on her face with his fingers. "Like this, I used a bit of the principle of air pressure to clamp it on my nose, and I can stabilize the glasses. There's no need for ear frames at all. Then put this chain in." Thales grabbed the thin chain at one end of the glasses and lowered his head, trying to find a pocket on Saroma's body to put it in. But he was embarrassed to find that the girl did not have any pockets on her body. The only gap was in front of her chest, which was tightly bound by her coat and corset at the same time. "It's fine if you don't put it in." The second prince awkwardly averted his gaze and stuffed the chain into her hand. It was the first time Saroma wore a pair of glasses without ear frames. She opened her mouth in surprise. She carefully held the delicate new frames, shook her head as if afraid they would fall, and then looked around. Thales observed the Archduchess' new appearance. The almost transparent pince-nez freed Saroma's face from the torture of the black-framed spectacles. At that moment, the young girl blinked with a puzzled gaze. She no longer looked as inflexible and stern as before. She looked rather charming and cute. Thales exhaled in satisfaction. He picked up Saroma's old glasses, which had been worn out a lot, and chuckled. After a few seconds, the girl finally got used to her new glasses. "Thank you." Saroma lowered her head, seemingly a little embarrassed. "You're welcome, I've been wanting to say this for a long time." The prince laughed and said, "As the leader of this land, wearing those black-rimmed glasses doesn't make me look too serious. I look just like a frog, To his surprise, Saroma was very calm. She was not agitated, excited, curious, or puzzled. Instead, "Hey, Thales." The girl propped up her glasses in a daze and stared into the distance. Thales raised his eyebrows. Selma lifted her head gently. Thales noticed that there was some redness around her eyes. "It couldn't be. It's just a gift, and she's so touched." Thales, who was most afraid of seeing people cry, felt his heart skip a beat. "Thales," Saroma said softly, "do you remember that day 6 years ago?" Thales narrowed his eyes in puzzlement. "The day we first met. That night, that early morning, that morning." Her voice was illusory and indistinct, as if it came from afar. Thales frowned and remembered the past. That night. Nuven, Lampard, the blood-stained crown, the newborn Archduchess. Of course. His tone became unconsciously solemn as he stared at the young girl in front of him. How could I forget that kind of experience? Because of you, Thales. Saroma looked at him seriously. I became an Archduchess. Without you, I wouldn't be who I am today. Thales was slightly startled. He was about to speak, but Saroma just shook her head. Her red eyes made Thales speechless. He felt a heavy weight on his chest. But why did you mention this? You said. Saroma sniffled. With a faint nasal voice, she shot a faint, sorrowful gaze at Thales from behind her new glasses. You said that you would always be by my side, that you would face it with me, that you would. The corners of Thales' lips parted slightly. Ah. The prince took a deep breath and remembered what he once said. He subconsciously flashed a reassuring smile. I will always protect you. Saroma did not speak. She only stared at the prince quietly. The surging emotions in her eyes made Thales rather uneasy. The two of them stared at each other quietly. After a long while, the heavy atmosphere was finally broken by the young girl's laughter. However, this laughter did not sound very happy to Thales. Thank you. I'm sorry. There was a faint sense of disappointment in the young girl's voice. It had nothing to do with you. I shouldn't have kicked you today. Huh? Thales first widened his eyes, then he scratched his head in puzzlement. Saroma's behavior today was somewhat beyond his expectations. The prince could only smile awkwardly with a puzzled expression. It's okay. Thales sighed softly and shook his head helplessly. After all, we're friends. Just like what you said, we live and die together. When she said this, Saroma trembled slightly. The Archduchess raised her head abruptly, as if she had made up her mind about something. Thales. Saroma exhaled, and her words came to a halt. Today's State Affairs hearing, that, Thales sensed something. What's wrong? But at this moment, Saroma's eyes, which were staring straight at Thales, suddenly dimmed. It was as if she had let go of something. Thales stared at her in puzzlement. What is this? In the next second, Saroma's tone and rhythm returned to normal. The city of faraway prayers send a messenger crow. She tilted her head and said, seemingly unbothered, Rockney and his allies, the 3 archdukes in the north, want to invite me and Dragon Cloud City to sign a declaration against the king's decree and support their protest. Oh, that's a good thing. Thales, who was filled with questions, recalled the major events in Ekstedt over the past few months. King Chapman's new decree of nobility in Black Sand region was met with almost unanimous opposition and condemnation from the entire country. He was probably in a terrible predicament right now. Teach Lampard a lesson. Yes. Saroma let out a muffled laugh, but her tone was a little gloomy. It's a good thing. Thales frowned as he stared at the sullen girl in front of him. Speaking of which, do you know that we'll soon have a new teacher? The prince asked tentatively. Putre invited him from Anlenzo dukedom. He said that he's a highly respected, but in the next moment, Saroma stood up abruptly. I'm full. You can continue. The Archduchess regained her tranquil and indifferent expression. Thales was shocked. Huh? But she's just. Tomorrow, the usual time, in the library. Saroma flashed a pale smile. A batch of new books has arrived. Don't forget, we'll read them together. Thales nodded subconsciously. The girl curled up the corners of her lips at him and nodded faintly. She clenched her fists and quickly walked out of the dining room. Thales was left alone, staring at the table full of food in a daze, bewildered. What's wrong? The prince stared blankly at the girl's back as she left. There seemed to be a faint scent of her body lingering on her seat. Thales suddenly realized that when Saroma left, she left the black-rimmed glasses on the dining table. She did not take them with her. Blood Court. That night. You really don't know? In the room, Putray crossed his legs on the sofa. He puffed and puffed his pipe in a relaxed manner as he spoke to Thales, who had a solemn expression on his face. Of course, the Hall of Heroes on the day of the State Affairs hearing does not allow a foreign prince to sneak into it, Thales said a little anxiously. What happened in Dragon Cloud City's State Affairs hearing today? What does it have to do with the Archduchess, who usually doesn't speak? Putray clicked his tongue with a comfortable expression. Alright, even though I can't get in, I still have some channels. Putray, if you know anything, tell me quickly. Thales sighed and urged him repeatedly. I'm really anxious. Thales could not help but reach out and gently clench the old glasses in his pocket. His heart felt a little heavy. Putray nodded and let out a soft snort. Listen to me, Your Highness, the former vice diplomat said faintly. Today, halfway through the State Affairs hearing in Dragon Cloud City, someone suddenly accused you. Thales raised his eyebrows. Accused who? The prince was a little surprised. He pointed at himself. Me? While observing Thales' reaction, Putray slowly said, someone said that the young prince of Constellation forcibly occupied a civilian shop in Spear District for a game of chess. He did it once a month. Huh? Thales' mouth formed an O shape in shock. But I went to Spear District to play chess, including that chess room. But Putray continued speaking unhurriedly. During this period, the prince also encouraged his lawless subordinates to go to the forest on the outskirts of the city, which only belongs to the suzerain, to hunt wild rabbits. Thales was bewildered again. When the F***ck did I ask my subordinates to hunt wild rabbits? Wait, this, Thales thought of a certain figure under a cloak. He suddenly felt a tightness in his chest, his vision darkened, and he almost vomited blood. Anyway, it caused a huge uproar. Putray took a puff of his cigarette and snorted in satisfaction. He then continued, after the vassals in the State Affairs hearing heard about the enemy kingdom's prince's arrogant and despotic behavior in Dragon Cloud City, they were filled with righteous indignation and demanded from Regent Leespan. They demanded that you be punished accordingly for your crime, such as a harsher dungeon detention, Putray said with a chuckle. Or the whipping unique to Northland. Thales widened his eyes in disbelief. Crime? Then. The prince suddenly realized something. He cast a suspicious glance at Putray, who was smoking leisurely. Wait, your prince is about to be spanked. How can you still be so calm? Putray chuckled and shook his head in front of the slightly dissatisfied Thales. Don't be anxious, Your Highness. Your luck is as good as always. Something unexpected happened, Putray said in a nostalgic tone. For the first time in 6 years. The 15-year-old Archduchess Walton, who has always been quiet during the past State Affairs hearings, she actually stood up from her seat in agitation. Thales frowned. She stood up. The Archduchess of Walton shocked the 4 cities. She shouted, in the face of the vehement denunciations of almost all her vassals, that she would vouch for it on her reputation and authority. Putray said it lightly, but to Thales, it was so shocking. I guarantee that your actions were all approved by her. If you want to pursue responsibility, you should start with her. Thales was stunned. He stared at the empty space in a daze and said subconsciously, and then? Putray's expression darkened. He put down his crossed leg and sat up straight. And then, there was a blind viscount who publicly accused your lady. Putray heaved a long sigh. He said that she was so protective of a prince who was a hostage. Could there be something between the two of them? Thales listened to Putray's narration in a daze. He did not notice the special way his lordship addressed the girl, intentionally or otherwise. Of course, he was beaten black and blue by the angry Northlanders on the spot and chased out of the hall. What happened after that was ugly. I heard that the Archduchess lost her temper and smashed a stone cup. Regent Leespan almost lost control of the situation. For an outsider. I think the vassals of Dragon Cloud City probably have a worse impression of their ruler. After Putre said this, he exhaled softly and blew out a ring of smoke. So, Thales subconsciously sat on the bed with a stunned expression. He touched his knee and remembered the girl's vicious kick. Today, he also remembered her abrupt words at the dining table. Her tearful tone. Because of me, but because of this, many of the vassals had unpleasant expressions on their faces. They suggested in unison that for the stability of Dragon Cloud City's rule, and for the continuation of the Walton family's bloodline, Thales sat in a daze. He did not realize that his breathing had begun to quicken. The Honorable Archduchess should choose a husband among the local vassals this year, get married, and have children. When Putre's words reached Thales' ears, he actually felt a sense of isolation, as if they came from another room. The reason is too legitimate. Even Lisban could not raise any objections. This is what happened at the hearing. I think, at least, it should be the part you want to know. Thales subconsciously clenched his fists. Putre looked at the somewhat dispirited Thales thoughtfully and sighed softly. Your Highness, be prepared. Your friend. That poor little girl. Thinking of the past, the thin man clicked his tongue and shook his head. She's going to get married. Putre's voice was very low, as if he was afraid of waking up someone who was sleeping. On the other side, Thales, who had been silent for a long time, had even forgotten how to react. Putre quietly blew out a perfect and beautiful ring of smoke and quietly watched it drift away into the air. It was as if it had never existed. Only the person who blew out the smoke ring could remember how perfect it was at that moment. A few seconds later, Prince Thales Jadestar subconsciously turned his head and looked outside the window. You will always be by my side. You will face it with me. You will, little rascal. He called out the name that he had not said for a long time in his heart, but it was as clear as ever. He stared in the direction of Heroic Spirit Palace in a daze. He felt his hands and feet go cold, and he felt lost. Chapter 287. Dragon Cloud City, Heroic Spirit Palace, Training Ground. Under the gazes of countless Heroic Spirit Palace guards and attendants, the sweating Thales swung the longsword in his right hand, lifted the shield in his left arm, spread his legs apart, and solemnly adopted the iron body style that he had practiced countless times. Even though he was preoccupied, the prince still had to carry out the necessary outdoor training every day. I don't know why you're still practicing this sword style. In front of him, the pale-faced former commander of the White Blade Guards lifted a heavy sword with a disdainful expression. Even when fighting against the orcs, our army's combat style has been reinvented for hundreds or even thousands of years. And your sword style of holding a sword and shield and waiting foolishly for people to beat you up, are you going to keep talking nonsense? The prince said impatiently. I remember that this is outdoor training, not satirical poetry writing. Nicholas pursed his lips. His gaze was unhappy. The Star Killer's attitude towards the second prince, which was neither good nor bad, lasted for a whole 6 years, took a drastic turn for the worse after yesterday's state affairs hearing. He began to scrutinize Thales with a hostile gaze and was extremely harsh towards the Constellatiate teenager during outdoor training. Of course, Thales later found out why. Thales shrugged, indicating that he could attack. In the next second, Nicholas widened his footsteps and swung his sword. Asterisk thud. Asterisk Thales' shield collided with Nicholas' heavy sword. The prince stepped forward and counterattacked with the long sword in his right hand, but Nicholas easily dodged it. If you really want to know, this sword style means a lot to me. Thales turned around and quickly aimed the tip of his sword at the enemy again. A strict teacher once told me that I have to at least practice it to the point where it looks like it. As he said this, the letter brought by Gilbert Topdil suddenly appeared in his mind. Madame Gines emphasized that you have to pay attention to your diet at this age. Don't be picky, especially when it comes to a balanced diet of various foods. Even the bitter vegetables from the western desert are of considerable value. You can try it. Gines' stern and straightforward image appeared in Thales' mind, and a thought flashed in his mind. Practice it to the point where it looks like it? Nicholas snorted coldly. Unfortunately, you didn't manage to do it. The Star Killer dashed forward, held his sword with both hands, and swung it down with the help of gravity. Asterisk bang. Asterisk he almost knocked down Thales, who was struggling to support his shield. The prince gritted his teeth and felt the strength in Nicholas' sword gradually increase. As for those old friends of yours, please forgive me. I must tell you, ashamed and disappointed, that we still did not find them during the 10th search. Regardless of whether it was the female bartender from Sunset Pub or those child beggars, they are no longer in Eternal Star City. Although this is not the right time, I must suggest to you that perhaps your highness should give up on the search for them. First, the result may have already been decided, and second, a search as long as 6 years is really not in your favor. Where's the boldness you had when you snatched the book from me? The Star Killer roared furiously, take it out. Don't make me feel like I'm sparring with an idiot. Thales lowered his body and twisted his hips with great effort to deflect the opponent's heavy sword. Then, he thrust his sword forward again. Perhaps you should redefine who snatched the book from whom, hey? However, before the prince's sword could take effect, the Star Killer lowered his body and kicked Thales, who was changing his posture, so hard that he staggered. Outside the training field, Thales' attendant, Wyacasso, stood by the side with his hand on his long sword. He sighed and said to the silver-masked Ralph, who was leaning against the wall with his arms crossed. You know, I am not slandering the prince. In fact, he is the earliest child I have ever seen. But you have to admit that aside from being good at analysis and planning, when it comes to intense battles where fists hit flesh and blood are involved, he is really, Wya looked at Thales, who was flustered and struggling in the training field, and shook his head. He really lacks talent. Ralph frowned and looked at the chattering Wya with a displeased expression. This chatterbox. He has never stopped talking for 6 years. Is he treating me like a trash can? F***ck him. Ralph snorted in dissatisfaction. He did not even bother to turn his head as he stuck out his middle finger. But Wya did not care. He knew that Ralph, who could not speak, hated talkative people. However, if he could make the Phantom Wind follower unhappy and enjoy his irrefutable, angry gaze, why not? Just like how Ralph also liked to gloat when he saw Wya's clumsy appearance when he did not understand the prince's sign language. Wya disliked Ralph's casual and boorish street habits, and was also dissatisfied with the sign language that only he and the prince could understand. The Phantom Wind follower hated the attendant's confidence and self-awareness as the prince's only spokesperson, which he was. He also looked down on the attendant's almost fastidious attitude towards etiquette and addressing. That was right. Even though they had fought side by side many times, the two attendants of the prince, who were born into worlds apart, had never had a good relationship with each other. Wya continued to frown and said, if he had time and preparation, whether it was chess, negotiation, or even sword practice, the prince would undoubtedly be able to give a beautiful answer. But like this, when faced with a sudden attack, he would easily become flustered, nervous, and lose his composure. To be honest, he is a little like a new recruit, especially those ordinary civilians who are averse to blood and are not used to fighting. This is fatal in a battle. If you make a mistake at a critical moment, you will regret it for the rest of your life. At this moment, you can just say that Thales is not good at fighting. Putre walked to their side and watched the training in the field. Surprisingly, he did not take out his pipe. Your Grace. Wya nodded respectfully, while Ralph only shook his head symbolically. Is there any way to overcome this? Putre's eyes were bright. Is there a problem where Thales becomes flustered at critical moments and his mind goes blank? I'm afraid it will be very difficult. Wya turned his head around and looked at Thales, who was knocked to the ground for the second time. He sighed. Swordsmanship can be practiced, and skills can be improved. But it is not easy to overcome the habits and character that have been around for many years. At this moment, Ralph suddenly raised his palm gently. With a sinister gaze, he made a throat-slitting gesture. Putre noticed Ralph and raised his eyebrows. What do you mean? Wya looked at Ralph and narrowed his eyes slightly. I think the mute probably means. I've heard in the tower that there's a quick way to develop combat instincts. Throw people into a battlefield where there's a slim chance of survival. Blood and death are the most efficient teachers. Over there, even a harmless sheep can turn into a ferocious dragon. Even the weakest warrior and the most unfamiliar recruit can quickly change their bad habits. Of course, the premise is that they don't die. And even supreme class elites, whether it's the Star Killer or the Kingdom's Wrath, their extraordinary combat abilities were slowly accumulated through fighting and killing. It's impossible for them to reach supreme class if they train against wooden stakes and targets. Thale's eyes widened. Ralph snorted softly. It was unknown whether he agreed or disdained Putre. Putre furrowed his brows. Thales is not a Northlander. He is a prince of Constellation, a Jade Star, and may even become a king in the future. The former vice diplomat shook his head. He only needs to dabble in the atmosphere of the battlefield. Whether it is personally going into battle or fighting on the battlefield, it should not be a necessary skill for him. He also does not need to become supreme class. His duty is to move the chess pieces in his hands under the protection of thousands of soldiers and horses. Ralph mumbled something that no one could understand. Waya exhaled. But you know, during the Bloody Year, even with the protection of heavy guards, the Jade Star royal family, at the mention of this word, Putre suddenly turned his head. The atmosphere seemed to have turned cold in an instant. Be careful with your words. Putre's sharp and rude gaze forced Waya's words back into his mouth. Do not make rash judgments about things that you do not understand, especially during the Bloody Year. And Jade Star. Waya looked at him, a little confused. Ralph snorted coldly, taking pleasure in Putre's misfortune. I'm sorry, I should not have talked about the royal family. Waya, who was brought up in a noble family, apologized with great self-restraint. He sighed and found the next topic. Speaking of which, it seems that you plan to stay for a long time after returning to Dragon Cloud City this time, Your Grace. Putre then shifted his attention back to the field. Yes, he said faintly, it may be a little longer than you think. Speaking of which, the prince once mentioned it to me. Waya frowned slightly. 6 years ago, where did you go? Putre paused for a moment. 6 years ago, on the second day after King Chapman's coronation, it was also when Leaseband started to clean up the mess in Dragon Cloud City. Prince Thales was in a bad situation. Waya's seemingly idle chatter continued. But you left Dragon Cloud City in a hurry without even saying goodbye? Let's forget about that. After all, we've already reunited. Waya retracted his gaze and said a little worriedly, but what I'm more concerned about is, it's been 6 years. Why did you have to come back at this time? Why not earlier, when the prince had yet to gain a firm foothold, or later, when the prince had to face difficult problems such as marriage? Why did it have to be now? This makes me a little worried. Ralph also frowned. It was rare that he did not express his opinion on Waya's words. The corner instantly fell silent. Putre lowered his eyelids. Slowly, he reached into his bosom and took out the old tobacco pipe that he had been using since 6 years ago. You know, a long time ago, when I was still young, our teacher once said during our graduation. The skinny former deputy diplomat filled his tobacco at a leisurely pace, took out a flint and lit his pipe. Gilbert Casso has a big heart. When he looks at a problem, he is not confused by what is in front of him. He jumps out of the rut and grabs the main point beyond his sight. Perhaps he will be the kind of chess player who has great foresight, is good at long-term strategies and schemes. That's why that naive bastard always thinks too much. When he heard Putre's incoherent reply, Waya raised his eyebrows in surprise. Huh. Even if you don't admit it, Waya. Putre inhaled a mouthful of smoke in satisfaction and said with a smile, there are still many things about you that are very similar to your father, for example, thinking too much. Waya seemed to have thought of something. He shut his mouth and turned around with an unpleasant expression. He did not pursue the matter further. In the field, Thales took 2 steps back. From the corner of his eyes, he saw Putray and Waya, who had a strange atmosphere between them. While he was puzzled, he could not help but think of another point mentioned in Gilbert's letter. Your Highness, please trust Putray as always, especially during this special moment. For your future, please trust him. Also, please maintain the respect you deserve for that new teacher. Be humble and learn from him. He is probably the person I respect the second most in my life. Gilbert emphasized twice that he trusted Putray. Why? His sword flashed. Nicholas attacked again. This time, Thales, who had been retreating, finally got his chance. When Putray hit his shield for the third time, the prince blocked the attack and performed the breaking edge style that he had prepared for a long time. He went straight for the enemy's weakest left side, which made Nicholas' eyes brighten. Good idea. But immediately after, the Star Killer swung his heavy sword back and faced this sharp counterattack. Following the trajectory of his opponent's heavy sword, Thales struggled to swing the shield in his left hand and used all his strength to push away his opponent's counterattack. Asterisk swoosh. Asterisk Nicholas' heavy sword slashed across the surface of the shield. The wind brought about by the blade swept past Thales' hair. At that moment, Thales, who felt a chill run down his spine, shuddered. As this sense of imminent danger assaulted him, Thales felt an inexplicable shudder suddenly erupt from his spine and attack his brain. In the next second, that familiar yet unfamiliar fluctuation, the sin of Hell's River, surged out of his body uncontrollably and uncontrollably. It was like a startled beast that had suddenly woken up from hibernation. It was also like a sudden freezing storm that attacked every inch of his body, including his brain. It gave him the desire to risk everything. But the prince did not feel at ease at all. Thales felt the sin of Hell's River go berserk, and he was terrified. No. No. Chapter 288. Thales gritted his teeth fiercely and controlled his body's movements. Calm down. Calm down, Thales. This is not a battle to the death. Asterisk bang. Asterisk in the next second, Nicholas skillfully avoided Thales' shield and struck his weapon with his sword. Thales felt the long sword in his hand tremble violently, and it instantly flew out of his hand. Asterisk clang. Asterisk Thales' long sword fell to the ground. He sighed and faced Nicholas' heavy sword, which was placed horizontally on his shoulder. He spread his arms to show his surrender. The battle was over. You really like to be absent-minded. The Star Killer withdrew his heavy sword and sneered mockingly. Just like in the past, you enjoy being absent-minded during battles? Thales flashed a resigned smile and did not retort. Only he knew that had come again just now. A year ago, Thales had encountered a similar situation during his training. A Northland warrior who was his sparring partner used a battle axe to split his shield. The fragments hit the prince's chin and neck. At that moment, when the artery on his neck was threatened, the sin of Hell's River surged out like a startled hedgehog. It made Thales, who was originally dizzy, quiver. He instinctively knew how to counterattack. He quickly threw away his long sword, turned around, and moved forward. At the moment the axe blade grazed his cheek, he squeezed to the side of the enemy, and at the risk of being cut by the axe blade, he punched the enemy's throat. At that moment, Thales was like an enraged beast. There was only one thought in his mind: to fight. With the support of the sin of Hell's River, he might have been able to severely injure the opponent's throat cartilage with one punch. Then, the opponent's axe blade would have cut into his ribs. If Thales had not snapped out of his daze halfway through and given up on attacking. In the end, the warrior apologized profusely for not being able to control his strength and cutting the prince's arm. Everyone thought that it was a mistake during training. But at that time, only the frightened Thales knew that it was not a mistake. It was his own, a dangerous counterattack that he did not carry through to the end. At that moment, the frightened Thales deeply understood the nature of the sin of Hell's River for the first time. He had a preliminary understanding of Black Sword's words: do not treat it as a tool, but as a companion you can talk to. From then on, Nicholas decided to personally become Thales' sparring partner. Compared to other people, a supreme-class fighter could control the rhythm and strength of a fight more perfectly, so that no unnecessary injuries would occur. From then on, Thales began to consciously be on guard against similar situations to prevent them from making a huge mistake. Back to the present. Thales touched his heart anxiously. He felt his blood surge, and he could not calm down. Just now, when the wind generated by Nicholas' sword swept past his forehead, the Sin of Hell's river was as restless as a wild beast whose territory had been invaded. It filled his leg muscles in a frenzy while it surged to his brain at high speed to numb his fear. It seemed to be urging him to throw away the shield and move his feet. Borrowing the agility released in that instant, he turned around and faced the enemy's blade. Take the risk to counterattack. As long as I counterattack. I can, Thales pressed his forehead and let out a long sigh. But he couldn't do that. The way he thought at that time, the way he fought, it was too exaggerated. It was simply a lose-lose situation. Black Sword didn't seem to have mentioned that the Sin of Hell's river had this kind of wildness, when the power of eradication that never improved was activated. Thales shook his head and averted his gaze, trying to get rid of the thoughts in his mind. Hey! The Star Killer's dissatisfied voice traveled into his ears again. You'd better focus, Nicholas scolded coldly. Stop looking at her. The Star Killer's gaze was especially cold. Thales was shocked. Only then did he realize that he had unknowingly shifted his gaze to another pair of people who were practicing outdoors. Not far away from them was the Archduchess of Dragon Cloud City, Saroma Walton. She was dressed in a light hunting suit and was learning how to use a dagger to defend herself under Lord Justin's guidance. Her cheeks were sweaty and slightly red because of the exercise. Thales sighed. He knew that Nicholas had misunderstood the reason for his absent-mindedness. But, Thales remembered the second-to-last paragraph in Gilbert's letter. Also, although I am very pleased with your political efforts to strengthen the diplomatic relations between the two countries, I would still like to remind you that in your interactions with Madame Walton, please clearly separate politics and personal feelings. If you can deepen your friendship with the Archduchess of Dragon Cloud City through this, then no matter how expensive the hand-ground spectacles from Master Punk's workshop are, they will still be worth it. However, if this friendship goes to a higher level, then it will be worth discussing. You must know that friendship is beautiful, but love is terrifying. Damn you, Gilbert, isn't he far away in Constellation? What kind of ridiculous rumors did he hear? However, Thales remembered what Putray said yesterday and felt a little gloomy. That poor little girl is about to get married. Thales slowly bent down and picked up the sword on the ground. Why? Nicholas narrowed his eyes slightly. What? 6 years ago, when King Niven passed away, why were you still willing to be loyal to? Thales swung the sword in his hand and remembered that fateful night. He said solemnly, she was obviously not. You know what I am referring to. Saroma's identity, Saroma's marriage, the vassals of Dragon Cloud City, my identity. After thinking about what happened yesterday from start to finish, Thales felt that there was something fishy about it. Nicholas' expression changed. Be careful with your words, young prince. The Star Killer's cold tone began to be laced with faint hostility. Especially in a city that is filled with hostility towards you. Thank you for the reminder. Thales shrugged nonchalantly and raised his long sword again. So, King Niven can be considered to have succeeded. Now, the Walton family still rules Dragon Cloud City, and you and Lisban surround the Archduchess. But Saroma is an Archduchess with insufficient prestige. She will even be forced by the local vassals to marry her and give birth to a local Walton heir? The prince gritted his teeth. Is this really what you, Lisban, and King Niven want? The next moment, Nicholas suddenly struck with his sword. Thales, who was prepared for this, calmly took a step back and prepared to deflect it with his shield. Huh! This time, Nicholas' heavy sword was eerily deflected before it hit the shield. It was as if he did not use any strength at all. Asterisk bang. Asterisk with a great force, the back of the sword swept Thales' left knee violently. Thales, who lost his balance, staggered and felt that he was about to fall to the ground. He was instantly shocked. The sin of Hell's river surged up with a bang. But unexpectedly, long before the sin of Hell's river took effect, the merciless Nicholas decisively threw away the heavy sword that had lost its momentum and punched him in the ribs. Sharp pain shot through him. It was followed by numbness. Asterisk clang. Asterisk Thales' shield and longsword both fell to the ground. Asterisk thud. Asterisk his body also fell to the ground with a bang. Waya and the others who were watching the battle cried out in surprise. Thales, who was holding his abdomen, lay on the ground, drenched in cold sweat. His face was contorted and he curled up. Before the sin of Hell's river could react, he had completely failed. He instantly lost all ability to fight back. At that moment, Thales' hope of getting lucky, along with his pride, vanished. His little self-consolation of, "I only suppressed the sin of Hell's river," was crushed under Nicholas' merciless attack. That's all for today. With a terrifying expression, the Star Killer snorted rudely and said, "Your movements are still a mess. There is no student more stupid than you. Also, what happens to the Archduchess has nothing to do with you." Nicholas threw down his last sentence, turned around coldly, and left. Waya and Ralph quickly followed him and helped Thales, who was drenched in cold sweat and whose lips had turned blue. He used his power of eradication in that last attack, right? That guy did it on purpose. Thales rubbed his ribs, which were aching badly, and said with difficulty, "Is that considered cheating? Bullying me because I don't have a power of eradication?" Waya and Ralph looked at each other. "When I have a power of eradication," Waya sighed softly. "With all due respect, Your Highness, the Northland military sword style is still a little ancient. Under normal circumstances, if you cannot awaken a corresponding power of eradication before the age of 18, besides, even if you awaken a power of eradication, when you face an existence like the Star Killer, most likely, the unlucky Thales could only sigh." After the outdoor training ended, Thales went to Saroma's side in a few steps. As he stared at the red-faced girl who had just finished training, the prince once again ignored the dissatisfied gazes from Gings the female official and the two maidservants. He moved closer to her ear. "Saroma, listen," Thales said solemnly and gravely, "we need to talk in the afternoon. It's in the library." Saroma, who was tidying up her clothes, frowned. She habitually lowered her head and whispered, "Talk about what?" "It's about actually, it's about your marriage." "I keep feeling that there's something." Saroma's expression instantly became unpleasant. The pince-nez on her face trembled slightly. The girl pouted and looked at Thales in dissatisfaction. "What's there to talk about? This has nothing to do with you." At this moment, a low and gentle voice that was filled with charisma came from behind him. "My lady. Your Grace." Regent Lisbon's tone was so solemn that Thales could sense it even from 10 steps away. "I'm sorry to disturb you." Accompanied by his entourage, Regent Lisban, whose hair was white but his footsteps were still steady, slowly walked over with a solemn expression. The old regent stopped steadily in front of them. The count first swept a scrutinizing gaze over Thales, who was beside the Archduchess. The profound meaning in his gaze made the prince feel a chill run down his spine. Lisban then retracted his gaze and bowed respectfully to Saroma. Then, he nodded gently at Gings the female official. "Please change your clothes immediately. You need formal attire." Saroma frowned slightly. "Now?" Lisban nodded. "We have a very important guest who needs to be received immediately." Thales' heart sank. He subconsciously felt that something was wrong. Saroma took a deep breath. Following her habit of 6 years, she also respectfully returned the salute. "Of course." Thales shut his mouth. He was a little annoyed. "Looks like I can only wait until the afternoon," but his thoughts were interrupted. "Please change your clothes immediately, Prince Thales." Regent Lisbon's gaze fell on him again. Thales' heart almost skipped a beat. "What?" The prince widened his eyes in surprise. I have to go as well? This time, Regent Lisbon's gaze seemed to have softened a little. It was no longer the polite but indifferent scrutinizing gaze from before. Instead, it was a reminder and warning filled with worry. The guest this time has specifically requested to meet you, Lisban said casually. Who? Thales narrowed his eyes. Lisbon's expression did not change, but he clenched his fists tightly. I believe that you are no stranger to them. The Count enunciated each word clearly. The second assistant advisor of the Imperial Conference, King Chapman's goosekeeper, Viscount Lassa Kentvita of the city of Halton. The King's personal guard and administrator, the deputy commander of the White Blade Guards, Lady Croche-Merc. Both of them have arrived at Dragon Cloud City this morning. At that moment, Saroma and Thales' expressions changed. When they heard the Count's words, Nicholas, who was wiping his hands in the distance, Ralph and Waya, who were leaning against the wall and chatting, were all stunned. They brought King Chapman's greetings and concern, as well as important information. Lisbon's words were filled with coldness and wariness. They want to convey the message to you in person. At that moment, Thales, who could not hide the strange expression on his face, subconsciously turned his head and looked at Putre, who was beside him. He wanted to ask for his opinion. However, the thin lord was still smoking his pipe leisurely. His expression did not change. He did not seem surprised. Chapter 289. In the corridor of Heroic Spirit Palace, Thales tidied his sleeves with a headache, trying to straighten the 9-pointed star emblem on his upper arm to his shoulder as he walked beside Saroma. Based on the experience of the past 6 years, don't the king's envoys usually only come when the seasons change? The second prince said, feeling vexed and worried. And they usually come to check on you, to check on your situation. Saroma nodded absent-mindedly. She looked at the flustered Thales, sighed, and rolled her eyes. She extended her hand to help him straighten the emblem on his shoulder and said in annoyance, to make sure that a certain unlucky prince is still in his pet cage. Oh. Thales frowned and snorted expressionlessly. Thank you for the reminder. Behind him, Count Lisban coughed softly. The regent quietly extended his hand and pressed on Thales' shoulder. As well as monitoring, reminding, and warning Dragon Cloud City that we are the greatest threat in King Chapman's eyes. Lisban pushed him 2 steps away without a trace and said solemnly, even when the Waltons lost their throne and the people of Dragon Cloud City were in a state of panic, this never changed. Especially when the future of Jadestar and the Waltons is in Dragon Cloud City. Thales raised his eyebrows and looked at Lisban, who had unknowingly walked between him and Saroma. When it came to dealing with Thales, Count Lisban's attitude had always been full of alienation and vigilance. There was even hostility that was difficult to ignore. However, when it came to Black Sand Region and King Chapman, this vassal and assistant that Niven trusted the most when he was alive showed rare trust and kindness towards a common enemy. He even reminded Thales from time to time that they were on the same side. Thales remembered what Putre had once told him. If I remember correctly, Rockney and his allies from the city of faraway prayers are waving their flags and shouting war cries, denouncing the king's disrespect for tradition throughout the entire territory. That seems to be the top priority for Chapman to worry about, and not 2 powerless brats. Saroma rolled her eyes at him. So this is the interesting part. Lisban did not seem to understand Thales' sarcasm. He swept his gaze over the 2 teenagers. Guess why they are here? Thales exhaled. Win over Dragon Cloud City, fight for support for Lampard's pitifully poor reputation in the country, and fight against Rockney and the other opposers? Saroma's expression darkened. But she immediately took a deep breath and tried her best to put on a solemn and indifferent expression, just like she did for the past 6 years. Then they have the wrong idea. Dragon Cloud City is the most unlikely force to stand with him. We all know what happened 6 years ago. No one can forget. Thales recalled that night and could not help but smack his lips. He sighed and said, so this is what I am worried about. Lisban snorted coldly. His gaze was filled with vigilance. We will find out. The next moment, they turned a corner. Nicholas and Justin, who had been waiting in front of them for a long time, nodded at them and pushed open a door that both Thales and Saroma were very familiar with. The Prince of Constellation walked behind the Archduchess and the Regent under the protection of his personal guards behind him and on both sides. He stepped into the oval stone hall, which had a solemn atmosphere. The Hall of Heroes had changed a lot compared to 6 years ago. The biggest difference was that the heavy, rectangular table that represented the king and the 9 archdukes had been removed. It seemed to have disappeared from history along with the reign of the born king. There was only one simple and heavy chair made of cedar wood in the hall, which was located on the 3rd flight of steps. The famous Soul Slayer pike was still lying quietly on the rack on the fireplace at the back of the hall. Thales consciously stopped in front of the steps under the chair. Nicholas and Lisban, on the other hand, went up one step before they turned around to face the hall. Only the Archduchess lifted her skirt with a serious expression and walked up the steps step by step towards the chair. The prince watched with complicated emotions as Saroma skillfully and anxiously sat on the chair that was almost as wide as 4 or 5 people. It was the chair that belonged to the suzerain of Dragon Cloud City. She first carefully placed her arms on the armrests on both sides like a kitten that had stepped into an unfamiliar territory. Then, she took a deep breath, straightened her back and puffed out her chest. With a forced arrogance and aloofness, she raised her head and looked at the hall. Like a lion cub that had just learned how to walk, she let out an immature roar at the pride of lions. But judging from the girl's expression, it was probably not very comfortable to sit on it. It's been 6 years. She's still not used to it. Because of me, she sat on this seat. Because of me, she had no choice. Saroma seemed to sense something. The girl turned her head stiffly to look at Thales. There was an uneasiness in her eyes that only the prince could understand. For a moment, Thales did not dare to look at the chair and its owner. He turned his head slightly and stared at the floor tiles with a gloomy expression. The next moment, the herald's sonorous and melodious voice rang in the hall. The Viscount of the City of Halting Light from Black Sand Region, the King's Special Envoy and Goose Keeper, and the second assistant advisor of the Imperial Conference, Lesa Kenvida. The atmosphere in the Hall of Heroes instantly became tense. Nicholas intentionally or unintentionally flung the hilt of the sword on his back to his right shoulder. Lisban, on the other hand, put his hands behind his back out of habit. The guards on both sides puffed out their chests and raised their heads. They pursed their lips tightly. Even the veteran personal guards who had served as white blade guards subconsciously adjusted their breathing and put on the most serious and fierce expressions. They knew who the newcomers were. As the sound of 2 footsteps drew closer, a man and a woman appeared at the entrance of the Hall of Heroes. Thales narrowed his eyes. It had been 6 years since they last met. Kenvida, King Chapman's #1 strategist, the tall viscount who once escorted the prince to Dragon Cloud City with 2,000 soldiers, appeared to have matured a lot. Compared to his military attire back then, he was currently dressed in plain clothes, but his footsteps were still agile. Coupled with his polite smile that seemed to be examining him, Thales could not help but feel that he was more difficult to deal with than before. But the person who attracted the most attention was not him. Kenvida's companion walked past the herald, but stopped. What's wrong? It was a female warrior with a buzz cut, fully equipped with light armor. Her presence was in no way weaker than Kenvida's. The long sword hanging from her waist had a familiar white hilt. The female warrior turned her sharp gaze and stared straight at the herald at the entrance. Don't you have the habit of registering female guests? At the far end of the hall, the few people around Saroma looked at the entrance curiously. The herald stared back at the female warrior warily, but he did not show any signs of weakness. He snorted softly through his nose. Welcome to Northland. The female warrior chuckled. Is that so? Even though all of you have been ruled by a woman for 6 years? The herald furrowed his brows, as though he was choked by this sentence. Kenvida, who was walking in front, had no choice but to stop. He placed a hand on his forehead and said softly to his companion in a rather resigned manner. "It's all right." The female warrior did not seem to hear Kenvita's reminder. She continued to stare at the disdainful herald. "I'll do it myself." The next second, the round-faced female warrior turned around and faced the entire hall. She stared straight at the other end of the hall and said loudly without hesitation, "The deputy commander of the White Blade Guards from Peck Village in Flatiron County, Dragon Cloud City, and Flatiron County, King Chapman's administrator and personal guard, Lady Croche Merk. I'm here to seek an audience with the Archduchess of Dragon Cloud City." The female voice was mellow and bright. It echoed in every corner of the hall. Even Thales, who was standing at the other end of the hall, could hear this voice clearly. The expressions of the personal guards on both sides of the hall changed. They stared in surprise at the deputy commander of the White Blade Guards who had registered herself, as though they were looking at a rare object in a market. Thales furrowed his brows slightly, but then the corners of his lips curled up. A lady has an audience with the Archduchess. Could the Northlanders have imagined this scene 6 years ago? Have you learned it now? Croche raised her eyebrows and calmly stared at the herald, who was so surprised and bewildered that he could not speak. She snapped her fingers in front of him without bothering to hide it, startling the dazed herald. "Anne, welcome to Northland." The herald stared at her in a daze. He could not react for a long time. Viscount Kenvita sighed. He closed his eyes and urged the person behind him with a pitiful tone, "Esh," but before he could finish speaking, Croche pushed him mercilessly on his shoulder and he staggered forward. "Focus on what you need to do." The female warrior strode forward again and snorted coldly. "And don't call me that again." Kenvita, who was caught off guard and pushed, smiled awkwardly. He turned around and waved at the herald in embarrassment. "Sorry, Esh has always been a little hot." With a cold expression, Croche pushed him again. The Viscount could only smile and compromise. He straightened his clothes and walked into the hall. In the distance, Saroma furrowed her brows and stared at the two people who had just caused a commotion. Did they do it on purpose? Lisband shook his head. "I don't know, but at least the Viscount did not deliberately stop them. This explains a lot of things." Thales shrugged. He stared at Croche from afar and could not help but lament, "But she's really a special lady. Especially in Northland. Elegant and bold. I can't help but be amazed." The prince stared at Croche in a daze as she walked elegantly. He could not help but think of Sonia Sacyr, the fortress flower who laughed boldly in a pool of blood and played with his hair. In the next moment, Thales realized that the three people on the stairs were looking at him with strange expressions. The prince's smile faded and he coughed softly. "I'm sorry." Kenvita and Saroma finally stood 5 meters away from the main seat. The Viscount stared at the young Archduchess with great interest. Saroma silently endured his gaze. Her grip on the chair grew tighter and tighter. Count Lisband furrowed his brows slightly. "Good day, Madam, Miss, Archduchess Walton." Viscount Kenvita bowed slightly, as if he did not feel the tense atmosphere in the hall. "Please allow me to convey the king's greetings and blessings. I wish that everything goes smoothly in your reign in Dragon Cloud City." Thales clearly felt that this etiquette was not very respectful. In comparison, Croche's bow was more sincere. Saroma nodded slightly. She first glanced at Lisband and said cautiously and emotionlessly, "Of course, please also convey my gratitude to His Majesty." She leaned back in her chair and said nothing else. Viscount Kenvita's eyes moved. He swept his gaze past the silent Archduchess and the stern-looking Lisband. A profound smile appeared on his face. "I don't seem to see those familiar important ministers of Dragon Cloud City." The Viscount looked around in a dignified manner. "Where are the counts other than Regent Lisband? Wasn't yesterday the day of the state affairs hearing?" "This is not an official diplomatic mission," Lisband himself answered. The former Prime Minister said coldly, "There is no need to alarm them." "Is this really all right?" Kenvita put on a slightly surprised expression. I heard that they were still discussing the Archduchess' marriage yesterday. I heard that Count Hurst and Count Nazir are both good candidates for the Archduchess' husband. Yet, when the king's special envoy came, they left them behind? Thales's breathing instantly froze. You're really well informed. Only the direct vassals of Dragon Cloud City would know so accurately. Count Leespan quickly followed up after a barely noticeable moment of astonishment. His tone was unfriendly. Could it be that you've bribed another rat in the Hall of Heroes? Kenvita laughed. How would I dare? The vassals of Dragon Cloud City have always been loyal. Why would they be bribed by us? I'm just saying that the rats in the palace are infested with rats, Leespan replied without a trace. Why would you think of vassals? Kenvita raised his eyebrows. Seal Leespan, the former prime minister who served the kingdom for decades, the born king's most capable assistant, and the man who was once known as the Eye of the Dragon. He lived up to his name. He was a difficult opponent. And he became even more determined as he aged. It's been years since we last met. I'm glad to see that you're healthy and healthy. The next second, Kenvita cast his gaze on the only teenager with the 9-pointed star emblem in the hall without hesitation. He flashed a smile. On behalf of the king, may I ask how you've been? Prince Thales. Leespan and Nicholas furrowed their brows at the same time. They looked at Thales. Saroma blinked. Amidst her surprise, she actually breathed a sigh of relief. She seemed to be a little glad that the prince shared the burden of the opening scene. Thales furrowed his brows. He endured the stares from everyone present, especially from Leespan. With a face full of suspicion, he stared back at the smiling Kenvita. Damn it. This guy, he makes it sound like I'm very familiar with Lampard. Even though I'm indeed very familiar with him. It's true that we haven't seen each other for many years, Viscount Kenvita, but, Thales braced himself and said, I'm healthy and healthy. Why do your words sound like you're comforting those old people who are about to die soon? The aloof Saroma snickered. Kenvita's polite and complacent smile froze on his face. Beside him, Krosh did not bother to hide it. She seemed to be mocking Kenvita. Coincidentally, Count Leespan, who usually did not smile much, actually laughed coldly in cooperation with him at that moment. You're still as eloquent as before. Kenvita looked around at the hostile gazes around him and had no choice but to put away his smile. He said stiffly, His Majesty misses you very much, Your Highness. He often mentioned that you still owe each other a glass of wine. Thales sighed in his heart again. Lispan's gaze swept towards him again. 18 years ago, my Uncle Herman died from a glass of poisoned wine. The prince scratched his head. Owe each other a glass of wine. Are you sure these are the king's exact words? Kenvita shut his mouth. Looks like His Majesty is right. This journey of ours will be very interesting. At this moment, Count Leespan laughed. Cut the useless nonsense and provocations, and get straight to the point. As the Night Falcon of Black Sand region, Viscount Kenvita, who has risen to fame in recent years, why have you come? The regent's laughter rang through the entire hall. Night Falcon? Can't you Northlanders come up with a slightly more imaginative nickname? Thales could not help but ridicule in his heart when he remembered that Duke Arun's nickname was Iron Eagle. Leespan tilted his head and sized up Kenvita. King Chapman wouldn't have sent you just to sow discord when he is in a terrible predicament because of Rocknee's alliance against the king, right? There was an indescribable majesty in the count's voice. It reminded Thales of the born king who had passed away many years ago. You can't save your king, who is in dire straits and in constant trouble with just your glib tongue. So, what important information did you bring? Kenvita raised his head. The smile on his face gradually faded. His gaze on Leespan slowly became serious. I must admit that a small disagreement has arisen between the Archdukes and His Majesty. Thales sneered in his heart. A small disagreement? But I believe that we can stand together for the common future of extensions. For the common glory and disgrace of Extet, no matter what difficulties and obstacles we face, we can work together to overcome them. Viscount Canvida's expression turned cold. He uttered a sentence that moved the expressions of all the people present. Like now. Thales's heart skipped a beat. Now? Wait. He said that for the common glory of Extet, that means. The silence in the hall lasted for a few seconds. The shrewd and perceptive Count Leesban had already realized something. Common glory and disgrace? The old count stared intently at Canvida's expression. He enunciated each word clearly and slowly said, "What is it?" He immediately jumped to the conclusion he came up with. "Is there going to be a war?" Thales's eyelids twitched. Canvida raised his eyebrows slightly, as if he was surprised by the count's answer. What made Thales rather uneasy was that in the next second, Canvida smiled and said, he nodded. Wake, farewell, funeral, cremation, burial. Up until now, the funeral for his grandmother's funeral had gone smoothly. Tomorrow was the 7th day of her death. After some traditional worship ceremonies and banquets, even if the funeral was held, the matter would come to an end. When I was guarding the memorial tablet, I took some time to write this chapter. Thank you, my readers, for your understanding and support over the past week. There were probably no other books that could remain in the top 10 bestsellers list of fantasy novels after not updating for 6 consecutive days. Of course, The Kingdom had its fair share of twists and turns this week. The plagiarism incident had just ended when the book encountered another supernatural incident. On the 11th of July, between 12:30 p.m. and 14:30 p.m., The Kingdom's Bloodline received more than 500 negative 3-star reviews on Chidian's PC page by a bunch of smurfs who had 0 fan points. Swordless could only express that he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The editor also said helplessly, "I'm probably being targeted, and it's allowed by the rules. Even the technical backend can't do anything about it. I can only spread my hands and wait for the day when my rating drops to 0. Sigh. Just kidding. Just like Thales's experience, Swordless Sword believed that only blazing fire could forge true steel, and only by constantly updating could a good chapter be written. What's more, it was just over 500 negative reviews. This was still far from the raging fire. Patting the commenter's shoulder earnestly, the revolution has not succeeded yet. Comrades, you still need to work hard. Everyone, wait for my return. I was guarding the memorial tablet alone, preparing to continue the incense. Chapter 290. It's information from the West. Canvida puffed out his chest and put on a stern expression. 3 days ago, our friends in the West held a closed-door secret meeting. At least 3 elders suggested that it was time to renegotiate and adjust the amount of goods and contributions to Extet every year. The West. At that moment, Lisbon's pupils contracted. You mean, the Alliance of Freedom? The Alliance of Freedom on the Golden Passage, southwest of the city of Faraway Prayers? When he heard this term, Nicholas suddenly raised his head. His expression was unpleasant. Canvida nodded expressionlessly. Even though the Alliance of Freedom has yet to make a final decision, and the elders' positions are still wavering, Canvida said coldly, and there was a chilling tone in his words that made others fear him. But without a doubt, when they dared to have this idea pop up in their stupid and cowardly minds and bring up the motion on the round table where Prince Soria tested his blade, Extet's dignity has already been violated. Once Canvida finished speaking, he closed his mouth and quietly waited for a response. Thales noticed that the Northlanders, whether they were personal guards like Nicholas and Justin, or high nobles like Leesban, all held their breaths for a moment. The air in the hall seemed to have frozen for a moment because of this sentence. But, the Alliance of Freedom. Not Constellation. Thales exhaled. Fortunately, it was not the part he was most worried about. He cast a puzzled glance at the female archbishop, but Saroma only shook her head quietly with a slightly worried expression. Obviously, she had some understanding of this term. A few seconds later. Count Lisban slowly raised his head. His gaze drifted into the distance as he recalled the extraordinary years of the past. But his words were filled with an unquestionable might. 20 years ago, we generously taught these children in the Golden Corridor that they should abide by their duties. Under the great dragon's wrath, even the white elves who prided themselves on their nobility could not protect them. Did the children of the Alliance not learn this lesson? Kenvita sneered. There was a profound meaning in his gaze. Obviously, compared to 20 years ago, the children seemed to have an illusion that Extet, which does not have a born king, is kinder. A cold glare appeared in Viscount Kenvita's eyes. It's time to teach them another lesson. Behind him, Croche chuckled. The hall fell into silence. What was going on? Extet and the Alliance of Freedom? Without batting an eyelid, Thales recalled the geographical knowledge he learned from the Northland nobles' courses over the past 6 years. Of course, it was centered around Extet. The prince once jokingly called it the world in Extet's eyes. After the Battle of Eradication, the western border of the Great Desert of the Western Peninsula became a peaceful and pure land during the early stages of the calendar of eradication because it was far away from the conflict between the two new powers of power, Constellation and the Dragon. It became a peaceful and pure land during the early stages of the calendar of eradication. Kingdoms and cities of various sizes were built there, forming a long belt that spanned across many forces of power in the Western Peninsula from north to south. In the east was the desert interior and the rocky valley, in the north was the Northern Sea Kingdom and Northland, in the west was the Devil's Sea and the Sea of Despair with its countless ports, in the south was the Dragon-Kissed Land and Thorn Land on the long corridor coast, in the southeast was the Twin Fog Seas and even Constellation. Before the gradual rise of the Camus Union in the several continental wars, this corridor was known for having many small countries along the way. The various powers were separated and autonomous, far away from the influence of powerful countries. When a few cities further to the west, later known as the Camions, began to trade in the peninsula, they called this complicated overland corridor that was connected to various countries and filled with trade goods the Golden Corridor. The Alliance of Freedom that Kenvita and Lisban mentioned was located at the northeastern end of the Golden Corridor. It was adjacent to the city of Faraway Prayers in the west of Extet in the east, and Good Flow City in the west of Camus Union. If one was a little more daring, they could even reach Constellation's western desert hill by going southeast through a stretch of desert. For a relatively long period of time, this land, which was the end of the Golden Corridor, was in chaos. It was only after the Fourth Peninsular War that the Alliance of Freedom, which was ruled by many powers in a compromise, appeared. In the past 100 years or so, the Alliance of Freedom had managed to maintain its existence amidst the complicated situation where many internal and external forces intertwined with each other. It was obvious from Lisban's words that the Alliance of Freedom had sided with Extet in the most recent battle. The Northlanders, who were at the height of their power, had relied on their terrifying achievements in subduing Constellation and Camus Union with violence to seize influence and dominance over the Alliance of Freedom. They had also occupied a large amount of benefits in the northernmost part of the Golden Corridor. So, if the Alliance of Freedom is trying to break away from Extet's control, Thales thought, Lampard wants to start a war towards the west? But the people led by Archduke Rockne are clearly criticizing his rule. Does the king still expect to use this arduous and unrewarding battle to clear his name? Since that scene 6 years ago, the conflict between the king and the archdukes has long been irreconcilable, hasn't it? Viscount Kenvita raised his head and looked at Saroma, who seemed to be deep in thought. My lady, this is King Chapman. His Majesty asked me to bring you important information. The dignity of Northlanders can only be protected with blood. Kenvita's gaze focused, and there was a faint sense of oppression in him. What is Dragon Cloud City's attitude towards this? In the face of Kenvita's seemingly polite but aggressive question, Saroma furrowed her brows. At that moment, Thales saw a flash of helplessness and hesitation in her eyes. But the young girl quickly coughed softly and looked at Regent Lisban out of habit. Count Lisban was silent for a long while. It must have been difficult for you to obtain information. Finally, the regent raised his profound gaze, which seemed to carry a weight of 1,000 pounds. Black Sand region is clearly far away from the desert and the Golden Corridor, but you actually reacted to such a major matter earlier than the City of Faraway Prayers, which is right next to the Alliance of Freedom, and even sent someone to inform us earlier. Is it Archduke Rocknee's oversight, or are you being too considerate? Lisban especially emphasized the word considerate. The moment he said this, Thales could not help but raise his eyebrows slightly. Viscount Kenvita's expression also changed slightly. He sized up Count Lisban again. I see. The Prince of Constellation figured out the suspicions of the envoys from Black Sand region. They should not be the ones to inform us about this matter, and they should not be so enthusiastic. Behind Kenvita, Croce snorted softly and said coldly, of course, we have to live up to his ambitions and grand plans when we serve a king who aspires to travel far and wide. Kenvita curled up the corners of his lips and nodded slightly at Croce. However, the female warrior did not even look at him. She only stared at the Archduchess. Lisban snorted indifferently. Let's not talk about Eksted's influence on the Golden Corridor for now. Count Lisban straightened his back slightly, and his tone was solemn. The Alliance of Freedom is connected to abundant commercial goods and huge profits. It is also adjacent to the City of Faraway Prayers. Once it breaks away from our control, the one who will suffer the most and worry the most should be Archduke Rocknee, am I right? You are really generous to trouble yourselves for his sake. In the increasingly depressing atmosphere of the meeting, the Count directly pointed out the doubtful point. Kenvita smiled faintly. The Rocknee family and the City of Faraway Prayers' losses are Eksted's losses. However, Lisban interrupted him loudly. Even if Archduke Rocknee is tirelessly and clearly denouncing King Chapman's rule? Even if he calls for us to refuse to pay taxes to the king and that traitor who does not respect tradition? Kenvita seemed to be angered as well. His originally smiling expression turned cold. Extensions are inseparable. We are bound together for good or ill. This is the future that His Majesty the King hopes for and works hard for. Of course, we hope that Archduke Rocknee can understand his painstaking efforts, and we hope that you can understand as well. This is indeed an interesting piece of news. Count Lisban looked like he was prepared to shoulder all the pressure from the Archduchess so that the overwhelmed Archduchess could relax. The Kinslayer is actually a patriot. The moment Count Lisban uttered that nickname without hesitation, Kenvita and Croce's expressions turned cold at the same time. Thales sighed inwardly. Kinslayer. This is probably a stain and shadow that Lampard will never be able to get rid of for the rest of his life. Thales recalled Chapman Lampard's expression in the firelight. Compared to other people's opinions, the bigger shadow should be in his own heart. This could be said to be the brand that King Nuvan left for Lampard, a brand that would accompany him for the rest of his life. Believe me, King Chapman has always placed Eksted's dignity and interests in his heart. Kenvita's expression was ice cold. I cannot tell you how much His Majesty wanted to gather all of Eksted's military forces and tear down the Alliance of Freedom city walls to serve as their tombstones the moment he received the news, but Lisban snorted angrily without holding back. Put those pretty words away. The old regent's tone was very calm, but it seemed to contain a pressure that made it hard for people to breathe. When Archduke Rocknee of the City of Faraway Prayers leads the heroes of the city and appeals to the entire country to get ready to revolt against the king's unjust actions, the Alliance of Freedom to the west of the City of Faraway Prayers inexplicably became internally unstable and caused trouble for Rocknee? Thales could not help but furrow his eyebrows at Lisban's straightforward attitude. But the prince could not figure out Kenvita's intentions. This is a fight between the king and Rocknee, but why did he deliberately inform Dragon Cloud City? Does King Chapman still expect Dragon Cloud City to stand on his side? Rocknee has to choose, right? Lisban removed his hands from his back and crossed them in front of his chest. He took a step forward and stared at Kenvita, who was at the foot of the stairs. In the name of justice, if he wants to solve his immediate worries and protect his prestige as the Archduke of the City of Faraway Prayers, he must give up on protesting and opposing Chapman. He must even work with the king. Only then will he be free to deal with the internal strife of the Alliance of Freedom and seize back the interests that belong to the City of Faraway Prayers. Kenvita was silent for a few seconds. I do not understand what you mean, Your Grace. Lisban snorted coldly. We are all Northlanders. Let's not play the Constellatiates politics of the Empire. Constellatiates? Politics of the Empire? Thales could not help but raise his eyebrows. The prince swore that he saw the corners of Saroma's lips curl upwards. Tell me, Lisban said sternly, if Rockne does not make a choice that meets your expectations, how will King Chapman react? Kenvita stared at Lisban for a few seconds. In the end, the envoy of Black Sand region laughed. I believe that His Majesty still has to respect the joint ruling pledge. After all, the Alliance of Freedom is the closest to the City of Faraway Prayers. So, when it comes to handling matters related to the Alliance, he respects Archduke Rockne's attitude. He also respects the interests and autonomy of the City of Faraway Prayers even more. Condemning those children is one thing, but recklessly meddling in the Archduke's internal affairs is undoubtedly unwise. Hey! Lisban shouted sarcastically. At this moment, our king actually remembered the joint ruling pledge and remembered that this is the internal affairs of the Archdukes. Kenvita did not answer. He only bowed slightly, and the regent shut his mouth. The hall regained its strange silence. Thales saw Nicholas furrowing his eyebrows tightly, while Saroma seemed to be deep in thought. Strange. In this strange audience, Thales quickly found a few suspicious points that he could not figure out. Black Sand region mentioned the Alliance of Freedom, but according to Lisban, this was just one part of the game between King Chapman, Archduke Rockne, and the other opposers. But what does this have to do with Dragon Cloud City? Why did Lampard send someone to inform Saroma about this? More importantly, what does this have to do with me and Thales Jadestar? If what Gilbert said about there are no meaningless words in diplomacy and testing our footsteps and strength is true, Thales frowned. He had too little information. A few seconds later, Count Lisban's expression changed. He raised his gaze. I know why you came to Dragon Cloud City. The Count became solemn. And what happened yesterday? Lisban narrowed his eyes. You sent Dragon Cloud City into the eye of the storm. What? Sent Dragon Cloud City into the eye of the storm? Thales was slightly stunned. He could not keep up with their train of thought. Obviously, he was not the only one who did not understand Lisban's words. Saroma widened her eyes. This was the usual behavior of a young girl when she was confused. The young girl and the teenager looked at each other. They saw the doubt and puzzlement in each other's eyes. Eye of the Dragon, Seal Lisban. Kenvita's expression became completely serious. He looked at his opponent again. As expected, you live up to your reputation. At that moment, Thales had a feeling that today's meeting was a confrontation between Lisban and Kenvita. It was a game of chess that only they could understand. Let's end the audience here, my lady, Lisban said coldly. Saroma stared at Lisban in a daze, but she still nodded obediently. Are you sure? Kenvita sneered. This concerns the great dragon's honor and disgrace, and His Majesty is waiting for the Archduchess' reply. The Viscount added meaningfully, and not the regent's reply. Thales sighed in his heart. That's enough. You know better than anyone else how this will proceed. Lisban stared at Kenvita with a cold expression. He did not even bother to maintain a friendly facade. The Archduchess will give you an answer, but not now. The Count said coldly, at least, not before the City of Faraway Prayers sends an envoy to visit. Kenvita inhaled and regained his calm expression. He bowed slightly. Then we shall take our leave, Your Grace, the Viscount of Black Sand region said softly. By the way, Kenvita cast a meaningful glance at the slightly puzzled Saroma. He said, the new spectacles are very beautiful. Saroma could not help but change her expression. Thales felt a chill run down his spine. The regent's gaze on him was very oppressive. Count Leesban snorted coldly. Enough said, Your Grace. Kenvita smiled, bowed slightly to the Prince of Constellation intentionally, and turned to leave. At that moment, Star Killer, my superior, sent his regards. Croche, who had been silent all this while, suddenly raised her head and looked at the warrior on the other side of Leesban. That knife is really difficult to use. Those were his exact words. On the stairs, Nicholas sneered. This knife is quite useful. The Star Killer shook his head. What a pity. Croche nodded and turned towards the Archduchess' seat. Your Grace, please take care. She stared at Saroma with a gentle and hopeful gaze, causing Thales to be slightly startled. Ah, thank you for your kindness, Saroma answered subconsciously. Please believe that your weight and value are far greater than you imagine. The female warrior seemed to only want to finish what she wanted to say. Croche said softly, No matter what, your existence is a miracle that has not been seen in Northland for 1,000 years. You are the flag that allows us to move forward. Please seize the power that belongs to you, be independent, and become a true Archduke of Ekstedt. Because you are not inferior to anyone else. After saying this, Croche bowed deeply. Then, ignoring Saroma, who had yet to react, she turned and left resolutely, following Kenvita's footsteps. The hall was filled with astonishment and solemnity. Chapter 291. Even though Thales was baffled by the baffling meeting with Leesban, and the confrontation between Leesban and Kenvita under the table was also filled with suspicious points, the second prince did not intend to be troubled by this for too long. If there was anything he learned from that thrilling night 6 years ago, it would be, So you came to me? In the blood court, Putre, whose afternoon stroll was interrupted, stared at the smiling prince in dissatisfaction as he paced back and forth. Yes. Thales leisurely imitated Putre's pace. His right hand tapped his saber rhythmically. Ralph and Waya followed behind them. And I look forward to your answer that I'm satisfied with. Putre snorted coldly. You expect a slow-witted, stubborn, and sarcastic old man who has just arrived in Dragon Cloud City 2 days ago to analyze such a complicated and difficult diplomatic and internal affairs situation? The Lord flicked his pipe with a nonchalant expression. Perhaps you should ask Gilbert, and I really can't do anything about it, a slow-witted, stubborn, and sarcastic old man? Thales took a deep breath. All right. The prince turned around and walked backward in front of Putre. He raised his hands and faced Putre. I will not mention for now how that grumpy old man managed to find the kingdom's secret intelligence department and Nicholas during the most desperate moment 6 years ago. First, he miraculously rescued me from the secret room and Lampard's hands. Then, he decisively supported us in breaking into Heroic Spirit Palace, and cleverly sent the prince into the Hall of Heroes. In the end, he miraculously saved Dragon Cloud City's glory. Wyatt chimed in cooperatively behind him. Even Ralph nodded and hummed. Thales gave them a thumbs up. Putre flashed an unpleasant smile. Not for now. Thales ignored Putre's smile and continued, I'll just say that on the first day I arrived in Dragon Cloud City, that grumpy old man told me in a baffling manner, vividly, and in great detail what kind of shocking secret happened in the highly secretive Hall of Heroes during the council hearing in Dragon Cloud City on the day of Dragon Cloud City's affairs, which is difficult to get close to. Do you know how furious Lisbon's expression was when Kenvita revealed the contents of the hearing? Putre raised his eyebrows. I have more friends, that's all. And most importantly. As Thales retreated, he raised his right index finger and pointed at Putre. Amidst the treacherous and complicated situation in Dragon Cloud City, you, who have been missing for 6 years, suddenly appeared. Thales leaned forward and narrowed his eyes. Are you going to tell me that this is a coincidence? That you're just here to introduce a teacher and give him a pair of glasses? Aha. Putre coughed awkwardly. Speaking of that pair of spectacles, you know, it was specially made for the Archduchess. It's, Thales furrowed his brows. Waya, Madeira, guard the perimeter. Let no one hear us, he interrupted, wisely putting an end to Putre's attempts to change the subject. The slightly puzzled duo received their orders and left. Thales turned around again and looked at Putre sternly. Putre looked at the prince, feeling a faint uneasiness in his heart. You know, I didn't pursue the matter that day. Thales' expression changed slightly. But Waya reminded me more than once. After I was trapped in Dragon Cloud City, you disappeared without a word. It took you more than 6 years to reappear in front of me. Thales raised his head. It's not that I don't trust you, but why didn't you do it earlier or later? Why did you do it now, more than 6 years later? Putre's expression froze. Waya inherited his father's sensitivity. A few seconds later, Putre sighed softly and said, but he didn't learn his father's magnanimity. Thales ignored him and continued to speak. 6 years ago, when I was just recognized as a prince. You had just returned to Eternal Star City when Gilbert asked you to protect me in the north as the vice diplomat. Putre stopped walking. He lowered his head so that his expression could not be seen clearly. Facts have proven that Gilbert's decision was correct. Not everyone can deal with the White Blade Guards, the Secret Room, Black Sand Region, the Kingdom's Secret Intelligence Department, and Count Leaseban with limited resources and a keen sense for conspiracies and the atmosphere in an isolated city without any help. In fact, not only can he not be at a disadvantage, he can even do it with ease. Thales also stopped walking. He shook his head. Although you are very good at hiding yourself, and no one really cares, I know better than anyone else that a powerless prince can never save the world alone. From decisively retreating, preserving his strength, contacting everyone, rescuing the prince, hinting me to counterattack, breaking into Heroic Spirit Palace, playing the game with Black Sand Region, and reversing the situation, Thales took a deep breath. 6 years ago, the person who truly saved Dragon Cloud City countless times behind the scenes was actually you. Lord Putre Nemain. The former civil official from the Foreign Affairs Division with a suspicious identity, the former Viscount who was demoted after the Bloody Year. And the former king's eldest son, Midir Jadestar's attendant. Putre did not speak. Thales lowered his head and remembered what Putre had told him about the Bloody Year in Heroic Spirit Palace. As far as I know, this is not something an ordinary person can do. Thales' expression darkened slightly. Don't you think that there are too many mysteries surrounding you, Putre? In that second, Putre froze for a moment. His expression stiffened. It was as if Thales had seen through him. Be more honest. Thales observed Putre's reaction and sighed. He turned around again and waited for Putre to catch up. Putre, don't learn from the kingdom's secret intelligence department. You know I don't like them. Tell me, what kind of chess game am I in right now? They walked past a big tree. Putre knocked the ashes out of his pipe. His expression was gloomy, and he did not say a word. Thales only stared at him in silence. I understand. Finally, Putre sighed slightly and returned to the tone he used when they first met. What do you want to know about the current situation, my troublesome little prince? Thales frowned slightly and recalled the many doubts in his mind. Connect. After a few seconds, the teenage prince looked around and said cautiously and softly, I want to know how all the major events on the surface are connected through the hidden interests under the surface. I think this is your forte. Putre put his pipe back into his tobacco pouch and was slightly startled. Connect? Thales nodded and imitated Lisbon's action of putting his hands behind his back, but his gaze drifted into the distance. 6 years ago, Miranda Arun told me in the prison cell that everything that happened in Dragon Cloud City seemed to be unrelated, but there was actually an important clue that connected everything. Thales narrowed his eyes. Later, we discovered that the clue behind the scenes was called Dragon's Blood. At that moment, Putre unknowingly slowed down and fell a step behind the prince. Over the past few months, ever since King Chapman issued the new enfeoffment decree, the city of faraway prayers gathered everyone to denounce the king. Lampard was condemned, I was blamed as a hostage, the Archduchess of Dragon Cloud City was forced into a marriage, the Alliance of Freedom was unstable, and Black Sand region came to Dragon Cloud City as ambassadors. Thales was completely unaware of everything around him and continued to ponder. Although everything is very fragmented, and some things are not even related, but I feel that the current situation is the same as it was back then. There is also a vague clue that connects everything. I want to seize it, instead of passively dealing with the troubles that come knocking on my door. Putre's gaze froze for a moment. Both of them were silent for a few seconds. Finally, Putre let out a long sigh. You know, when we met the day before yesterday, I thought you were more cheerful than before. The thin man shook his head. But now, I realize that the real you is even more anxious, vigilant, and nervous than before. Can you really sleep at night? This time, Thales stopped moving. 6 years ago, I fell once due to carelessness and complacency. The prince's gaze slowly focused. The price was my freedom, and an enemy of the king. That feeling, the feeling of helplessness and fear where you can only drift with the wind, not knowing where to go in the next second. Thales stared fixedly at the stone slab under his feet, which had cracked due to age, and said flatly, I don't want to experience it a second time. At that moment, for the first time, Putre felt that the 14-year-old teenager beside him was a prince named Jadestar. The Lord shook his head gently and whispered, You've changed. Thales snapped out of his daze and smiled faintly. Everyone changes. Either more or less. Putre stared at him for a long time. Finally, when Thales thought that a few centuries had passed, Putre started walking again. This time, the Lord's expression was no longer languid and sarcastic. It became serious and nervous. For many years, the Alliance of Freedom has been dependent on the City of Faraway Prayers for survival. Here it comes. Thales quickly caught up with him and pricked up his ears. As the Great Dragon's vassals, they provide Extet with benefits from the Golden Passage. Extet also maintains its control over the Golden Passage and the western side of the peninsula through them, keeping Camus Union in check from afar. Putre scratched his chin and said seriously, You know, it's just like our relationship with Sarah Dukedom. Constellation controls Dragon-Kissed Land, which means that they control the southeastern end of the Golden Passage and the coast of the Long Corridor. They even affect Thornlands, I know. Saroma's teachers taught me that Extet and the Alliance of Freedom had a fight 20 years ago. Thales coughed and waved his hand, cutting off the former bard's desire to talk and perform. Let's get straight to the point. Putre glanced at him in dissatisfaction. He seemed to be very displeased with the fact that the little prince who was obsessed with listening to stories had now become a young man who interrupted him. However, he still continued, about what you said, about the fight. 20 years ago, the governor of the Alliance of Freedom found a new ally. He thought that King Nuven was busy with the dangerous situation at the glacier defense line and had some disagreements with the City of Faraway Prayers, so he had no time to care about the West. So, for the first time, he had the idea of independence. Thales was slightly startled. A new ally? Putre nodded. White Mountain, he said cautiously. These arrogant white elves rarely interfered in human affairs. They were not very powerful, but they should not be underestimated. They supported the Alliance of Freedom in seeking independence, the Lord said as he walked. Of course, some people suspected that the Camians were also involved. Extet and Vine City, which is located in the south of Camus Union, were united by marriage. This made several northern Camus Union states very uneasy. Thales was slightly startled. He thought of Marquis Shiles, who was always smiling. And the result? The result? Putre snorted softly. There was a hint of mockery in his tone. The overconfident governor of the Alliance seized the tribute goods sent to Extet without authorization. He also wrote a tactful but firm letter, requesting that they reevaluate their friendship. Even though the City of Faraway Prayers and Dragon Cloud City were in conflict, as the supreme ruler of the kingdom of the Great Dragon, King Nuven did not gloat over their misfortune, nor did he reply to the letter to wrangle. Putre put on a stern face. He did not hesitate to blow the enlistment order. The army of Dragon Cloud City traveled a long distance and met up with the soldiers from the city of Faraway Prayers and Defense City. They then marched towards the Alliance of Freedom. Thales quietly listened to the past of the Alliance of Freedom and Extet. He quickly connected the details of the information that were not recorded in class or in history books with the current situation. As a conclusion, more than 20,000 extension warriors trampled through every gate and barricade in Fort Liberté. Prince Soria's troops even fought their way into White Mountain and threatened the White Elves' Archon Court. They stained the Good Flow River red with the blood of their enemies' skulls. When Putre said this, he felt a little sentimental for some reason, as though he had seen it with his own eyes. It was said that after 2 years, the nobles in Good Flow City did not dare to drink the river water that flowed from the upper reaches of the Alliance of Freedom. The price of the famous freshwater seafood in the Good Flow River basin also plummeted. That year, King Nuvan reaffirmed the kingdom of the Great Dragon's absolute dominance at the end of the Golden Passage. He intimidated the small countries and city-states that had become complacent in the peace. He used blood to tell the Alliance of Freedom that there was no such thing as mutual friendship between the Great Dragon and the ants. Nuvan. Thales muttered to himself. He thought of the old king with unparalleled might and his tragic end. It's him again. King Nuvan's 30 years of rule that shook the Western Peninsula was not without reason. Putre sighed softly. Not every king lived up to his oath to stand at the forefront of the kingdom. After that, the Rockney family in the city of Faraway Prayers changed their attitude towards Dragon Cloud City. Even the Camions became more well-behaved. Good Flow City even humbled themselves. The Marquis of the city personally came to Northland to apologize with a smile. Thales thought of something. 20 years ago, as the king, the Archduke of Dragon Cloud City sent troops to support the interests of the city of Faraway Prayers in the name of all of Extet. The prince punched his palm. So, when the Alliance of Freedom became unstable again, Lisband said that Rockney had to choose. Thales recalled Regent Lisbon's words in the hall. If the city of Faraway Prayers wanted to receive the support of the entire kingdom led by the king, Archduke Rockney would have to choose to compromise with the king and give up on gathering the nobles to denounce King Chapman. The thin lord snorted softly. Indeed, this is a good method. In the name of the king, with the righteousness of Extet, he forced the archdukes to take the initiative to fight for the kingdom to be in the hands of Black Sand region. Putre nodded. I can imagine, in the face of King Chapman's helping hand, Rockney, but Thales shook his head firmly. I know Archduke Rockney. He will not choose to compromise. The image of Lampard and Rockney with ferocious expressions appeared in Thales' mind. The tense scene of them facing off against each other in the hall appeared in his mind. He would rather practice his beliefs in blood and fire, and fight against the king to the end. Also, Thales thought, the conflict between King Chapman and the archdukes now was far from comparable to the conflict between King Nuvan and the archdukes in the past. Putre chuckled. That's even more interesting. They walked up the steps leading to the prince's bedroom and watched as a broken tree root extended beneath their feet. If Rockney refuses the king's help, he will have to face the internal strife of the Alliance of Freedom alone. If necessary, he will not hesitate to send troops alone to reaffirm the dignity of the kingdom of the Great Dragon. It is a small matter for the city of Faraway Prayers to watch the Alliance of Freedom go out of control and lose a large amount of income, but Archduke Rockney's prestige will definitely suffer a heavy blow. Regardless of whether the city of Faraway Prayers is humiliated or Extet is humiliated, it will not be a good thing for him. Thales desperately tried to recall the geographical overview of Extet's western side. To deal with the Alliance of Freedom alone. Can the city of Faraway Prayers and Rockney do it? This is the time to test the city of Faraway Prayers' strength, as well as Archduke Rockney's control over his vassals. Putre seemed to be recalling something. But I think, even if it will not be as smooth as when the three archdukes worked together 20 years ago, it will still be more than enough for the city of Faraway Prayers to deal with the small Alliance of Freedom, which is adjacent to the desert and the Golden Passage. But the problem is, once they put all their energy into the internal strife of the Alliance, Rockney's plan to continue contacting the nobles and denouncing the king will be affected. Thales furrowed his eyebrows. So, Regent Lisbon's suspicions are true. The internal strife of the Alliance of Freedom is related to Lampard, and he might even be the one behind it, the prince said faintly. This will allow the city of faraway prayers and Archduke Rockney, who are on fire in their backyard, to stop pressing forward, and save Black Sand region from being denounced by the entire country. Putre raised his eyebrows. Who knows? But Thales stopped again with a puzzled expression. But I still can't figure it out. If this is just a game between the common elected king and Archduke Rockney, why did King Chapman send Kent Vita to Dragon Cloud City? And why did Lisbon say that Dragon Cloud City was sent into the eye of the storm? Why Dragon Cloud City? Putre also stopped in his tracks. He smiled faintly, and his eyes shone with a strange light. You found the point, young prince. Thales' eyebrows twitched. Chapter 292. While Thales was still in a daze, as if he had grasped something, Putre took out his pipe again and began to fill it with tobacco. As you said, once the staunch Archduke Rockney does not compromise with Black Sand region, does not rely on the king's conscription order, and does not rely on King Chapman's name, and decides to clean up the mess in the Alliance of Freedom on his own, Putre said straightforwardly, facing the prince's gaze. But if he wants to continue denouncing and fighting against King Chapman, Thales took a deep breath. Rockney will have to find additional helpers to take down the Alliance of Freedom at the lowest cost. The logical clues in the prince's mind became clearer. For example, Dragon Cloud City, and the Walton family, who once sent troops to support the city of faraway prayers. Thales looked up with a solemn expression. I'm starting to understand. Putre nodded and lit his pipe. As long as Rockney obtains Dragon Cloud City support, as long as the Archduchess promises to send troops to support the city of faraway prayers battle, just like she did 20 years ago, Putre said calmly, then Rockney can confidently reject Lampard's ill-intentioned scheme. He can deal with the Alliance of Freedom with ease while saying no to the king without flinching. I understand now. After Rockney makes his choice, Thales thought of the young Archduchess and pinched his chin, feeling a headache coming on. Then it will be Saroma's turn to choose whether to support Rockney and join him in fighting against the king. Putre snorted softly. But this time, it's completely different compared to the simple show of support. Supporting the city of faraway prayers means that she has to put up a bargaining chip, pay a price, and make a promise, if necessary, recruit troops, march westward on a large scale, and fight against the Alliance of Freedom and its supporters. The current situation is like when Prince Maria was assassinated, and King Kessel was faced with the choice of whether to fight or to make peace. As he puffed out smoke, Putre let go of the pipe in his mouth. The Archduchess of Dragon Cloud City has to make a decision on behalf of Dragon Cloud City, to fight or to make peace? To pay the price and resolutely support the city of faraway prayers in dealing with the Alliance, or to stand by and watch the situation develop? The prince slowly raised his head. The choice King Kessel faced when Prince Maria was assassinated? Thales recalled the Supreme King of Constellation who coldly raised the scepter in his hand when he was pressured by the vassals in Renaissance Palace 6 years ago. Wait, it would be fine if it was someone else. Thales recalled what Putre had told him about the feud between the two countries and the past. He could not help but be slightly shocked. But Dragon Cloud City. Ah. Putre was a little surprised by the prince's reaction, but he still nodded expressionlessly. For an ordinary extension, when faced with the Alliance of Freedom, this is just a question of fight or not. But for Dragon Cloud City and the Walton family, this isn't just about the great dragon's honor, it's also about the family's dignity. Putre exhaled a puff of smoke. His gaze was sharp. 20 years ago, on the day the Alliance of Freedom's Governor-General's rude letter arrived in Dragon Cloud City, before the snow on the envoy's boots had dried up, Nuvan VII blew the conscription order of the kingdom without hesitation. Attack the Alliance of Freedom. Thales' expression became extremely solemn. A year later, King Nuvan's eldest son, Soria Walton, chopped off the Alliance's Governor-General's 10 fingers one by one in Fort Liberté, which had surrendered, in front of the shivering elders of the Alliance. Putray's tone also slowly became solemn. It was said that every time he chopped off a finger, he would loudly ask one of the elders, "Do you know how to write a letter?" After chopping off the last finger, Prince Soria threw the disrespectful letter back to the almost fainting Governor-General. "No, you don't," Soria said with a smile. Then, he hanged all the elders who did not answer a no. Soria Walton. Thales furrowed his brows. Sounds like a brutal commander. Putray narrowed his eyes and lowered his head slightly. But he also succeeded in making the Alliance of Freedom remember the great dragon's anger and terror. During those years in the Golden Passage, Soria's name was more useful than King Nuvan's. Even Camus Vine City, which was the Walton family's in-laws, benefited from it. Even their most hated enemy in the Alliance did not dare to make things difficult for their goods. Thales clenched his fists. "Do you understand now?" Putray stared at the prince. King Nuvan ordered to send out his troops, and Soria won. Just like that, the Walton family protected Extet's dignity. And 20 years later, if the Archduchess, who has been criticized and questioned by the people, chooses to remain neutral and watch from the sidelines when faced with the Alliance of Freedom, chooses to retreat and avoid war when faced with the same problem, Thales exhaled. He had figured out the crux of the matter. She had no choice. The prince said firmly, in order to prove that she did not let down her father's honor, and to protect the Dragon Spear family's dignity and rule, Saroma had to send out her troops. So, in the game between King Chapman and Archduke Rockne, which was triggered by the instability of the Alliance of Freedom, Dragon Cloud City is the key. The Archduchess is not only a chess player who has to join the game, but also a turning point that can help Rockne turn the situation around and make King Chapman return to his awkward position. Thales furrowed his brows tightly. So, Black Sand Region sent someone to Dragon Cloud City because it is indeed in the eye of the storm. It is a vital point in the game between several great forces. However, Putray shook his head at this moment. If only things were that simple. Thales raised his head in surprise. "What do you mean?" "As I said, this situation is very similar to the predicament King Kessel faced in the past." Putray took a puff of his cigarette. There was shrewdness and vigilance in his eyes. If the Archduchess made a promise to the City of Faraway Prayers and supported Rockne's expedition to the west against the Alliance of Freedom at the critical moment, the problem is, how many vassals in Dragon Cloud City will support her? How many soldiers can be enlisted and should be enlisted? How will the benefits and costs be distributed? If only the direct territories of the Walton family are willing to respond, then should this war be fought? If an army is enlisted, which noble and respected vassal should lead the army? Thales was stunned. Compared to the predicament King Kessel faced in the past, what Kessel faced, that means, a terrifying thought rose in his mind. If the Archduchess cannot make a promise to the City of Faraway Prayers, she will only gain the reputation of being indecisive and hesitant. Putray's words were intermittent, and there was a rhythm that made people uneasy. He continued, "But if the Archduchess makes a promise, but is unable to fulfill it at a critical moment due to internal reasons in Dragon Cloud City, such as opposition from the vassals, a lack of soldiers, a lack of resources, or even the army recruited by Dragon Cloud City returning in failure due to low quality, then, under the eyes of all of Extet, the impact of this matter on the Archduchess' rule will be devastating." Thales frowned. If Saroma only sends the direct troops of the Walton family, and does not rely on the power of the vassals, Putray snorted coldly and shook his head. When a powerful archduke who has countless vassals under his command can only send his direct subordinates to the battlefield alone, then in the eyes of countless people, that archduke's reign will soon come to an end. Putray snorted coldly and shook his head. Thales heaved a deep sigh. Finally, with Putray's help, he found the clue that ran through the front and back. So, in short, all the problems can be summed up in one sentence. Putray took a long drag on his pipe. The wrinkles on his thin face slowly tightened. Is the current Dragon Cloud City still like the Dragon Cloud City under King Nuvan's command in the past? Is it still like the Dragon Cloud City under King Nuvan's command in the past? Is it still a unified entity? Is it indestructible from the inside out, and is united? At the moment when the reputable Dragon Cloud City and the Walton family need to stand up, the archdukes are watching her, and the vassals are also watching her. The time to test the Archduchess' prestige has arrived. Putray snorted coldly and said, to protect the family's reputation, to protect the country's dignity, and to fight against King Chapman, the Archduchess must represent Dragon Cloud City to make a promise, and ensure that this promise can be fulfilled. Thales stared at Putray, dumbfounded. Putray's gaze was focused on Thales' gray eyes. His tone was frightening. And to ensure that the vassals will support this promise, the Archduchess who has been in power for 6 years, and how much is she willing to pay? Thales took a deep breath and clenched his fists. Thales exhaled and said with great difficulty, pay a price? For example, Putray nodded. He silently observed the prince's expression. While sighing, he said softly, for example, is she willing to show her sincerity and trust to the vassals? For example, if the Archduchess marries one of the vassals, to maintain the cohesiveness of Dragon Cloud City in exchange for the vassals' trust and cooperation. With the support of her husband and the inheritance of her bloodline, she will break away from the Archduchess and become the Archduchess to restore the glory of the Walton family. Putray's voice was very soft, but in the prince's ears, it was so heavy that it sounded like thunder. Thales closed his eyes helplessly. He furrowed his eyebrows and clenched his teeth. The little rascal from 6 years ago appeared before the prince's eyes. He remembered that day 6 years ago, when the dirty little girl was engrossed in reading books in the library. He remembered that in the Hall of Heroes, when the tear-stained girl shivered and looked helplessly at the ring of triumph on her finger. He remembered that in the streets of Shield District, when the little girl screamed and desperately tried to pull him away from the tentacles. He remembered, tell me, Putray. Thales opened his eyes and said helplessly, when the fight between the king and the archdukes becomes more and more intense, when the alliance of freedom is in chaos, when the city of faraway prayers may ask Dragon Cloud City to send troops, when Saroma needs the vassal support the most. During the day of Dragon Cloud City's state affairs hearing, someone took the opportunity to cause trouble. He raised an issue regarding the Archduchess' marriage, reminding everyone that their suzerain is unmarried. Thales raised his head and said faintly as he sighed in exhaustion, is this really a coincidence? Putray did not answer immediately. He turned his head gently and looked at a towering tree in the courtyard. He looked at its roots, which had already begun to rot. Finally, Putray sighed. There is a saying that may be arbitrary, but most of the time, it is correct. Please remember it. That is. The Lord clenched his pipe tightly. His gaze was cold. There are no coincidences in politics. Thales lowered his head dejectedly. A breeze blew through the blood court. In the distance, Wyas seemed to be complaining to Ralph about something. The phantom wind follower crossed his arms again with a look of disdain. So that's how it is, the prince said softly. Everything is connected now. He raised his head and looked at the sun above his head. From the city of faraway prayers denouncing the king, to the troublesome King Chapman, to the disturbance during the state affairs hearing, to Kenvita's envoy, to the alliance of freedom, Putray stared at the prince quietly and listened to his words. Outside, this is the conflict of interest between the alliance of freedom and Extet, which was triggered by the kingdom of the Great Dragon's internal strife during the past 6 years. Thales said faintly, in essence, this is the rift left behind by the Special King Selection Congress 6 years ago. It is a game of chess between Chapman and Rockney, between Black Sand Region and the City of Faraway Prayers, between the common elected king and the archdukes. Thales pressed his hand on his saber and took a step forward. His expression was unpleasant. Inside, this is the turmoil in Dragon Cloud City caused by Nuvan's death, the disturbance caused by Archduchess Walton's succession to the throne, and the waves that were suppressed by Lisbon's prestige and the Archduke's endorsements are surging back in a frenzy 6 years later. The prince gritted his teeth, and his tone gradually became nervous. Lisban must be very angry. Someone, no matter who, bypassed him, the Archduchess' highest vassal and the regent who was actually in charge of Dragon Cloud City, and attempted to interfere with the succession of power in Dragon Cloud City. Putre stood behind him, and the corners of his lips curled up in a barely noticeable manner. You can see it very clearly. Even if someone might be making things difficult for us, this is indeed the seed we sowed when we ran amok in Dragon Cloud City and Heroic Spirit Palace 6 years ago, the thin lord said with a sigh. It was as if he had returned to the days when he fled for his life in Dragon Cloud City and survived in a desperate situation. The backlash 6 years later. Thales's face was tense. He clenched his teeth so hard that he almost broke his fists. F***ck, this is not the end. The poison-like dragon blood, not only has it not dried up. Also, it is still flowing. Silence fell between the two of them again. Just when Putre thought that the prince's emotions had become agitated because of the sudden information, there is one more thing that I don't understand. Thales turned his head and looked at Putre. He asked abruptly but calmly, why me? The lord stared at Thales' expression in surprise. Contrary to what he had expected, the prince was not panicking, agitated, or even overly emotional. He did not even seem nervous. This young man, compared to 6 years ago, Thales pursed his lips. His eyebrows moved slightly, as if he was thinking about something seriously. This is the battle between King Chapman and Archduke Rockne. It's a storm that Dragon Cloud City is embroiled in. Thales' gaze became sharp, making Putre uncomfortable. He even had the urge to turn his head away. But why? Thales asked succinctly, why did Kent Vita request to meet me? To meet a prince of constellation? Looking at the prince's gaze, Putre inhaled, raised his stiff hand, and held his pipe in his mouth. I don't know. Putre blinked and tilted his head. Maybe it's a coincidence. Coincidence? At that moment, Thales narrowed his eyes. It was as if he wanted to see something from the man's eyes. Putre smiled and took a deep puff. The old pipe smoker, who treated tobacco like his life, suddenly realized that his pipe had been extinguished. He sighed. I suggest that you pay less attention to these matters in Dragon Cloud City. To be honest, because of the storm the other day, you are now in an awkward position. After all, this matter has nothing to do with you for now. Putre shrugged. Unless you can't bear to watch your little lovers. Thales was slightly stunned. Putre smiled faintly. The prince's expression was unpleasant. He frowned and looked at the lord. His face was full of suspicion. Little lover? Putre blinked again. It's just a joke, your highness. Thales crossed his arms and snorted in dissatisfaction. But he was immediately stunned. Wait, Putre. The words you used just now. The prince stared at the thin lord with an unpleasant expression. His tone was full of doubt. What do you mean by, for now, has nothing to do with me? Under Thales' questioning gaze, the thin lord coughed. His expression was solemn. It's time for you to meet the Archduchess. You should go to the library, Putre said with a serious expression. I can't let the Archduchess wait for too long. Thales was instantly stunned. Chapter 293. When Thales braced himself and walked past the layers of guards, enduring gazes that were fiercer than usual, especially Nicholas' warning gaze, he passed through the old and heavy arched door and entered Rikaru's library, which he was very familiar with. The Prince of Constellation was fretting over what should have been a casual and relaxed meeting. Is Saroma aware of the political vortex she's in? Unknowingly, the girl was already in an inescapable chess game. She was facing Lampard, Rockne, and the vassals of Dragon Cloud City, who were experienced and ruthless chess players. Thales did not know how much Lisban had told her, nor did he know what the Archduchess' current state was. He also did not know what kind of attitude and stance he should use to face Saroma. He had to face the former girl, who was now a lady. The library was still the same. The arched corridor filled with rows of tall bookshelves swept past his field of vision amidst the intertwining light and shadows. The passage beside the bookshelves was brightly and clearly illuminated by the braziers and the reflective gemstones on the ceiling. There was only darkness and obscurity between the bookshelves that blocked off the light. Thales anxiously walked between the light and darkness. He walked past rows of bookshelves and arrived at the place where he met the two girls for the first time 6 years ago. It was the glass cabinet that stored the first treaty between the two countries. "You're late." The Archduchess of Dragon Cloud City sat quietly on a chair. A thick book lay open on her closed knees. Thales looked around hesitantly. He was not surprised to see Gings, the female official, and two maidservants at the ends of the corridor. The former was like a statue. She had her hands on her chest, looking straight ahead elegantly and nobly. The prince took a deep breath, walked up to Saroma, and lowered his voice. "Saroma, listen, the Archduchess interrupted him without raising her head. The Archduchess interrupted him without raising her head. Her expression could not be seen clearly, but her voice was very calm. This batch of books was newly collected by the merchants from Dragon-Kissed Land. I heard that many of them are ancient books and handwritten copies." Thales raised his eyebrows. He was a little surprised by Saroma's interruption. He only hesitated for a moment before he pulled over a wooden chair, turned the back of the chair toward Saroma, and sat down with a solemn expression. He rested his arms on the back of the chair. At that moment, the prince felt his mouth go dry. "Heh." Facing an old friend of more than 6 years, he said stiffly, I heard about what happened on the day of the state affairs hearing." The girl did not answer, but her hand did not turn the page. "I want to say, After seeing Saroma in person, Thales felt that he had become clumsy. He had a bellyful of things to say but did not know where to start. He could only say stiffly, "Thank you, for protecting me." The Archduchess still did not raise her head, but she snorted softly through her nose. If it were not for Thales' extraordinary hearing, he would have thought that she was daydreaming. But Thales sighed. "I've also heard about it. I just flipped through the table of contents for this new batch of books." However, the Archduchess interrupted him again. "There are many contents that you are concerned about, such as the Battle of Eradication. And the dragons." Saroma's face was still lowered, almost parallel to the book. Thales' expression tensed. She was not in the right mood. "Saroma." Regarding the day of the state affairs hearing. Thales recalled the two conversations he had with Putre and gritted his teeth. "You." Yes, marriage." Thales was stunned. "Huh?" Saroma slowly raised her head and flashed a faint, bitter smile. "This is what you wanted to talk to me about during today's training." The Archduchess sneered softly. "Isn't it?" Thales could not help but notice that the girl's eyes were a little red. He nodded subconsciously. "Yes." Saroma closed the book on her knees and sighed softly. "So, what do you want to say?" She placed the book on the table beside her and went straight to the point. "Recommend a husband to me?" When Saroma said this, she raised her eyebrows, looking rather aggressive. Thales' words were a little sluggish. He opened and closed his mouth, but in the end, he could only say a few words. I want to ask." Saroma tilted her head slightly. Her green eyes behind the pince-nez stared at him without moving. For the first time, Thales realized that this little girl's gaze could be so difficult to resist. A few seconds later, the prince, who still could not form a sentence, could only exhale and pretend to be relaxed. "So, regarding your marriage, what did they say? Is there anyone in mind?" This time, Saroma stared at him firmly. She stared at him for a whole 10 seconds. It made Thales feel uneasy. Finally, Saroma exhaled through her nose, shook her head, and averted her gaze. "It's those people, the counts who are directly under the vassals, such as Count Hurst," she said faintly. Hurst. Thales frowned. The Count of Flatiron County? That golden beard? Yes. Saroma added expressionlessly, among the direct vassals of Dragon Cloud City, his age is the closest to mine. The prince grabbed the back of the chair and straightened his back. Close in age? Thales widened his eyes and exhaled subconsciously. After the initial shock, he said disdainfully, yes, he's only 20 years older than you. Saroma cast him a thought-provoking glance. Or the son of a noble. Count Nazir has a son in his early 20s. He's the heir of the family. Nazir Jr.? Thales frowned again. I heard that his dissolute reputation is known from the maids in the city to the sows in the suburbs. The Archduchess narrowed her eyes in puzzlement. How did you know? Thales snorted softly and shook his head. Gossip from the kitchen. During the banquet, the maids all want to. Forget it, it's not important. Saroma pursed her lips, seemingly dissatisfied. If it really doesn't work, there's still Seal, this time. Thales interrupted her. Count Leespan? The regent? The prince looked as if he had seen the most unbelievable thing in the world. My God, that old man even has a grandson. Thales. Saroma seemed to have had enough of Thales' tone. She said coldly, the candidate I'm talking about is Seal's grandson. Thales was speechless. Saroma stared at the ground in dissatisfaction. The embarrassed Thales rested his chin on his arm. For a moment, he had nothing to say. Finally, the silence between the two was broken by the Archduchess. Thales. She whispered in a tired voice, don't you want to see me get married? Thales did not speak immediately. Saroma. A few seconds later, Thales managed to speak. His voice was deep. Tell me the truth. Do you really want to get married? Saroma raised her head abruptly. Her expression was tense. Is this important? The prince heard the girl's words as if she was acting out of spite. You know, I have to get married. Thales furrowed his eyebrows slightly. He straightened his back and moved his chair closer. We've known each other for 6 years, you know. The prince's expression was serious. I don't want to see you unhappy. I don't want to see you forced to do something you don't want to do. Because, Saroma stared at him in a daze. Because I'm the one who caused you to become like this. Thales shut his mouth and said to himself dejectedly. The moment little rascal agreed to help him 6 years ago, and the moment little rascal was announced as the Archduchess of Dragon Cloud City appeared before his eyes. Thales sighed and rested his chin on the back of the chair. A few seconds later, the Archduchess tilted her head and looked to the other side. Even if I don't want to, so what? Saroma's voice suddenly traveled into his ears. What can you do? Can you forbid them from marrying me? The Archduchess still tilted her head. Her expression could not be seen clearly, but her shoulders trembled slightly. Or can you forbid me from marrying them? Thales raised his gaze, feeling melancholic. She doesn't like this, he told himself. Thales sighed. If you don't want to, then don't marry them. Saroma suddenly turned around and stared at him coldly. Humph, she snorted. If I don't marry them. At that moment, the girl's gaze was very strange. Then, who should I marry? Thales felt his eyelids twitch. Before the Archduchess could say anything strange, he stood up from the chair abruptly. Well, what I mean is, you're an Archduchess. Thales coughed and scratched his head, imitating a certain burly police officer in his memory. As long as you insist on your own will, no one can force you to do anything you don't want. If you don't want a husband, then you don't have to force yourself to marry. After saying this, Thales felt uncomfortable all over. He shrugged and smiled awkwardly. Saroma stared at him deeply, not saying a word. After a long while, the Archduchess said softly, You've also seen the envoy from Black Sand region today. Seal told me that the matter with the Alliance of Freedom isn't that simple. Seal also said that Dragon Cloud City has no choice. If I want to win the vassals' support and protect the Archduchess authority, then all the more you can't simply marry. Thales interrupted her and quickly added, you can't hope to win support with marriage. Think about it. You're alone. The prince took a deep breath and endured Saroma's piercing gaze. And there are 6 counts in Dragon Cloud City alone. No matter who you marry, perhaps you can calm the storm for a short while and get through this crisis. But the price is that you will soon be dragged into a deeper level of Dragon Cloud City's internal strife. Thales sighed. Because your new husband is one of them, you will no longer be able to stay out of the relationship between the vassals. You will no longer be able to act as a supreme and fair arbiter. You will no longer be able to rule this land as their suzerain. Moreover, an archduchess who uses her marriage to compromise with the nobles will not be able to gain loyalty. This time, Saroma stared at him for a long time. She stared at him until Thales felt a little embarrassed. You know. The young lady's voice was a little airy. Seal said the same thing. Lisban? Thales shuddered. He also opposes your marriage? Saroma did not answer him directly. She laughed and said, but the vassals will be very unhappy. She said listlessly, what should I do? What should Dragon Cloud City do? They're already very dissatisfied with me. They say that my bearing is not stable, my charm is not good, and my dressing and speech are immature, if I still refuse to marry them and have no children. The Archduchess sighed slightly. She was a little dejected and tired. I know that in the future, whether we send troops or issue decrees, they will not cooperate obediently. Thales exhaled. For some reason, after knowing that Lisban also opposed the suzerain's marriage, he felt inexplicably more at ease. But when he turned his head, he saw the Archduchess' dejected and bitter expression. Thales clenched his fists lightly. He sat back in his chair. No, Saroma, the prince said seriously, this has nothing to do with your bearing and charm. It has nothing to do with your dressing and speech. It has nothing to do with whether you get married or not, and whether you have children or not. Your vassals, they will have this kind of attitude. Saroma raised her head and stared at him blankly. Thales clenched his fists tighter and tighter. He took a deep breath. It's because, but before he could finish, he was interrupted by the Archduchess again. Because I am an Archduchess. Saroma could not help but laugh. She tilted her head back and leaned against the back of the chair. She looked askance at the row of bookshelves in the distance. I am a woman. A woman who makes them look down on me. Thales was stunned. Yes, I know. Saroma's voice was very low. At first glance, it sounded emotionless. I have always known. They are not used to it, and they dislike being ruled by a woman even more. Whether it is them or the enemy, they all feel that such a Dragon Cloud City is not stable. They feel that I am weak and ignorant, so they urge me to get married. The Archduchess will marry a local noble of Dragon Cloud City, leave a seed in my belly, and bear the name of Walton. One day, I will hand over power to him. Then, Dragon Cloud City will be considered stable. Thales did not speak, but his grip on the back of the chair tightened. During the day of the council hearing, no matter what I say, everyone's eyes will only be on Seal. Saroma's words sounded like she was talking in her sleep. If I am right, they will cast praising gazes at Seal. If I am wrong, they will cast reproachful gazes at him. It's not just this time. It's the same in the past. It will be the same in the future. Saroma gently shook her shoulders and laughed in spite of herself, as if she was numb. None of my so-called vassals care about me. The Archduchess' voice was very weak. She leaned all her weight on the back of the chair, as if she had lost all strength to support herself. They only care about the title of Archduchess and the Walton bloodline. And I am not important at all, except for my belly, because it can give birth to the Walton seed. Thales gritted his teeth slightly. Saroma took a deep breath and stared at Thales with bloodshot eyes. She suddenly burst into laughter. Maybe they are right, Thales. Saroma bit her lower lip and expressionlessly said, maybe I can't be an archduchess at all. Maybe I was born weak and should rely on others. The archduchess' voice became fainter and fainter. In the thick and simple library, she leaned against the chair and said faintly, when I was young, I relied on Alex and was an unknown little maid. When I grew up, I relied on you and King Nuvan to become an archduchess with your strength. Now, I rely on Seal to rule Dragon Cloud City on my behalf and deal with those things that I can't think of. In the future, I also have to rely on my husband and the bloodline in my belly to stabilize Dragon Cloud City and live the rest of my life. Moreover, I don't even have the Walton bloodline, bang. The prince slammed his palm on the back of the chair. Saroma. Thales said sternly, reprimanding the stunned girl. Saroma, little rascal. The prince took a deep breath and put on the most serious expression he could think of. Do you know why I dragged you to skip classes? Especially Madame Ging's etiquette class. Without waiting for her to answer, Thales spoke. Because you are an archduchess. The teenager clenched his fists. But they teach you weaving, sewing, embroidery, playing music, singing, dancing, and housekeeping. They think of you as an archduchess. Archduchess and archduchess are the same word. Thales gritted his teeth. But they are worlds apart. They are absolutely not the same. Chapter 294. Saroma stared at him with a slightly misty gaze. But they didn't do anything wrong, did they? She snorted and shook her head. She raised her right hand and looked at the triumph ring on her thumb. I didn't, little rascal. Thales once again used that name from a long time ago and fiercely interrupted her. The girl raised her head in a daze. Don't, Saroma. Even if you can't choose who you want to be, but at least, don't become who they want you to be. Thales stared at her. Please, don't become that. But Saroma was only slightly startled. She shook her head mockingly. It's useless. As the Archduchess of Northland, my future has already been decided, even if it's not this time. She said disappointedly, I've thought about it. I'll marry a local noble, give birth to a male heir, and then be politely sent to a secluded place until I'm old, slap. A crisp sound rang. Saroma stared at the second prince in a daze. She watched as he grabbed her right hand. Little rascal. Thales stared at her seriously and moved Triumph to the center of their line of sight. Even if you're a woman, you can still live a very exciting life. I know of a woman like that. Ah, the female official Jines Bajkovic who taught you swordsmanship and etiquette. Saroma shook her head and laughed. I've heard you say it 1,000 times, the legendary woman who broke away from the shackles of her family and stood alone in the capital. She's good with table knives and long swords. But she's special, and she's not a suzerain, no, not her. Thales spoke decisively and stopped Saroma from speaking. I'm talking about another young girl. Saroma was slightly startled. Her wrist, which Thales was holding, trembled slightly. You mean, a young girl? Yes. Thales nodded firmly. She's also the last orphan of a great family. She survived the chaos of war and riots, inherited the title at the age of 3, and led a region. Saroma did not refute him. Instead, she looked at the prince with a puzzled and inquiring gaze. Thales took a deep breath and recalled the autumn and winter 6 years ago. When I first met her, she was about the same age as you are now. She was 15 or 16 years old. She was inexperienced, young, and even a little immature. But at that time, she was already an important person who could take charge. I still remember the scene when she crossed the entire Hall of Stars and faced the country's emperor, ministers, and people with sonorous and forceful words. Thales said absent-mindedly, and when she walked into the hall valiantly in that casual purplish-black hunting suit, the crowd in the entire hall automatically retreated to make way for her. At that time, there were also people who mocked her, looked down on her, despised her, and looked down on her. How can Constellation be ruled by ignorant women and children? As for that girl, she just walked over slowly with a cold face and small steps, elegant and aloof. She didn't care about what she wanted to say, whether it was ridicule or condemnation, whether it was support or opposition. Even the two powerful counts could only walk behind her. One of them looked murderous, and the other looked noble. But they could not outshine her brilliance. Instead, they were suppressed by her aura to the point that they could barely be seen. When she waved her long sleeves and spoke in a cold voice, it was as if everyone present had become her foil, be it the king or the duke, the nobles or the commoners. Saroma listened to his narration and was slightly surprised. "You're talking about Constellation, the guardian of Blade Edge Hill. The Duchess, Lyanna Tabark. The Duchess, Lyanna Tabark." The prince narrowed his eyes. "As far as I know, she is still an unmarried woman. Under the emblem of the blood moon, she single-handedly supports the Tabark family of the 6 great clans, protects and rules Blade Edge Hill." Thales turned his head abruptly and looked at the stunned Saroma. "If she can do it, so can you. One day, you will also be able to stand at the top of Dragon Cloud City with your own strength, without relying on anyone else, and win everyone's respect." Thales inhaled and fixed his gaze on the girl's face. "One day, you will be able to tell the vassals of Dragon Cloud City in a dignified manner that the person who rules them is an archduchess." Saroma stared at Thales. After being stunned for a while, she smiled helplessly. "It's too difficult," the girl said with a sigh. "I can't do it," Thales shook his head and said with determination, "It's not difficult. What's really difficult is that you think you can't do it. That's why your vassals feel that Dragon Cloud City under your rule is not stable." Saroma blinked and stared at the prince with a softer and brighter gaze. "I still remember the little rascal who risked her life to drag me out of the hands of the calamities. I also remember the little rascal who crawled out of the fireplace and anxiously memorized her lines to help me out of trouble. At that time, the girl did not hesitate to say, 'It's too difficult.'" Saroma did not say anything. She only watched Thales hold her hand in silence. "Saroma, remember this, choose who you want to be. If you don't want to be a vase that is manipulated by others and traded casually," the prince squeezed her hand tightly. His tone was unquestionable. "Then don't act like a vase." Saroma stared at the prince in a daze. A few seconds later, her originally misty and unfocused gaze became focused again. "If you don't want to marry a man who is old enough to be your father and live on your belly." Thales' gaze became fierce. Thales' gaze turned fierce. "Then reject them. Let's think of a way together. Of course, I think Lisban will help you. As long as you say that you don't want to. Then you don't have to marry them." The two of them stared at each other and remained silent for a long time. Thales did not turn his gaze away. Saroma's eyes flickered. She seemed to be a little touched and a little panicked. Finally, Saroma looked at the prince with a determined expression and took a deep breath. "Thales." Saroma cleared her throat. She seemed to be a little hesitant. Thales responded with an encouraging gaze. But the hesitation only lasted for 3 seconds. The girl gritted her teeth and tensed up. "Thales." Saroma raised her head. Her gaze was serious. "I don't want to marry Count Hurst." Thales exhaled and nodded heavily. "Yes." "I don't want to marry Count Nazir's son either." "Yes." "I don't like them." Saroma's words slowly became smoother from the stiffness in the beginning. "I don't want to marry anyone else either." Thales stared at her. "Very well." The prince raised his eyebrows. "You won't marry them." Thales shrugged. "Because I don't like them either." The two of them stared at each other. A few seconds later, they snorted and laughed together. Phew. Thales sighed slightly in his heart. Now, Putre is going to nag me with an expression that says, "I knew it would be like this," again. I have to think of a reason to convince him. If the Archduchess doesn't marry, it will be more beneficial for us, and I have to find time to talk to Lisbon these few days. About Dragon Cloud City. And the Archduchess. While laughing, Thales pretended that nothing had happened and let go of the other party's hand. In the library, a maid frowned. With all due respect, Gings, I know that the lady's mental state has not been very good lately, but their behavior is still a little too intimate. For the Archduchess' sake, we should intervene. The maid turned to Gings, the female officer, and said tactfully, "She needs us now." Gings, the female officer, still had that old-fashioned expression on her face. She quietly watched the teenage prince and the young Archduchess giggle in the distance. "Believe me, for the Archduchess' sake." Gings turned her stern gaze and shook her head. "What she needs the most right now is, not us." Suddenly, Saroma spoke again. "Thales." But this time, she tilted her head slightly. Her expression was a little cunning. "If I am willing to marry them, marry the vassals of Dragon Cloud City, would you still say these words? Would you still stop me from marrying them?" Thales heard something and was momentarily stunned. He shrugged. "Of course." The young lady smiled faintly. "Didn't you stand up for me on the day of the State Affairs hearing?" Thales scratched his head again. "The friendship between friends is mutual, and it cannot be bought with money." Saroma's gaze lowered slightly. Thales scratched his head and awkwardly searched for an excuse. "You know, if you get a local husband in Dragon Cloud City out of nowhere, then maybe my good days will come to an end. Of course, I have to try my best to stop it." "Oh, I see." The young lady's voice became gloomy again. "Right, Thales." Thales blinked, looking puzzled. Saroma raised her head. The Archduchess narrowed her eyes in a thought-provoking manner and asked, "Lyanna, is she beautiful?" Thales' eyelids twitched again. "I don't really remember." The prince exhaled and twitched the corners of his mouth. The atmosphere at that time was too tense. "I only remember that my legs kept trembling." Saroma burst into laughter. Thales also chuckled a few times. But his memory immediately returned to 6 years ago. Lyanna. 6 years ago, she was 15 years old. Now, she should be in the prime of her youth, like a blooming flower. That girl who left a deep impression on people. The moment Lyanna opened her mouth to speak, when her gaze was as sharp as a blade, and when she stood up to the dukes without showing any weakness. Thales was lost in thought as he pictured the heroic young duchess in his mind. Even when she faced the ex-state envoy and forcefully ridiculed Lampard, Saroma widened her eyes and looked at the prince's response. "I realized that the words beautiful, pleasant, unparalleled, and other words used to describe a beauty were no longer sufficient to describe her. Lyanna at that moment." Thales closed his eyes and took a deep breath. "Just like a magnificent diamond that reflects the sunlight." The prince recalled the past in Renaissance Palace and sincerely praised the heroic Duchess of Blade Edge Hill. He exhaled and said, "Dazzling, dazzling, and dazzling. It's unforgettable at first sight." At this moment, thud. Thales felt a pain in his chest as a muffled sound rang out. With a contorted face, he opened his eyes and looked at a book that was thrown at his chest. A new book that arrived today. Saroma also held a book in her hand and said coldly, "I flipped through it and found some places that you might be interested in." Hurry up and read it. You've wasted too much time. Weren't we having a good chat just now? Thales rubbed his chest in pain. He had just realized what mistake he had made, but he was still indignant. He was about to refute, "But you can't, shut up and read the book." The Archduchess put on a stern face and said fiercely, "Don't waste time. I still have class later." Thales exhaled and rolled his eyes the moment Saroma lowered her head. Fierce woman. With a bitter expression, the prince lowered his head and straightened his sitting posture. He flipped open the book marked against the heavens in his bosom. What book is this? An evaluation of the Draconic language? Thales flipped open the bookmarked page and was immediately attracted by the title of the chapter. The prince's expression became solemn. Following his habit, he began to study the book in a low voice. The structure of the great dragon's throat is extremely unique. Hence, the pronunciation of the Draconic language is also extremely complicated, to the point that it cannot be recorded without musical instruments. The recorded Draconic language can only represent a part of the syllables. In the mouth of the great dragon, most of these Draconic words have another way of pronouncing that we cannot imagine. Draconic language. Thales' 6 years in the library was certainly not just for the sake of finding peace and quiet. More importantly, the prince recalled that night, the huge figure that rose from the flames, and the various mysteries about him. His mood became increasingly heavy. It had been 6 years. He had been beating around the bush with Saroma and found many documents. They had learned the names of at least 15 great dragons in history. However, among the 15 names with different characteristics, the one he was looking for was not among them. Apart from a few races, such as the elves whose singing is comparable to that of a lark, most races cannot rely on their voices to directly communicate and converse with the great dragon. Thales read the paragraph he drew and frowned. No wonder the Queen of the Sky wanted to communicate with us like that. It turns out that we can't speak the Draconic language, damn it. So, as long as the name is pronounced in the Draconic language, it cannot be pronounced in the common language, or even by humans? If that's the case, not there. Saroma's voice traveled to his ears. She seemed rather impatient. Flip to the second bookmark. Thales, who had mixed feelings, raised his head in annoyance. How would I know if you don't tell me? However, the moment he saw the fierce look in Saroma's eyes, he shrank back with a whoosh. The prince obediently flipped to the second bookmark. The ancient elves were one of the few races in history who could fight against the great dragons without falling into a disadvantageous position. In the dragon-slaying war, this name comes from the historical records of the ancient elves. The author believes that the great dragons must have had another name similar to the hunting for long ears game. The ancient elven kingdom hunted and killed at least 6 famous great dragons. Hence, they are also the race that knows the great dragons the most. In fact, a lot of the author's information came from the generosity of a friend in White Mountain. Thales narrowed his eyes. 6. Could it be that Saroma wants to show me the list of the 6 dead great dragons? Saroma knew that he had always been interested in the great dragons, and often looked up the names of the great dragons, but she might not know that the great dragon he was looking for had lived until now, at least 14 years ago, until he was born in this world. No, her name was. The warriors who killed the great dragons were usually divided into several groups and worked together. They were usually equipped with a machete that was sharp enough to cut through metal, similar to the ones used by the elven imperial guards. They also had a mithril shield that had a melting point that was high enough to insulate temperature. They were equipped with both offense and defense. The author suspects that this was the origin of human swordsmanship. At the very least, the Northland military swordsmanship should have borrowed the tactics of the great dragons in terms of spirit and equipment. Wizard J. L. Mindes, the Northern ancient history expert in the Ascetic Tower and the author of The Legend of the Iron Blood King, Wizard J. L. Mindes, holds the same view. However, Master Reimer, the Alchemy Tower's weapons technology expert, believes that the Northland military swordsmanship was mainly influenced by the ancient beast's personality fighting skills on the battlefield. Snipers, this unit is responsible for long-range attacks and restraints. They are equipped with a variety of special arrows that can affect the great dragon, and they hold a foldable, long-range sniper bow that can quickly attack and suppress fast-moving targets in the air, ranging from the dragon's eyes to the dragon's armpit. Even today, the Wanderer Elven settlement in the Empire's Green Heart province still retains this bow-making technology, and it even influenced Green Heart province to become the Empire's top archer production area. The saying, Northland is tough, West Billows is ruthless, and Green Hills produces strong bows has spread far and wide. The Romete family's Greyhood Archer unit is a terrifying existence that can take a person's life from hundreds of steps away. I believe that this has something to do with the ancient elven kingdom's dragon hunting skills. Although the Greyhoods refused to admit it, Thales was puzzled. The more he read, the more confused he became. What are these? How do they hunt the great dragon? Obliterators. These elves, who have the least number of people, have the most dangerous tasks. They have to get close to the great dragon's fatal weakness in battle, and strive to injure or even kill the enemy in one strike. The obliterators are usually the most outstanding scouts and vanguards. They go into battle lightly and sneak up on the enemy. They only have the most inconspicuous but most expensive short sword in their hands. It can be said to be priceless. It is said that this kind of dagger was forged with special and secret materials and methods. It can pierce through dragon scales without any hindrance, but what the author can't understand is, even if it is so sharp, how can such a short weapon pose a fatal threat to the huge body of a giant dragon? According to the author's research, this legendary weapon is known as the Dragon Breaker. There are very few of them in history, and only the most powerful obliterators are qualified to wield them. It is said that it is a weapon with magic power. Every time a great dragon is injured or killed, the blade of the sword will accumulate the power of the hunter, and become more powerful, sharper, bizarre, deadly, and full of vitality. These are the original words in the ancient elven literature, but the author still has doubts about the translation of the last word. When Thales read up to this point, he raised his head to look at Saroma from time to time. However, the other party's angry gaze made him have no choice but to lower his head again and again. The prince could only sigh deeply. All right. He flipped a page. In the next second, Thales shuddered. Did you see that? Saroma sighed. I'm also very surprised. Thales raised his head in a daze. The large book opened to one of the pages, and on it was a simple sketch of a weapon. He touched the drawing and instantly knew what Saroma wanted him to see. This is... Thales said in a daze. Yes. Saroma nodded solemnly. According to the records, this is an elite weapon that only the ancient elves' obliterator army possess. Dragon Breaker. More than 300 years ago, the king of the Oath Keepers, Midir IV, built the sturdy fortress at the border between the two countries. It was named after this. Thales lowered his head in a daze and looked at the weapon sketch drawn in the book in disbelief. It was a short sword with a strange weight ball and a gem embedded in the center of the crossguard. The handguard was curved in a reverse arc towards the blade. Even though it was not painted, he could still recognize it. Dragon Breaker? In Thales' nearly 14 years of this life, he had seen a short sword of this style once. No, he had not only seen it before. 6 years ago, Thales had held a short sword of the same specifications with his own hands. It was a short sword that was as red as blood. It woke up like a warrior who had been asleep for a long time and shone in his hands. The short sword seemed to have a mind of its own. It transmitted vague syllables and words and called him, Blood Brother. I'm so tired. Sleep. Chapter 295. 5 days later, Thales sat listlessly in the Archduchess' study room in Heroic Spirit Palace. Saroma sat at the desk opposite him, engrossed in reading a book called Cahill Yarrow's Selected Poems. The Prince of Constellation lowered his head slightly and exhaled. The shock brought about by the library did not last long. The sketch in the book did not give Thales any more information. He could only guess that the Blade of Purification, as a weapon that might have drunk the great dragon's blood, had formed a connection and resonance with his unique physique. And the bridge in the middle of this connection was becoming clearer. That draconic name. But this was not the thing that bothered Thales the most at the moment. I've gone to Count Leesban. Thales' light words attracted Saroma's attention. The Archduchess raised her head and her eyes lit up. What did Seal say? Thales scratched his head. Leesban said that regarding the Alliance of Freedom, we have to wait for the City of Faraway Prayer's official letter before we can decide how to deal with it. But don't worry. The Prince of Constellation grinned. Leesban is very confident that the Archduchess will continue to maintain her independence and autonomy. He already has a plan. As King Niven's Prime Minister, he is not an ordinary person. The corners of Saroma's mouth curled up slightly, showing that the Archduchess was in a good mood at the moment. Thales, thank you. Thales shrugged. He recalled the scene of him privately talking to Leesban the day before yesterday and could not help but sigh. Thank you for your concern, Prince Thales. We will naturally deal with the Archduchess affairs. Please do not forget that we are the vassals of Dragon Cloud City. You are, after all, just a guest, not the master. Not in the past, not now, and not in the future. Of course, as the Archduchess' most sincere friend, please do not have any unnecessary thoughts, let alone actions. No matter what they are, it is very disadvantageous to you, to the lady, to Dragon Cloud City, and to Eternal Star City. Of course, as the Archduchess' most sincere friend, please do not have any unnecessary thoughts. I admire your reputation for being intelligent and mature, and I do not wish to see you degenerate into a mediocre person who is addicted to desires. I hope you take care of yourself. You must know that your situation is not very safe. Really? Thales closed his eyes and hammered his head hard. What do you mean by unnecessary thoughts? And mediocre people addicted to lust? Charles Leesban, an old man in his 60s or 70s, what was going on in his head all day long? After this incident, Thales realized that his unpopularity in Dragon Cloud City had reached a new breakthrough. Not only Leesban and Nicholas, even Madame Gings and the two maidservants looked at him strangely for the past few days, causing Thales to be cautious even when he greeted the servants. He was afraid that a masked man with a knife would suddenly jump out from a corner and charge at him while shouting, "For Extet!" Unexpectedly, Putre did not seem to be in a hurry when it came to the prince taking the initiative to get involved in Dragon Cloud City's political struggle, as well as his determination to help his friend break away from an unfortunate marriage for the sake of friendship. However, the way he smoked his pipe and smiled with a crooked face that said, "I understand," really made Thales worried. Even Waya and Ralph's gazes gave Thales the illusion that he had a guilty conscience. We're not surprised at all. You know, teenagers always have to experience some special events before they can grow up. This was what the Lord, who was puffing out smoke rings, answered with a smirk when Thales could not help but ask when he was learning bardic poetry from Putre one day. Because of this sentence, Thales deducted all the bounty that was supposed to be given to the Lord on the day of reward. In the study, Thales shook his head and tried to chase the memories out of his mind. By the way, do you know anything about the new teacher who will be coming later? Saroma put down her book and asked doubtfully, I heard that he was introduced by your interesting vice diplomat. Putre? Immersed in his memories, Thales said with a straight face, he's not my vice diplomat. I'm not familiar with him. Selma looked at him strangely, snorted soundlessly through her nose, and returned her attention to her book. At the same time, the sound of two people's footsteps suddenly came from outside the study. Asterisk thud, 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 to be precise, it was the sound of one person's footsteps and another person's, thud, 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 asterisk Thales frowned. This is the sound of wood hitting the ground. The rhythm is chaotic, unorganized, and careless, as if it's just knocked on the ground. But it's also very heavy. Just like, the door to the study opened. The female official, Gings, walked in and bowed slightly to the Archduchess and the prince. Then, she left politely and discreetly. Behind the female official, a thin and frail figure appeared. The newcomer's body was slightly hunched, and he was leaning on a rather old and heavy walking stick. He put all his weight on the stick, and the tip of the stick was firmly planted on the ground. Asterisk thud, 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 asterisk Gings closed the door to the study. The prince and the Archduchess immediately sat up straight and looked at the newcomer. He walked step by step towards Thales and Saroma, who were sitting beside the study table. My apologies, sirs and madams. I'm old, ahem, these broken bones of mine can't withstand the torment. Following the guest was an old, weak, and shriveled voice, accompanied by a clear throat. It was as if he would not be able to continue speaking if he did not do so. The carriage I took from Enlenzo to Ekstedt almost threw my butt off. The lads were afraid that I would die on the way, so they had to slow down. After I arrived at Dragon Cloud City, I had to rest for 4 days. Thales first glanced at the walking stick. He remembered the Black Prophet, whom he had met a few times a long time ago, and it made him feel uncomfortable. The prince got rid of the unnecessary impression. He narrowed his eyes and sized up the newcomer. It was a thin and short old man. The top of his head was sparse with white hair, and his face was lined with wrinkles. He seemed to have gone through a lot. The old man was wrapped from head to toe. He used this term because his body was so thin that it looked like his clothes were hung on overly small hangers. He wore a normal dark coat with a white undershirt and a red scarf. He looked no different from an ordinary merchant who did business in a shop. He did not seem to be in good spirits. His eyes were misty and turbid. Only his left eye was wearing a pince-nez monocle, which made his left eye look especially big from the front. The old man forced a calm and gentle smile. His wrinkles moved up and down his chapped lips, giving others a feeling of desolation in his old age. He looks even older than Liespan and Nuven from 6 years ago. Thales was secretly shocked. He's at least 70 years old. How did Putre and Gilbert manage to invite such an old man, who looks like he's in a bad condition and is about to die, to travel thousands of miles to Dragon Cloud City? Good day, sir, Thales said rather worriedly. I heard Putre mention something about a new teacher, but he refused to say who it was. Saroma stared blankly at the new teacher. She seemed to be stunned by his age and condition as well. Maybe he's right. That way, you won't be too disappointed when you see an old man who's about to die. The old man laughed dryly. He seemed to be straining to take another step forward. His right hand, which was holding onto his walking stick, trembled slightly. You don't mind if I sit down, do you? The thin old man looked at his trembling right arm. He scrunched up his nose in disdain and shook his head. My legs aren't good. Obviously, he did not ask for their opinion, or at least, the Archduchess' opinion. Instead, he picked the most comfortable leather chair and sat down. The thin old man sank into the leather chair. He closed his eyes and heaved a sigh of relief. He rested for a few seconds. Thales and Saroma looked at each other. There was surprise on their faces, and they did not know how to react. This is the teacher whom Gilbert and Putre hold in high regard? The old man seemed to have recovered some of his strength. He then opened his eyes and flashed a weak smile. Don't worry. I've been weak and sickly since I was young. I may look terrible, but in truth, I've lived longer than too many strong and healthy people. Thales curled up the corners of his mouth and forced a smile. I heard that you're Gilbert Casso and Putre Nemain, and they're indebted to your teachings. The thin old man tilted his head slightly and narrowed his eyes, as though he was reminiscing. Oh, yes, those two interesting boys, the little adult and the troublemaker. The old man paused for a moment, as though he had just remembered. He curled up the corners of his mouth. A long time ago, when I was still a home tutor, the students I taught. They seem to be among them. Thales raised his eyebrows and exchanged glances with Saroma again, puzzled. Oh, yes. The old man's eyelid twitched. His left eye behind the lens widened abruptly, and it looked rather frightening. He drew out the walking stick in his right hand and placed it between his knees. Then, he held it with both hands and smiled faintly. As an opening remark, we should indeed introduce ourselves first. The old man looked at the two embarrassed students with a gentle gaze. The wrinkles on his face curled up like waves. Let's start with me. Merrill Hicks. The thin old man cleared his throat. I'm from Dragon Kiss Basin, and Lenzo Dukedom, Longchance City. But most of the people who know me like to call me Old Crow. Of course, the students usually like to call me that behind my back. Thale's heart stirred a little. Dragon Kiss Basin. You're from Dragon Kiss Academy? You're a scholar? Saroma's eyes brightened. She leaned forward in high spirits and looked at her new teacher, Hicks, curiously. I heard from Seal that you're very famous, and that many outstanding people have been in your... Hicks laughed at first, then shook his head with a slight sigh and interrupted the Archduchess. Although I do hold a post in Dragon Kiss Academy. Hicks' left eye behind the lens blinked once. But I have to say, I'm ashamed to say that I've never obtained a scholar's qualification. When I traveled to other countries, I relied on the proof of a scholar's qualification from my classmate to barely get a job as a home tutor in a noble's castle. His tone was casual and normal. Even though that was how he used his words, it was clear that he was not ashamed at all. It was as if he was talking about a trivial matter like forgetting to bring my wallet when I went out. Thales and Saroma stared at each other in astonishment for the third time. Both of them blinked. What? Old Crow, Hicks nodded at them in a friendly and mischievous manner. Then, it's your turn to introduce yourselves. Ladies first. How about that? Saroma's small mouth opened slightly. She could not quite react. Thales was also a little confused. Over the past 6 years, the boys and girls of Dragon Cloud City had experienced countless Northland home tutors. They were rigid, flexible, serious, stubborn, apathetic, kind, humorous, pretentious, and extremely fierce, but every tutor knew what kind of students they were going to face before they came here. Their reactions when they saw the Archduchess and the Prince were not like the old man who called himself the Old Crow. At least, he did not tell them in such a nonchalant tone that he had once forged a certificate to deceive them. He also did not casually ask the two nobles to introduce themselves the moment he opened his mouth. Also, the way he addressed them, sir, madam. This made Thales remember that 6 years ago, in Mindy's hall, Gilbert had also addressed him as sir before he was acknowledged as a prince. When he thought of this, nostalgia surged in his heart. Relax, don't be nervous. I'm not here to be your enemy, unlike most of the tutors in this world. Hicks noticed the Archduchess' reaction. He opened his mouth wide, revealing a mouthful of teeth that were well maintained despite his old age. He laughed casually. Dragon Cloud City pays me a salary, but it is not for me to bother you. In fact, I just want to chat with you. If I'm not welcome, then I'll just treat it as a stroll in Northland. The Old Crow exhaled and nodded with a smile. He looked at Saroma with a gentle gaze. He rested his right hand on his walking stick and patted the back of his right hand with his left hand. Although I have heard many things about the two of you before, it is obvious that I would like to hear your own voices. Obviously, the old man's attitude made Saroma feel much more at ease. The young girl glanced at Thales, and the latter gave her an encouraging nod. Good day, Mr. Hicks. I am Saroma Walton from Dragon Cloud City. Ahem, the Archduchess of Dragon Cloud City, Saroma said carefully. In fact, I am very stupid. I don't know anything. I only know how to read, Hicks chuckled. Ah, Archduchess, it's so kind to see you. At least we have something in common that is obvious. Hicks blinked, smiled, and poked the monocle on the bridge of his nose. Saroma adjusted her pince-nez, raised her eyebrows slightly, and curled up the corners of her mouth. Thales knew that this was an expression that she wanted to laugh but was holding back. The Old Crow shook his head and turned to the other person. His left eye widened slightly behind his monocle. Why don't you sit closer, Thales? The Prince of Constellation, who was observing the interaction between the two, paused for a moment. You don't have to act like a hedgehog. You may always be in trouble, but not today, not here. Hicks tapped his walking stick and looked at Thales with a profound gaze. Thales widened his eyes and stared at the strange new teacher. His Adam's apple bobbed a little. "Good day, mister." In the end, he politely moved his chair forward a little, lowered his scrutinizing gaze a little, and nodded. "I am Thales Jade Star, and I look forward to your teaching." "Thank you for accepting Putre's invitation and coming all the way here to teach us." "Yes, Thales." Hicks took a deep breath and stared at Thales with his left eye behind his monocle. His voice was a little weak. "Jade Star, very good." "Jade Star, as expected." Thales was slightly startled. "Oh, right, teaching." The old crow did not waste any more time. He patted the back of his hand and sighed. "Both of you must be very curious. What exactly does such a strange and terrible old man want to teach you? What can he teach you?" Under the curious and scrutinizing gazes of the two students, the thin old man sitting in the leather chair lifted his back from the back of the chair and raised his head. "I have thought about this question before. Even among the many students I have taught, both of you can't be said to be the most ordinary ones." Thales and Saroma stared at their teacher seriously. Truth be told, whether it was Gilbert's highly praising comment of, "He is the second most respected person in my life," in his letter, or Putre's introduction, which seemed to be careless but was actually trying to keep them guessing, all of them made Thales look forward to meeting this rather strange old crow for the first time. Asterisk slap. Asterisk Hicks slapped the back of his hand and laughed. "Truth be told, I can't think of anything to teach you either. So, in the end, I've decided, to hell with teaching and whatnot." "Huh?" Under the two students' astonished gazes, the thin old man said in a casual and relaxed manner, "Let's just have a chat today." "Chat, chat?" For the fourth time, Thales and Saroma cast each other a shocked and puzzled glance. "What is this?" "It's very interesting, isn't it? One of you is the supreme ruler of Dragon Cloud City," Hicks said with a sigh. "The other is the heir of an ancient kingdom. A man and a woman coincidentally sitting in the same room and facing the same terrible old man. Then, how about we talk about a topic that is related to both of you?" The prince raised his eyebrows. He looked at his notebook, closed it silently, and pushed it away from his hand. The old crow furrowed his eyebrows, as though he was deep in thought. His gaze kept moving between the boy and the young lady, who were at a loss. A topic that is related to both Northlanders and Constellatiates. Let me think." Hicks' eyebrows twitched, and the wrinkles on his face fluctuated again. "Oh, I've got it." The old man looked at Saroma amiably. "Madam?" Saroma immediately nodded politely in response. "Mr. Hicks?" The old man nicknamed the old crow nodded in satisfaction, then extended his hand to Thales, who was beside him. The prince was slightly startled. "This is Thales," Hicks said solemnly. "Thales Jade Star." "Ah, I know." Saroma was a little puzzled. Hicks sighed. "The calm, vigilant, handsome, and sharp-eyed prince of Constellation." "He has a pair of interesting gray eyes, but he carries the rise and fall of an ancient kingdom on his shoulders. He struggles and strives in an invisible, dark vortex." Thales' eyebrows quivered. This teacher, his choice of words is a little, Saroma could not help but glance at the second prince. There was worry and pity in her gaze. He said faintly, "So, Saroma Walton, as the unprecedented Archduchess of Dragon Cloud City, a Northland girl who is youthful, young, restless, has a delicate status, and exudes vitality, you," in the next second, their gentle new teacher, Merrill Hicks from Dragon-Kissed Land, smiled at the confused Archduchess and asked, "Do you like him?" Asterisk thud. Asterisk at that moment, the book in the young lady's hand fell to the ground. Chapter 296. In the Archduchess' study room, Saroma widened her eyes. "What?" Thales also stared blankly at his new teacher, who had just uttered such shocking words. This, are you really here to be a teacher? In the awkward atmosphere, the flustered Archduchess was tongue-tied. She could not utter a single word for a long time. She could only cast a pleading look at Thales out of habit. Mr. Hicks. In the end, Thales could not take it anymore, so he braced himself and said, "This joke is a little. Sir Roma and we, however, the culprit of this atmosphere, the thin Merrill Hicks, still held his walking stick and looked at Sir Roma with the ghost of a smile. The next second, the young girl took a deep breath, as if she had made up her mind about something. Then, she resolutely lowered her head, bent down, and picked up the selected poems of Cahill Yarrow that had fallen by her feet. It seemed to be very important. She left the awkwardness to Thales alone. But soon, he was no longer embarrassed. Yes. The bespectacled old crow turned his head and interrupted Thales rudely. The old man's eyes behind the monocle blinked gently. He glanced at Thales, who was about to speak, and stared at Sir Roma. You must like him very much. Sir Roma, who had just straightened her back with the book in her arms, became awkward again. She had no choice but to say, we are just good friends. Thales nodded in agreement. Otherwise, without the Archduchess' deliberate protection, a hostage prince from Constellation. Unexpectedly, the old crow Hicks' mocking expression slowly disappeared. He did not pay attention to Sir Roma and Thales' clarification. He only shook his head and continued speaking. It is impossible for him to stay safe and sound for 6 whole years in the Northlanders' Dragon Cloud City, surrounded by a pack of hostile wolves. The 2 students were stunned. Hicks' expression was no longer as relaxed and contented as it was at the beginning. Even though he was still smiling, the murkiness in his eyes had slowly disappeared. He pulled the walking stick in his hand closer. What do you think, Thales? The prince snapped out of his daze. He suddenly realized that the old man's words just now were not to tease them about their relationship out of boredom. Looks like I'm thinking too much. In the face of Hicks' question, Thales let go of the awkwardness in his heart and sighed slowly. I can't deny it. The teenager glanced at the girl, who was blushing slightly. He nodded apprehensively. If it weren't for Sir Roma's protection, the Northlanders would not be so polite to me. I'm very grateful for that. Sir Roma said nothing. Hicks sighed softly. Then, may I ask, Sir Roma? Just like how he addressed the prince, the old crow addressed the Archduchess by her name without any reservations. Why are your people, your vassals, and your subordinates so impolite to Thales? Did the prince do something unforgivable to them? Sir Roma glared at Thales. No, Thales did not do anything wrong. The Archduchess shook her head forcefully. But he is the Prince of Constellation, so the Northlanders have a reason to hate him. This is the hatred between nations. The new teacher narrowed his eyes. Why? Why should the Northlanders hate the Prince of Constellation? 18 years ago, during Constellation's bloody year. Sir Roma paused for a few seconds. She looked at Thales worriedly. When she saw that the latter's expression was normal, she took a deep breath and answered, We, Exted and Constellation fought a terrible war. Thales stared seriously at the old crow, who was still smiling but gave off an inexplicable sense of sternness. He suddenly understood what Hicks wanted to talk about. The bloody year. Of course, this is what Constellation calls it. Hicks' gaze was deep as he sighed with emotion. The bloody year was between the beginning of year 660 and year 661 of the calendar of eradication. The new teacher's gaze became solemn. So, during the war, what did the Constellationates do? What made Extet, who took the initiative to invade, hate Constellation so much? Thales furrowed his brows. Sir Roma hesitated for a second, but under Hicks' smile, she still recalled the contents of the books and lessons she had in the past. She answered truthfully, because of the Fortress Treaty. At the end of the war, the Northlanders were forced to negotiate peace with Constellation under pressure from many parties. They even signed a treaty. Other than a piece of disputed woodland northwest of the fortress before the war, and some monetary compensation, Ekstedt did not get much land or spoils of war. Many people, from the archdukes to the vassals, from the nobles to the soldiers, were dissatisfied with the fact that they had already broken through the northern territory and won victory on the battlefield. In the end, they had to return to the north with their tails between their legs. So, the Archduchess glanced at Thales cautiously again. So they felt that this was a humiliation brought upon them by the Constellation's despicable methods. As he listened to the conversation between the old and the young, Thales remembered everything that Gilbert had told him in the carriage on the eve of the National Conference. Rather than saying that this was a treaty, it would be better to say that this was a record of humiliation. Very well, so this is the answer. The Fortress Treaty, which is disproportionate to the results of the war, is the source of the Northlanders' hatred towards Constellation. When he said this, Hicks showed a puzzled expression at the right time. However, this answer inevitably brings more questions. Even though you were not born at that time. Hicks tapped his walking stick and exhaled. But, according to what you just said, why? Ekstedt had already obtained such a huge advantage, to the point that the entire northern territory and half of the land of cliffs were defeated by them. Why was the Fortress Treaty signed like that? Why did Ekstedt only ask for compensation, but give up every piece of Constellation's land that they had painstakingly conquered and occupied for nearly half a year? Thales and Saroma both frowned and began to think about the old man's words. Hicks turned his head and looked at the Prince of Constellation amiably. Thales, what's your answer? Do you want to take a guess? Thales raised his eyebrows slightly. A memory from a long time ago flashed in his mind. It was still in that bright classroom. It was still the same continuous, clacking sounds of keys being pressed and notes being taken. Chiron, what's your answer to this question? Over the past 6 years, there were not many flashes of unfamiliar but familiar memories like this. At least, it was not as frequent as when he was in those thrilling adventures 6 years ago. But they were definitely not silent. For example, right now. How does social relations, or rather, the position of an individual in the circle of social relations, affect an individual's behavior? According to the assumptions of a rational person. Then, in a situation where they clearly know that their actions will bring about corresponding losses, or at least unpredictable risks, why do many individuals still habitually follow and repeat the actions of the individuals around them based on their closeness to each other? But, in his memory, the owner of the gentle female voice, who always made it difficult for Thales to suppress his emotions but could not name, never appeared again. Thales? Thales only snapped out of his daze when Hicks urged him slightly. He quickly said, I think. Is it because of the joint intervention of many countries? I think that whether it is Han Bol, Main of Night across the sea, or Camus Union and the other small countries in the Western Peninsula, none of them are willing to see an overly powerful kingdom of the Great Dragon. But Thales, who did not stop talking, looked at the eye behind the lens. He saw the inexplicable meaning and smile in that gaze. His heart stirred slightly, and he subconsciously stopped talking. Hicks, who was sitting on the leather chair, laughed. His shoulders trembled, and his hands, which were holding onto the walking stick, trembled slightly. His laughter was weak but cheerful, like a happy old man teasing a child. It did not feel gloomy at all. Just like a happy crow? Saroma stared at the old man, puzzled. Finally, Hicks stopped laughing and nodded. I'm sorry. I remembered a book I once read. Thales revealed a puzzled expression. According to The History of the War in the Northern Territory, when the two countries started negotiating, countries like Camus Union and Han Bol expressed their concern. However, Camus Union could not come to an agreement for a long time regarding the conditions for Ekstedt to withdraw its troops. Han Bol expressed that he respected King Nuven's wishes, and Main of Night's envoy was on the way. He only sent a messenger crow symbolically to express his stance. From the looks of it, either the author of The History of the War in the Northern Territory was boasting and falsifying the inside information he obtained, or... What do you think? Hicks raised his head and looked at Thales with a ruminating gaze. The prince frowned again. So, does this mean that the so-called interference of many countries is actually quite weak, and is not worth mentioning to Ekstedt at all? There's another reason why Ekstedt gave up on the spoils of war, and even the peace talks between the two countries? Ah, I remember again. One of my students once told me. The old man laughed. King Nuvan once generously bestowed the 8 counties in the northern territory of Constellation to 6 counts as a reward to them. Similarly, the Archduke of Defense City, the Archduke of Prestige Orchid, and the Archduke of Black Sand region also tried to take the lands they conquered as their own. Hicks rolled his eyes slightly. Ekstedt even succeeded in making many families in the former lands of Constellation pledge their loyalty to the new suzerain of the Northlanders. Thales and Saroma, who were getting more and more confused, looked at the old man with puzzled expressions. But in the end, the Ekstedtians still withdrew and gave up. Thales asked doubtfully. It seems so. The old crow nodded slightly. First, it was Count Mend of Black Sand region, then the Grey family under Defense City, and finally the Counts of Dragon Cloud City. When their armies withdrew, the lands of Constellation that still belonged to them in name changed their flags, refused to pay taxes and joined the army, chased away the Ekstedtian nobles who stayed behind, and returned to the rule of their former masters. Even many families who were originally forced to submit to the Northlanders changed sides and returned to the territory of Constellation. Thales' heart sank. Why? Saroma asked curiously. Could it be that the rule of the King of Eternal Rule has been so deeply rooted in the hearts of the people that the loyalty of the people and nobles is unshakable? Hicks rubbed his wrists and clicked his tongue. If that's the case, why did the loyal nobles surrender to Ekstedt in the beginning? Strictly speaking, the people of the Northern Territory are also Northlanders. They do not lack the courage to fight to the death. Saroma was instantly speechless. But Thales, who was beside her, was lost in thought. Wait, refused to pay taxes and join the army, chased away the Ekstedtian nobles and officials who stayed behind, the prince had a thought. He suddenly remembered the tense and dangerous negotiation in the Hall of Heroes 6 years ago. He remembered Chapman Lampard's expression. He remembered what he truly feared. I understand now. The Prince of Constellation raised his head abruptly and looked at Hicks, who was still smiling. He said solemnly, back then, Ekstedt did not have the ability to rule the Northern Territory. Saroma looked at him curiously. Hicks' gaze changed. In the next second, the old man raised his right hand with a smile and made a gesture of invitation to Thales. Thales, who was encouraged by the other two people's gazes, took a deep breath and recalled the things he had thought about 6 years ago. Whether it was paying taxes, being a judge, serving in the army, or daily life, the Constellations, from high to low, from noble to lowly, gradually got used to their country's way of ruling, starting from the virtuous king, the system and rules that matured step by step. As for Ekstedt, they could not follow Constellation's system, nor could they use Constellation's way to rule this land. Not only were the Northlander nobles not used to it, but the qualified bureaucrats that the kingdom of the Great Dragon could send to rule the Northern Territory were also far from enough. They could only use Ekstedt's old way to rule Constellation. The prince frowned. He remembered that not long ago, little Joseph's father, who was a chef, had told him about what happened in their village. The trusted aides of the suzerains of Northland came to collect taxes from the farmers. This month's tax might be a chicken or a bag of wheat, but after a few months, if your land was harvested, or if the tax collector was changed, you might have to collect a cow or 2 bags of wheat. It all depended on the tax collector's mood and greed, and it depended on whether the suzerain was kind or harsh. If you were a craftsman and used a good idea to start a small business in the bazaar and made money, when you wanted to expand your business, you might have to face the covetous eyes of the suzerains or nobles, because even being able to trade in the bazaar was a favor from them. While Thales continued to speculate in his mind, he said to Hicks, who was smiling even more widely, and Saroma, who was dumbfounded, So, if King Nuvan arbitrarily enfeoffed the land in Constellation's northern territory to his subjects and nobles, and let them manage their new territories according to the old tradition in the joint ruling pledge, all sorts of problems will arise. Hicks coughed and chuckled. The old crow said faintly, as far as I know, when Extet occupied the northern territory, Archduke Lampard, who was in charge of managing the rear, who is now King Chapman, tried to fulfill the suzerain's responsibilities and rights, just like he did in his own country. He collected taxes from the Northern Territory's residents to subsidize his expenses on the condition of ensuring a safe life. But it was obviously quite inefficient. The people were not willing to deal with his tax collectors. Thales's eyes brightened when his conjecture was verified. Of course, because the land in Constellation is different. The people in the Northern Territory have gradually gotten used to another way of living and ruling. They are not blindly and obediently loyal to a suzerain who comes from the north and has the boorish style of the Great Dragon. And this is only the Northern Territory. It may be even more so in the Central Territory or even the South, because their cities are bigger and their villages are more complicated. I heard that the craftsmen and merchants even formed a trade association and had the right to negotiate with the suzerains. Thales recalled Lampard's gaze in the past. He felt sentimental and came to a realization. To put it simply, after Extet won the war, it did not have the ability to rule the Northern Territory steadily. Correspondingly, once the invaders did not have this ability, the people of Constellation's Northern Territory would naturally not submit to Extet's rule. The prince recalled the lowly tax collector who defected from Constellation to Black Sand region and worked under Lampard. Because not only could the latter not give them the life they wanted, he was also rudely harming their interests. Thales sighed. So, even if King Nuvan's army occupied the Northern Territory, he was unable to govern it effectively. He could only use violence to subdue it. Saroma blinked and, as usual, gave Thales a look of surprise. The old crow, Hicks, shrugged. The wrinkles on his face seemed to have deepened. From our discussion just now, Extet did not turn the land and people affected by the invasion into beneficiaries, the skinny old man said faintly. Instead, they turned them into enemies? Thales nodded with a solemn expression. So, if Extet wants to continue occupying the Northern Territory, it means that they must station their troops there for a long time. They must use the Archduke's violence to suppress the continuous rebellions and disobedience, to quell the boiling anger of the people due to the change in their lives. Or Thales recalled Lampard's promise to the Archdukes during the Dragon's Blood, 6 years ago. Or the Archdukes or even the king himself will personally station their troops in the Northern Territory to eliminate all possible sources of trouble. Then, gradually, it will synchronize with and move closer to Constellation's existing system. Make it our own land. The prince subconsciously clenched his fists. So, is this what you learned during the bloody year 18 years ago? Chapman Lampard? Chapter 297. Garrisoning the army? Hicks placed his hand on the crutch between his knees again and pretended to be thinking seriously. It's an interesting choice to use slaughter and fear, blood and death to intimidate the opposers and discontented people, and to break the people's dependence and habits on the old system. Saroma seemed to have caught up to the conversation. She interrupted with great interest, but garrisoning the Northern Territory for a long time means high military expenses, exaggerated supplies, the cost of long-term mobilization, and the vassals' complaints. These are not things any archduke can afford. Seal told me that when a man in his prime leaves home for a month, it's enough to affect the local output and bring about the people's dissatisfaction. Thales' heart was clear. So, although Extet defeated Constellation during the bloody year, they could not rule the Northern Territory normally, nor could they use their garrisons to protect their land. Hicks flashed his ugly but amiable smile again. A very interesting discussion, sir and madam. The new teacher changed the topic again. Since that's the case, we have another question. If they can't rule directly, why don't they support the existing local nobles in the Northern Territory to rule the Northern Territory on their behalf? Thales furrowed his brows. Saroma, on the other hand, rolled her eyes. After King Nuvan breached Cold Castle, he hanged the Duke of the Northern Territory and a number of suzerains who refused to submit to him, in an attempt to extinguish the Northern Territory's resistance. Thales thought of Val Arund, who was in prison, and of his horse accusations in Renaissance Palace. The Archduchess kept talking as if she was reciting a book. But he couldn't destroy them. Old Arund's son was still in the capital, so he couldn't destroy the bloodline that was connected to the land in the Northern Territory. Not only that, Extet didn't conquer the south of Shepherd's River. Eternal Star City still stands, and the devastated royal family quickly regains their king. Saroma finished her sentence. For the Northern Territory, whether it's for the great families or the civilians, their king and dukes are still resisting in the war. Their hope and lighthouse of resistance are still there. The laws and principles for fighting for them are still there, and Extet is still an illegal and evil invader. Just like how Dragon Cloud City stood for a long time under the siege of the Nightwing King even though it was in imminent danger. This is an eternal war flag. Thales suddenly remembered the scene 6 years ago, when Miranda and Cohen were trapped in Dragon Cloud City. So that was how it was. Miranda Arund, as the heir of the Arund family, 6 years ago, she was also a crucial chess piece in Lampard's conquest of the northern region, whether it was to support a puppet, or... That was why she was targeted by Black Sand region during Dragon's Blood's operation. From Nuvan's death to the invasion of the Northern Territory, this was a set of chess moves that complemented each other. On the other hand, if Extet destroyed Eternal Star City and captured or even cut off the bloodline of the Arund family and even the Jade Star royal family. When he thought of this, Thales subconsciously spoke up and took over Saroma's words. Then, whether it is the northern region or the land of cliffs and west wilderness that they have already taken over, they may be able to rule and occupy them more easily by supporting puppets or garrisons. Hicks coughed. The old man reached out his hand and grabbed an upside-down cup beside him with trembling hands. Thales quickly stood up, picked up the kettle on the desk, and poured water for him. This is an interesting argument. Thank you, kind sir. As long as the bloodline of the family, which represents the legal ruling power, is still there and has not surrendered, Hicks drank the water and did not forget to smack his lips behind the cup. The invaders are far from conquering. They can only occupy, use time and violence to eliminate dissatisfaction and maintain the status quo. Or they can support the local puppets and make them their vassals so that they can indirectly control the Northern Territory. When he said this, Hicks suddenly raised his gray eyes. They shone with a strange light, and he said profoundly, just like how the Alliance of Freedom is to Extet. The prince and the Archduchess were both stunned. When they heard the familiar name, they looked at each other in surprise and bewilderment. But the old crow did not continue with this topic. Instead, he returned to the main topic. So, my dear Thales and Saroma, let us conclude our discussion just now. For the born king, the people and vassals of the occupied areas, the Northern Territory, did not become his allies, and the vassals who accompanied him to send troops did not receive the corresponding benefits. Do you agree? Saroma's expression froze, and she nodded. Yes. The old man coughed again and said with a sigh, you know, at my age, if you want to eat something good, besides having good teeth, you also need to have a healthy stomach. You also need to have a healthy stomach. Hicks put down the cup and kept sizing up the two of them, who had unknowingly sat upright. He let out a long sigh. So, after conquering Northland with irresistible force, behind the seemingly dazzling victory, Extet could not rule the Northern Territory for long. Under the premise that the disadvantages outweighed the advantages, they could only abandon the land they could not keep, and were forced to withdraw their troops and return to their country. Is it not so difficult to understand? Thales took a deep breath, nodded, and said, of course, that seems to be the case. Hicks stared at Thales, who chose his words carefully. The corners of his wrinkled lips curled up slightly, and he smiled softly. Then, there is one more thing that I find a little strange. Thales and Saroma quickly leaned forward. They had gradually gotten used to their teacher's way of chatting. I can't eat meat, that's too hard, but I can still eat some snacks. Hicks narrowed his eyes. At that moment, the old man made Thales think of Gilbert inexplicably. He remembered the cunning gaze of the cunning fox, who lived up to his name. Extet gave up the Northern Territory, but why did they also give up Broken Dragon Fortress? Why did they let the Constellations take back such an important fortress, just like how they gave up the Northern Territory? Thales and Saroma exchanged glances, and both of them sank into confusion again. Because Broken Dragon Fortress is just a defensive fortress, Saroma answered cautiously. And it's also a sentry post? That's why they need to station troops for a long time. The benefits of occupying it are far less than the costs of maintaining it. Using the fortress to monitor and suppress Constellation is a kind of benefit in itself. Thales shook his head. But on the other hand, giving it up is also very harmful. Constellation can use it as a base to head north at any time. This reason might not necessarily be valid. Hicks looked at the two of them, who were racking their brains, and smiled slightly. It sounds like a dilemma. The old man changed his posture and gently hammered his right leg, as if sitting for a long time was not good for his health. So, what did King Niven consider when he made his choice? King Niven. Thales' thoughts trembled again. The image of a tough and imposing old man appeared before his eyes. Yes. King Niven. Thales' gaze focused again. Because King Niven did not allow it. Saroma and Hicks turned their gazes towards him again. If Extet controls the fortress, no matter who garrisoned the troops here, it would mean that Black Sand region's status and role would rise greatly. Against Constellation, Broken Dragon Fortress could only rely on Lampard's supplies and support. This would increase his bargaining chips and weight. Secondly, with the fortress as a line of defense, Black Sand region's pressure on Constellation would be greatly reduced. Lampard would be able to free up his hands, and this would greatly increase his threat. Thales held his chin and seemed to be deep in thought. So, if King Niven takes over the fortress himself and sends his trusted aides and troops to guard it, not only would he be helping Black Sand region block the threat from the south, he would also have to rely on Lampard's support, which would be equivalent to handing over his bargaining chips to Black Sand region. And if he handed over the fortress to Black Sand region, that would be even more impossible. Taking over Constellation is for Extet, Thales said thoughtfully. But before that, he would not allow the Northern Territory or even the fortress to become nourishment for any extension Archduke other than Dragon Cloud City. Saroma showed an expression that said, "Wow." The old crow's weak but gratified laughter came from the other side. I think our discussion has gone from countries and governance to the level of the suzerains playing games. This is both a good and a bad thing. The good thing is that you will be able to see more, and the bad thing is. Hicks winked playfully at the two of them. His eyes behind the lenses became clear. You will be able to see less. The two students were stunned at first, then they sank into deep thought. The old crow adjusted his lenses slightly and coughed. He then pulled his walking stick out from between his knees and placed it by his right hand. Very well, we have talked for quite a while today. Hicks raised his head. He still had that amiable but slightly weak smile on his face. Can I say that we have come to an interesting conclusion that we both agree on? Invading and occupying a place, and keeping and ruling a place are two completely different things. Thales and Saroma looked at each other. The latter nodded. Of course. Hicks' eyes widened slightly. You know, this reminds me of chess and maps. The skinny old man tugged at his slightly askew scarf. On the chessboard and the map, everything is very vivid. You move a chess piece, a military chess piece, and swallow an enemy. Then, your flag will be planted on the square where the enemy stands, and it will be dyed with your color. That place is yours. The prince and the archduchess listened attentively to their new teacher's words with solemn expressions. The old crow lowered his head slightly. His expression was contemplative. But in reality, Extet's example tells us that everything is very complicated. Everything requires more consideration. You may have eliminated the enemy and obtained victory, but it does not mean that you can keep that piece of land. You may be able to order an army to invade and win, but it does not mean that you can accept the price that comes with it, even if it looks like a victory. Hicks raised his head and looked at the sky outside the window. He sighed and said, "Perhaps this is the limit of governance. When you are faced with war and peace, enemies and allies, perhaps there is no harm in first understanding what the limit of governance is and where it is." He turned his head. The gaze that flashed behind his lenses made Thales subconsciously straighten his chest. "Do you agree?" The Prince of Constellation took a deep breath and nodded solemnly. "Yes, I agree very much." Saroma also nodded vigorously. Hicks turned his head sideways. The wisdom in his eyes seemed to have disappeared without a trace. He put on a relaxed and happy smile again and said with a chuckle, "Then, we had a good chat today, didn't we?" As he spoke, the skinny Hicks stood up shakily with the support of his walking stick. "Perhaps, today, we will call it a day." Thales and Saroma quickly stood up and bowed politely to him. "Of course," the prince said seriously. "Thank you, Mr. Hicks. You are a good teacher." Hicks laughed. "Oh, don't be in such a hurry to say that. After all, I don't even have the qualifications to be a scholar in the academy." The old crow closed his eyes and shook his head. "By the way, everything we talked about today, why Extet withdrew its troops that year, why it gave up its land, and the limit of governance, is very interesting, isn't it?" The two students nodded respectfully. Hicks opened his eyes slightly. His gaze behind his lenses flashed with a cunning look again. He changed the topic of conversation. "If that's the case, then how about this? The next time we meet, I hope that you will tell me with reason and evidence again, just like you did today." The two students immediately pricked up their ears to listen. Hicks held his walking stick with both hands, narrowed his eyes, and looked at the two solemn teenagers with interest. "Why, everything we discussed today, all the conclusions from the beginning to the end," the old crow said softly, "are all wrong." Time seemed to have stopped for 2 seconds. 2 seconds later, Thales and Saroma, who had come to their senses, were both shocked. Saroma could not help but cry out involuntarily, "What?" Thales stared at their teacher in a daze, unable to react for a long time. "Everything we discussed today, are all, don't be nervous, Saroma." "Just like what I said," Hicks raised his left hand and waved as he watched the two of them with their mouths agape. Like a child who had succeeded in a prank, he laughed out loud. "We are just chatting. This is the topic of our chat for the next episode. Why everything we said today was wrong." The teenager and the girl stared at the old crow in a daze. They looked at each other, unable to accept each other's words. "A tutor told you at the end of the first lesson that everything he said just now was wrong?" At that moment, Thales suddenly felt that the nickname, Old Crow, was very appropriate for him. "We had a good chat today. The weather is good. Why don't you go for a walk together?" Hicks breathed in contentedly and winked at the two students with special identities. Then, he turned around and left with the support of his walking stick. Don't let your youth go to waste. With the sound of his walking stick hitting the floor, the new teacher who had left a deep impression on them pushed the door open and left. The two students were left dumbfounded. "What do you mean?" Saroma asked Thales in puzzlement. "Was everything we said today fake?" At that moment, Thales exhaled a long breath. As he stared at the leather chair Hicks had sat on, he suddenly had some understanding. "No. I think what he meant was that the truth is not important." Thales seemed to be deep in thought as he tried to understand Hicks' intentions. "What's important is that he wants us to take a completely opposite position when we are faced with a conclusion that is almost set in stone, and when there are already so many arguments against it." Thales narrowed his eyes. "Convince him again." "Wait. Use a completely opposite position to overturn a conclusion that has already been deeply rooted in people's hearts with reason and evidence? What a familiar rhythm." Saroma blinked and exhaled. She fell into her chair and pouted. I don't understand. Thales shrugged. It's fine if you don't understand. Just prepare to stay up all night in the library. With a faint sense of familiarity, the prince flashed a smile. I have a hunch that this topic is not that simple. Saroma sighed. She pouted and laid her head on the desk without a care for her image. But there's still Ging's etiquette class tomorrow. It has to continue, Thales snickered with slight disdain. Forget about the etiquette class. The prince turned around and looked at the unhappy Saroma with a profound gaze. Do you remember what I said? The education you received in the past was to train you into a dignified and elegant archduchess, he said flatly with a burning gaze. To turn you into, Saroma interrupted him. But? The archduchess raised her eyebrows. You're going to say, but, again, aren't you? The imposing manner that Thales had built up after much difficulty was stifled. All right, but... Thales nodded helplessly, then shook his head. He gestured with his chin at the door where Hicks had left. This old crow, the limits of his rule? The prince glanced at Hicks' seat, then looked at the golden-haired girl in front of him seriously. He looked at her aggrieved gaze. But he is teaching you honestly and seriously how to become a qualified. At this moment, the familiar sound of a walking stick suddenly rang out from outside the door. Asterisk clip-clop. Clip-clop. Clip-clop, asterisk under the two people's strange gazes, Hicks reappeared at the door with an apologetic smile. I'm sorry. I'm old and forgetful. The old crow shook his head. Although the time of our next lesson is uncertain due to my physical condition, I still feel that I should tell you in advance what I hope you can do the next time we meet. Thales and Saroma nodded respectfully in unison. Of course. Hicks smiled faintly. First of all, I hope that you might as well take some notes and seriously think about every word we said during our discussion. Saroma nodded and readily took notes in her notebook. Second, remember that we are chatting. You are welcome to interrupt and ask each other questions at any time. Then, we should express our views in an orderly manner and grasp the key points. Thales was slightly taken aback. Wait. These words, why? Hicks coughed and continued, also, we might as well be cautious and humble during our discussion. Before questioning something, it is best to ask our own standpoint and opinions. At that moment, Thales was completely stunned. These words, impossible. I put the following part of the text in the writer's speech after the chapter. It's free. Lastly, questioning each other is also an advantage and a privilege for schoolmates. Please be prepared to ask each other questions, and be prepared to receive each other's questions. The truth is always born in collision and conflict. The new teacher cast a strange glance at Thales, who had a strange expression on his face, and frowned slightly. Then, I wish you all the best. Under Saroma's respectful and grateful farewell, the old crow walked out of the door and left slowly. Thales was the only one who stood where he was without saying a word. He hesitantly pulled Saroma's notebook over and looked at the notes on it. He then looked at the door where the old man had left. His chest rose and fell, and it was difficult for him to calm down. Hicks. You. Chapter 298. The air was very quiet. The sun, which was blocked by dark clouds, shone with gray light, as if it was embellishing the current mysterious atmosphere. A pleasant male voice rang out, when you think of gods, what is the first thought that comes to your mind? A few seconds later, Thales, who was deep in thought, opened his eyes subconsciously. His gaze was empty, and he replied softly in the strange atmosphere, gods are completely different from us. It doesn't fit with us. Opposite us from a distance. The male voice was silent for a while, as if he was savoring the answer. After a while, the other person continued to ask, then, when you think of this world, what is the first thought that comes to your mind? The prince frowned slightly. The world? Thales raised his head slightly and looked at the other person as if he was looking at a statue in a temple. His expression was mysterious, and his tone was calm. We are in it. We are embedded in it. We exist in it. The male voice paused for a while again and let out a low murmur. Very good. You have the style of the main body. The pleasant male voice chuckled softly. Now, eliminate the previous answer, empty yourself, close your eyes, and try again. Listen, when you think of gods. Thales nodded subconsciously, closed his eyes, and took a deep breath. Gods, in the next second, bang. The prince opened his eyes abruptly and slammed his palm on the chessboard in front of him. Thales exhaled deeply, and an emotion called annoyance instantly appeared in his empty eyes. Oh, God, I've had enough. The teenager leaned back against the chair, held his forehead in pain, and interrupted the topic. How long have we been talking about this topic? In front of the prince, the handsome man on the other end of the chessboard turned his gaze slightly. Less than an hour, the latter said softly. Thales sighed in frustration and spread his hands. An hour? How many answers did I give you to the same two questions? God? The prince raised his left hand and counted with his fingers. His tone was full of perfunctory and dissatisfaction. From the Creator, holy existence, omniscient and omnipotent, puppet controller, observer in the dark, visitor from another world, answering prayers, heartless feeder, scheme outside the box. The man on the other side of the chessboard listened to Thales quietly and did not move. World? Thales finished counting the fingers on his left hand and raised his right hand. From full of people, full of vitality, animal planet, material world, beautiful future and hope, terrible world, unfair society, to this world is wrong, heartless world, on the verge of destruction, Thales, who had a splitting headache, exhaled and continued to complain. Are there 15 types? If you combine them, there will be hundreds of them. At this moment, the man in front of her raised a finger. In an instant, Thales felt the air he inhaled become fresh and moist. The cool feeling that went deep into his lungs made his extremely frustrated brain cool down. The prince stopped talking and blinked. He took a deep breath to calm his emotions. Your mind is not here. In the open-air private room in the chess room, Sakern, who was sitting opposite Thales, put down his finger gently and said flatly, at least not with me. Thales snapped out of his daze and looked up at the air mystic on the other side of the chessboard. He then looked at heroic spirit palace in the distance beyond the balcony. He exhaled and got up from the back of the chair. He rubbed his face in frustration. Sorry. The teenager shook his head awkwardly and pushed a chess piece forward. There have been a lot of things happening recently. I'm a little out of sorts. It had been almost a month since the day of the council hearing and Viscount Kentvita's visit. Since that day, Thales had been troubled by the troubles caused by the arrival of Black Sand Region's envoy. The relationship between the Alliance of Freedom and Extet, the fight between King Chapman and his opponents, the undercurrents of power in Dragon Cloud City, the Walton family's stance and choice, and of course, the Archduchess marriage. But surprisingly, even though Thales had become increasingly anxious after listening to Putre's analysis, Dragon Cloud City had been surprisingly peaceful for the past 10 days or so. The vassals did not continue to advise or force the marriage. Count Leesban was as steady as ever, no matter how many times Thales tried to communicate with him about Saroma's marriage. Kentvita had never left Dragon Cloud City. The envoy of Black Sand Region lived in the noble's post house in Axe District. Under the protection of Black Sand Region's own people, he rarely went out. He did not interact with any vassals, nor did he meet with the Archduchess. Over the past month, no messenger ravens had flown in from the west, such as the city of faraway prayers. Hence, there was no news about the Alliance of Freedom or the war. The situation in Dragon Cloud City was like the surface of a rippling lake. It was calm, but it was precisely because of this that Thales felt even more uneasy. This is probably how water looks like before it's boiling. That was until he received the next sky blue invitation. What happened recently? Are you talking about the little girl I found on your bed 6 years ago? Asda snorted softly and said casually, the one you gave the Archduchess throne just because she slept with you for one night? Thale's expression froze. Oh, my God. A second later, the prince said in a very displeased manner, didn't Seoul Tower teach you how to use the modern common language of the Western Peninsula correctly so as not to cause any misunderstandings? Indeed, the modern common language gradually came into being after the Battle of Eradication. Asda's expression was still relaxed, but Thales felt that there was a faint sneer hidden under his calm face. When I was your age, my tutor taught me the language of the Empire. Perhaps some common language words were mixed in, while Seoul Tower used the orthodox written language of the ancient empire. I'm not trying to criticize your standard in the common language at all, but the mentally exhausted prince had already given up on arguing with him. Thales sighed in resignation and changed the topic. I really didn't expect that the famous air mystic would also care about the affairs of us lowly mortals. Asda raised his eyes slightly. Just because I don't want to care about these boring things doesn't mean that I'm deaf or blind. As I said, being too tied down by mundane matters will affect your progress, the air mystic said unhurriedly, as if he was not angry at his student's absent-mindedness. Perhaps you still don't understand, but as a mystic in preparation, if you don't have a solid foundation benefits from teachers who teach me wholeheartedly without reservation, not hypnosis without any reason or explanation. Thales cast him a sideways glance and refuted him without any ambiguity. It seems that I need such a teacher. Perhaps Asda's temper was really good, or perhaps he did not care about the student's sarcasm. The mystic said faintly, very well, it seems that you've recovered. Then, let's go again. Thales, who had had enough, exhaled and looked at the ceiling in resignation. Are you sure you don't want to continue the topic from the previous lesson? The prince tapped the chess piece listlessly, causing Lord Justin and Waya, who were in the distance, to look at him curiously. Remember, the two empresses? And how did they betray all of you? A blue light flashed in Asda's eyes. They're enemies. That's all you need to know. The mystic said coldly, the two empresses have already surpassed your level, unlike Giza and I. They have an immeasurable influence on this world. The more you know, the more likely you are to expose yourself to their eyes and ears, whether intentionally or unintentionally. Thales' gaze shifted. Immeasurable influence. Their eyes and ears, whether intentionally or unintentionally. The prince, who seemed to have caught onto something, asked tentatively, you mean, after the Battle of Eradication, as mystics, they still maintained contact with all the countries in the world? Asda fixed his gaze on him and said in a mocking tone, use your thumb to think, your highness. Existences like me, Giza, and could all use more than 100 years to secretly run a grey gang that was entangled with the aristocratic forces. Each of us took what we needed and became our eyes and ears, as well as our hunting dogs. Do you think, as the victors of the Battle of Eradication, those two B***stards just found a comfortable little nest, piled up their treasures, and crawled into it to sleep for the past 600 years? Thales frowned. So, Asda shook his head. You'll know one day. You don't even need me to tell you. The prince exhaled in pain. You've made me even more curious. Curiosity killed the mystic, Asda replied mechanically. Remember, these are the exact words of your teacher and guide. Thales snorted in disdain. You make it sound like mystics will die. At this moment, Thales thought of something. Right, speaking of my teacher, Mr. Sakern, you told me last time that it's best to follow a few rules in class. You know, the prince muttered, thinking about every sentence, asking rhetorical questions at any time, expressing myself clearly, questioning each other, and so on. Asda nodded slightly and moved his palm upward slightly. Thales, who was gradually getting familiar with him, knew that this was a sign that the air mystic had allowed him to finish speaking. Thales took a deep breath and stared into the mystic's almost emotionless eyes. Then, if there is someone else in the world who told me almost the same rules, what would happen? At that moment, Thales clearly saw Asda's right eyebrow twitch. Who? Asda asked in a seemingly calm manner. A rather old tutor from Dragon Kiss Academy in Enlenzo Dukedom. Thales imagined the interesting image of the thin old man and could not help but narrow his eyes. Merrill Hicks. Asda paused for a second. Dragon Kiss Academy? He seemed to be mulling over the word, then he raised his head slightly. Humph, then it makes sense. Thales widened his eyes. What do you mean? Asda picked up a chess piece. Long ago, during the era of kings and the ancient empire, Dragon Kiss Province was a famous refuge. If war came, many scholars, literati, merchants, fallen nobles, and other refugees would choose to seek shelter there. Wizards were no exception. You mean that Dragon Kiss Academy and Magic Tower have a deep relationship? Not just a relationship. The mystic shook his head and placed the chess piece on the next position. The founder of Dragon Kiss Academy 1,000 years ago was originally a wizard from Soul Tower. Some of the teaching rules in Soul Tower have undoubtedly influenced Dragon Kiss Academy. Thales remembered that Ramon had once told him that magic had become extinct. He could not help but feel shocked. So, Dragon Kiss Academy also teaches magic? The prince was surprised and clung to the table. But, Asda cut him off emotionlessly. I know what you're thinking. Dragon Kiss Academy could not avoid the disaster of magic becoming extinct after the Battle of Eradication. Most of the books that were considered to be magic or related to magic were destroyed. Thales' face darkened. But he immediately raised his head and said with a little hope, then, there is still a small part? Yes, but not the kind you think. It's time for you to go. Asda replied nonchalantly, that's right. The wizard who established the Dragon Kiss Academy is a core member of the Seat of Epic. His specialty in the Soul Tower is history and literature. He specializes in researching the origins of civilizations in poetry. Naturally, the Dragon Kiss Academy's research direction has shifted towards him. Thales frowned and grabbed the king. He moved it out of Asda's hunting range. Their game of chess had unknowingly turned to checkmate again. But he immediately reacted to Asda's words. History? Literature, the prince said in surprise. Magic Tower also researches these? Asda chuckled. It's not just these. Among the 3 great magic towers, the largest Soul Tower alone has all kinds of magic branches. There are as many stars in the Milky Way. The mystic lifted his gaze slightly. Blue light flowed in his eyes. Under Thales' curious and longing gaze, Asda skillfully and quickly recited a series of terms that were too much for the eyes to take in. The Seat of Gold specializes in researching the economic currency's influence on humans. The Seat of Epic is good at working with ascetics to unearth new things from archaeological remains. The Seat of Thought is good at interrogating human language and logic. The Seat of Power believes that only by going deep into secular society can one better understand the world and oneself. It is Soul Tower's largest supply of resident wizards. Almost every suzerain's habit of hiring a wizard as a consultant started from it. It also set a precedent for the Seat of All Laws. The Seat of Nature is on good terms with the Alchemy Tower. It advocates discovering objective laws of nature and applying them flexibly. There are countless other seats under it. Thales pondered over Asda's words as if he was intoxicated. Then, he shuddered slightly. Wait, gold, epic, thought. These are also considered magic? The prince turned his head and cast a bewildered gaze at Asda, seeking an answer. Asda returned to his original indifference. He asked flatly, what do you think magic is? Thales took a deep breath and began to think. The prince scratched his head and said in disbelief, although I heard Ramon say that magic seems to have a wide range, monetary economy? Influence on humans? This is too, currency? Economy? Asda interrupted him, repeating the phrase. The air mystic's eyes were sharp and serious. Currency. Think about it. Wizards only use some small metal discs and useless waste paper to profoundly change the lives and fates of thousands of people. They can also affect the history and future of a country or a place. Success and fame, the destruction of families, and the deaths of people are all involved. The king, the people, the nobles, and the common people are all involved. All of these come from the hard thinking in the magic tower and the endless nights of writing. Thales raised his eyebrows. Asda leaned forward slightly. His gaze was so bright that Thales could not help but avert his gaze. Tell me, what kind of incantations and what kind of magic can achieve such a thing? If these are not considered magic, then what else is magic? Chapter 299. What's your impression of magic? Using powerful fireballs to bombard the grass into white ground? Using magic to delude people's hearts to deceive the world and pursue power? Using tricks that are similar to street acrobatics to win the cheers and admiration of stupid nobles? Using mysteries that seem extremely powerful to others to decorate your own status and appearance? Or is it the laughable pleasure and satisfaction of annihilating your enemies in battle after battle? Thales lowered his head as if he was deep in thought. However, his heart was already trembling. Magic. Magic? What exactly is magic? You know, a long time ago, I always felt that wizards were people with great power. They could casually throw a fireball, the prince said with a sigh, a little absent-minded. Or they could hide in the tower and not go out, researching a spell that could destroy the world, or they could be the kind of old pedants who persistently pursued the truth. But now you're telling me, Asda leaned against the back of his chair again and snorted coldly. Indeed, the magic system of Soul Tower is the greatest heresy in the history of magic. In the beginning, it was not recognized by other wizards at all. They ridiculed us as storytellers, and we retorted that they were merely tricksters. For example, the Alchemy Tower stubbornly believed that magic was a deep study of the relationship between humans and nature, and that the latter's resources were kept for their own use. It was not strange for them to have this kind of thinking. After all, the Alchemy Tower, known as the Tower of War, rose during the war between humans and ancient orcs. It started with killing and practicality, and relied on survival and victory. It was very similar to the kind of wizards who throw fireballs and specialize in researching spells. But we are different. The mystic's tone was full of seriousness and caution. In the end, the Soul Tower's ideals shocked the entire history of magic. Even the ascetics and alchemists were deeply affected. Thales furrowed his brows. You mean, if magic can't provide some meaning to the world, give some possibilities to the future, and give some value to humans besides satisfying our own desires for food and clothing? Asda turned his head and narrowed his eyes. His expression was calm, but it was very stressful. Then what is the point of us putting in so much effort to gather mages, summarizing and calculating, researching, passing down the seeds and concepts of magic one after another, and constantly seeking to improve amidst doubts and criticism? Asda's expression was still very stiff, but Thales inexplicably felt that there was a deeper layer of emotion hidden behind his face. If magic is merely a slave to its users, a tool for self-interest and a capital for flaunting their status, a cloak for winning dignity and the capital for fulfilling their desires, an excuse for wizards to stand aloof from the world and boast about their transcendence, then what is the difference between the existence of wizards and the nobles who fight for power and profit, the farmers and hunters who only seek food and clothing, the warriors who kill enemies and perform meritorious deeds on the battlefield, the merchants and craftsmen who only seek profit, and the hermits who pretend to be profound? Then, as mages, what's the need for us to pursue truth and correctness? What's the purpose? To survive? To live a better life? In order to live a better life? To live for others to see? To become smarter and stronger, and then let countless people who are weaker and stupider than you lie on the ground, marvel at your achievements and worship your status? No, Thales. Asda slowly enunciated his words. That is definitely not a wizard. At least, it is not a wizard that we acknowledge. Instead, it is just a moth that writes the word magic on the only fig leaf it has. Thales pondered over his words and could not help but be entranced. Is this also part of the mystic's curriculum? Asda nodded solemnly. Of course, and it's extremely important. Don't let the existing framework imprison you, Thales. Let your thoughts run wild. Thales stared at him blankly. The mystic sighed slowly. Thales had almost forgotten that he could still breathe. Do you remember what I said? In Soul Tower, in the philosophy of the Seat of 10,000 Laws, magic is a choice, not a monotonous tool or method. Being a wizard is a form of recognition, not a tacky status or identity. And this was my choice and my recognition back then. Asda looked straight into Thales' eyes. It is also my magic. Asda fell silent. But Thales was immersed in the shocking conversation and could not return to his senses for a long time. Mr. Sakern, what kind of place is Soul Tower? He asked dreamily. Asda paused for a moment. 3 seconds later, the mystic slowly clenched his fists. Soul Tower, Asda said very slowly. His voice was deep, as though there was a layer of sandpaper behind his throat. Wizard's holy land, apprentice's hope, and magic's future. Countless thoughts and ideals collide fiercely there. What we believe to be the truth is polished in lectures and discussions. Countless like-minded peers are moving forward step by step in debates. Every day is a new day, because there are always new things waiting for you. There are always new people in the future, because old things are always left behind, and old people are always left behind. At that moment, Asda seemed to have remembered something. He stopped talking and looked down at the chessboard. It was as if he had violated some taboo. His face darkened, and the blue light in his eyes gradually disappeared. Thales noticed his teacher's expression and abnormality. He wisely stopped asking. Everyone had their own story. But not everyone was willing to talk. Moreover, hearing you say that, I really want to see it with my own eyes. Thales sighed. It seems that Soul Tower is a very great and beautiful place. Asda suddenly raised his head. Of course not. This time, the mystic's tone was exceptionally cold. Even Soul Tower has its own filth, darkness, ugliness, and compromises. At the end of the day, wizards are just humans. Remember, Thales. An organization, a place, a group, as long as it is made up of humans. The mystic stared at Thales. Then it will never be that beautiful. Just like the vortex you are in, this game. The prince raised his eyebrows, a little embarrassed. Huh? But Asda ignored him. He only turned his head to look outside the room. Perhaps this is the limit of humans. Thales swore that he heard the mystic let out a barely noticeable sigh after the last word. Under the setting sun, the mystic's face was still handsome, but there were some lines that were usually not there. It was as if the artist had added a few more strokes. Class dismissed. Asda looked at the setting sun and said softly. In the next second, before Thales could even show his astonishment, the mystic's figure faded away. Hey! Thales looked at the empty seat and the chessboard that was once again checkmated. He sighed helplessly. This again. Thus, Thales ended his day of playing chess outside once again. Accompanied by Justin, Waya, and the others, he prepared for his return trip in low spirits. He had gained enough surprises today. Perhaps he should not add any more burdens on himself. In view of the treachery in Dragon Cloud City, Thales raised his head curiously and looked at the commotion in front of him. What's going on? The former deputy commander of the White Blade Guards, Lord Justin, walked past the prince and looked at the situation in front of him with uncontrollable anger. At the entrance of the chess room, dozens of warriors from the Archduchess Guards coldly pressed down on their weapons. They were in a tense confrontation with dozens of unfamiliar soldiers who came from the alley next door. Those soldiers were obviously not from Dragon Cloud City. They were murderous and did not show any signs of weakness. Behind them was a brownish-black enclosed carriage. Waya and Ralph looked at each other, not understanding what was going on. Thales furrowed his brows and saw the leader of the unfamiliar soldiers clearly. It was a female warrior with a buzz cut and a round face. "Prince Thales, I represent Black Sand Region and send you an invitation for a meeting." The current deputy commander of the White Blade Guards, Lady Crochmerk, waved her arm at the carriage behind her, which was guarded by the Black Sand Region soldiers, and said coldly, "Viscount Kenvita is in the carriage. Viscount Kenvita is in the carriage. He invites you to move into the carriage and give him a few minutes to talk." Thales was slightly stunned. What, a meeting? Now? Doubt and vigilance rose in Thales' heart. What does Kenvita want to say to me? I don't know, Croche said softly, a cold glint shone in her eyes. That is your judgment. At this moment, Viscount Kenvita's voice came from the direction of the carriage from afar. I promise, Your Highness, if you miss this carriage, you will regret it in the future. Believe me, this is very important. Thales felt a chill in his heart. Regret it? Very important? Why do we have to get into the carriage? Thales narrowed his eyes and said warily, We can go upstairs or find another place. Why in the carriage? Look around you. Croche glanced at the Archduchess guards with an unpleasant gaze. In Dragon Cloud City, is there any private place within a 10-meter radius of you? Justin, who was in charge of protecting Thales, tensed up. Thales stared at Croche in bewilderment, then at the carriage behind her. Strange. Black Sand Region wants to talk to me. At this time? Hell, why isn't Putray here? Impossible. The vigilant Lord Justin immediately rejected the other party. If you want to see the prince, you can. We have had enough of Dragon Cloud City's blockade. Croche did not back down. She no longer paid attention to her predecessor. Your Highness, this is the closest we have been to you in a month. Believe me, we just want to talk to you. Thales, who had countless thoughts flashing through his mind, was about to speak, but Justin beat him to it. Croche, I still remember what you looked like when you were a child. Lord Justin took a step forward, his expression becoming more and more unpleasant. I have a good relationship with your father, and I'm also very happy that you became a White Blade Guard, so, don't force me to do it. Behind him, Thales sucked in a deep breath. If that's the case, then you'd better do it now, Uncle Justin, Croche shouted coldly. Or let the prince decide for himself, he's a guest, not a prisoner. Justin's expression turned cold. He was about to draw his weapon, and the Archduchess guards around him also prepared to attack with hostile expressions. At this moment, Lord Justin. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the prince took a light step forward. Thales raised his hand and pressed down on Justin's shoulder. At this time? The prince stared at Black Sand Region's carriage, his thoughts whirling. At a time when Extet and the Alliance of Freedom had a delicate relationship. At a time when the news from the city of faraway prayers was unknown. At a time when Dragon Cloud City was in a dilemma. The people from Black Sand Region want to talk to me, a powerless, awkward prince of an enemy kingdom? It's too suspicious. Thales shook his head and said to Justin, This is Dragon Cloud City, and they are the king's special envoys. It's unwise to have a pointless conflict, and you know what kind of situation we're in. Justin frowned fiercely. But you know, they are, after all, Black Sand Region. Waya could not help but say, with all due respect, Your Highness, your safety, listen to me. Thales turned his head and looked at his own people. The Archduchess needs new information to face the king. There's no doubt that this is a chance to see what they have in mind for Dragon Cloud City, he said to the frowning Justin, for Dragon Cloud City. Justin's words were stuck in his throat. And she's right, I'm a guest. Waya, the carriage is here, and I won't disappear into thin air. Thales smiled at his attendant. Justin and Waya glanced at each other. They both felt uneasy. The prince calmly turned to Croche and looked at the soldiers behind her. Besides, the people of Black Sand region will guarantee my safety, right? Croche nodded and pressed her hand against her right chest. She said respectfully, I swear on my life and the king's honor. You will get off the carriage safely in a few minutes. Thales glanced at Justin and Waya, who were still doubtful, and shrugged. Ralph, on the other hand, nodded at him. Inform the leader and the count. In the end, Lord Justin nodded hesitantly, but at the same time, he cautiously ordered his subordinates, make sure they know about this as soon as possible. Do you know how important you are, Your Highness? Waya stared at the carriage with an unpleasant expression. It's just like what the Star Killer said, you always create problems for us. The prince smiled. This is why I need you, Waya, and you, Madeira. He gently pushed aside the two personal guards in front of him. Accompanied by Waya and Ralph, he walked into Black Sand region's battle formation. The displeased attendant and the Phantom Wind follower were stopped in front of the carriage. Thales threw the book in his hand to Waya and strode forward alone. No matter what Black Sand region wants to tell you, Thales, you must be calm and cautious. You've experienced Lampard's prowess and witnessed Kenvita's cunning. You must be careful when you face your greatest enemy. In the next second, Thales, whose heart was as calm as the surface of a lake, opened the carriage door and boarded the unlit carriage. In the carriage, Kenvita's silhouette sat quietly in the darkness. The clothes on his body could be vaguely seen. I keep feeling that this is your revenge for me refusing to talk to you alone on the road back then. Thales closed the carriage door and exhaled. He sat opposite Kenvita. Viscount Kenvita, but the prince immediately shuddered. That's not Kenvita. That's, long time no see, Thales. The man gently lifted his gaze from the saber between his knees. Are you old enough to drink? That's, how dare they, at that moment, Thales' mind was almost completely blank. In the carriage, the master of Black Sand region, Extet's 36th common elected king, Chapman Lampard, opened his cold eyes in the deep darkness. Chapter 300. Never, never, never underestimate the Northlanders' courage. This was what Putray told Thales 6 years ago after the near-death battle in Heroic Spirit Palace. At that time, the prince deeply believed in it. But at this moment, as he stared at King Chapman, who sat calmly in the carriage, Thales realized to his horror that he still did not understand the weight of these words. King Chapman stared at him coldly. There was a scrutinizing look in his eyes. It was just like when they first met 6 years ago. Over the past 6 years, Thales had imagined countless times that the terrifying new king stood at the highest point of Black Sand City and stared coldly in the direction of Dragon Cloud City as he slowly issued a dangerous order to deal with the Prince of Constellation. But no matter how Thales racked his brains and exhausted his thoughts, he could not imagine that their reunion after 6 years would be like this. Thales widened his eyes, unable to believe the reality before his eyes. Are you crazy? King Chapman did not answer. His gaze was cold. Thales subconsciously looked around and surveyed his surroundings. Do not worry, King Chapman's cold and aged voice rose. It's just you and me. There was only one small window in the dark carriage, and it was made of gray, one-way crystal drop glass. The Archduchess guards, led by Justin, and the prince's own guards were still guarding the area. They surrounded the Black Sand region diplomat group, which consisted of 12 soldiers. Thales no longer looked around. He took a deep breath, forced himself to calm down, and started to think. What's going on now? Lampard came to Dragon Cloud City personally. And most importantly, Thales stared at King Chapman in front of him and broke out in a cold sweat. No one in Extet knew that the ruler of the entire kingdom had concealed his identity and was hiding in this small diplomat group led by Viscount Kanda. That means, the prince gulped, gritted his teeth, and said, do you know what happens to the common elected king of Extet who is overly confident and arrogant, leaves his heavy protection, and personally enters a dangerous place? Thales got over his initial shock. He frowned and adjusted his tone to the most natural. I'll give you a hint. His name starts with an N. King Chapman snorted softly, his emotions indecipherable. Of course, I know him. I know him too well. I grew up listening to his stories and looking up to his image. Unlike you, you've only known him for a day. Thales furrowed his eyebrows slightly and remembered the unforgettable old king. That's why I know that if he hadn't done what he did back then, his fate would have been even worse, the new king said calmly. Thales took a deep breath. He knew very well how threatening the other party was, so he decided not to waste his breath and went straight to the point. Thales leaned back in the carriage and said calmly, what I need to do now is to shout out loud. The illustrious Chapman I will vanish from the face of the earth, like snow melting in early spring. Not a single trace will be left. Neither Kanda nor Croche will be able to save you. He narrowed his eyes and tried to observe the king's expression in the dim light. And Regent Leespan will probably happily wipe away his tears and tell the whole country that the diplomat group from Black Sand region was unfortunately attacked by bandits on their way back. Dragon Cloud City deeply regrets this. Pa. The king's hand slapped the scabbard tightly. Following the advice given by Nicholas, Waya, and the others for the past 6 years, Thales fixed his gaze on Lampard's shoulder. At the same time, he moved his hand, intentionally or unintentionally, to his thigh and moved closer to J.S. dagger at his waist. In the narrow carriage, the longsword would only be a burden that would restrict his movements. Besides, Thales glanced at the carriage door with the corner of his eye. I won by jumping out of the carriage at the first possible moment. However, the scene he imagined did not happen. King Chapman took a step forward. His sharp and cold eyes stared straight at Thales, making the latter feel even more pressured. Indeed. The king nodded slowly. If I die here for no reason, no one will know, no one will be able to hold me accountable, and no one will be able to say anything about it. There will be no irreparable consequences. There is nothing more that the archdukes in the country can only dream of. King Chapman tapped the old scabbard between his knees gently. Asterisk thud, thud, thud. Asterisk, Dragon Cloud City will probably be able to breathe a sigh of relief. The hatred that cannot be declared will be washed away, and the imminent threat will be removed. All the archdukes who participated in the King's Selection Congress, Rockne, Letko, will also be freed from the heavy shackles and burdens. The battle between a rebellious king and the archdukes will come to an end. Ekstedt, which has been in turmoil for the past 6 years, will be restored to its former state. Asterisk thud, thud, thud. Asterisk the king's eyes narrowed slightly, as though he wanted to see Thales more clearly. He spoke slowly and paused between his words, and that special prince of Constellation will no longer have to worry about his most dangerous enemy. Thales Adam's apple moved slightly. The teenage prince stared back at his enemy, unwilling to show weakness. King Chapman's tapping on the scabbard suddenly stopped. His face suddenly turned cold. But, damn it. I know there's a but. Thales snorted coldly in his heart. He remembered how he often used this word to tease a certain young lady. He would pour cold water on her when she was in high spirits and make her leave in a huff. He could not help but think of the phrase, retribution is not pleasant. If you do that, the prince who thinks he's smart might win this move, but in the end, he will lose the entire game, the king said coldly. His Majesty said coldly, even you and your Archduchess lost completely. Thales froze for a moment. He clenched his fists lightly, puzzled. What? Myself, the Archduchess? Cleanly. Do you want to see that Archduchess head pierced by a pike and erected on the city walls of Dragon Cloud City? The king said faintly, then open your mouth and call for help. Surround me and kill me here. Do not hesitate. At that moment, the air in the carriage instantly became heavy and stagnant. Thales bit his lower lip and sucked in a deep breath. What do you mean, Lampard? The prince gritted his teeth. What exactly do you want? Thales saw the unsmiling King Chapman curl up the corners of his lips, which was a rare sight. It looks like you've been living well in Dragon Cloud City for the past 6 years. King Chapman leaned back again with an indifferent expression. My men report every year that the Archduchess and the prince have a very close relationship, almost like lovers. Thales furrowed his eyebrows in pain. He could not refute the king. But me? For the past 6 years, as the common elected king of Ekstedt, I've been acting like a fisherman fishing on the ice. I've been cautious and cautious. King Chapman looked out of the carriage and sighed with emotion. I've been thinking about how to catch those hateful shoals of fish to fill my stomach while trying my best not to become their food in the water. So far, you've been doing pretty well, Thales continued in dissatisfaction. Otherwise, you wouldn't have the leisure to come to Dragon Cloud City to catch up with me when the whole country is condemning you. By the way, the Alliance of Freedom played a pretty good hand. They used an imminent war to make the city of faraway prayers and Dragon Cloud City suffer. King Chapman chuckled, then snorted coldly. That's just what it looks like, Thales. You know it better than anyone else. The king tacitly acknowledged Thales' accusation. He said calmly, it's been 6 years, and that ideal Ekstedt is getting further and further away from me. The Prince of Constellation was slightly startled. Saroma. Thales acutely grasped the main point. Why did he mention Saroma? Thales. The job you found for me 6 years ago. The king raised his right hand and gestured at his temples. There was a faint scar on his face caused by the crown. It's not a good job. Almost all the archdukes see me as an enemy. Needless to say, the 4 archdukes from back then, and the 3 who couldn't attend the King's Selection Congress also have a lot of complaints. All the decrees I tried to implement were met with many difficulties. Even in Black Sand region, there was a lot of resistance. Rockney and Letko have been running around, jointly denouncing the king's injustice. My vassals were seething with resentment and were ready to take action. King Chapman sighed softly. Kinslayer. The king lowered his head slightly and stared at his saber. This is the nickname they gave me. Even the most vulgar commoners laughed at this nickname. Even if my decrees could increase their harvest by 30%, even if my orders could prevent them from being exploited by tax collectors and oppressed by suzerains, even if everything I did was to allow these lowly and insignificant people to obtain their own future, yet, the king stopped talking. He stroked his saber gently, and his gaze grew colder. They are still against me. Perhaps one day, my authority hidden in the crown will be swept away, the decrees I issue will become waste paper, and I will die alone in a heavily besieged city without food? I don't know. Thales sighed. That's because you tried to use a new standard to confer nobles, change the status quo of the distribution of power, and change everyone's future. You tried to make a group of people who were used to the present and the past believe that the unfamiliar future would be better, and make another group of people give up on everything they were enjoying. Even when the wealth was at its most abundant, the food was at its most abundant, and the conditions were at their most mature, it was still difficult for most people to imagine. The prince shook his head. And you want to use 6 years to complete what Mindys III could not do in more than 100 years? Thales raised his head and stared seriously at the former Lampard, who was now King Chapman. This is the price. The carriage fell into silence. King Chapman fixed his gaze on him. Both of them stared at each other for a whole 5 seconds, until the king slowly laughed. See, I knew it was right to come to you. You are one of the few people who can understand me. King Chapman's smile was very cold, and it made people unconsciously nervous. This made Thales realize that because of his new title, the prestige of the Archduke of Black Sand region was also increasing day by day. Not everyone can participate in this kind of conversation, not even a smart person like Lessaw. Thales sneered and shook his head. Lampard. Before I impatiently call out to the people outside, cut the crap. The prince's tone became firm. Why did you come to me? What did you mean by losing the entire game? King Chapman did not answer immediately. His increasingly aged face showed an expression of ridicule and mockery. "Take a guess, Thales," the king said flatly. "Just like before, aren't you the best at this?" King Chapman did not answer immediately. His increasingly aged face showed an expression of ridicule and mockery. "Take a guess, Thales," the king said flatly. "Just like before, aren't you the best at this?" Damn it. What makes him so bold? What gives him such confidence? No. No matter what he wants, it's obvious that the Alliance of Freedom is not enough to drag the city of faraway prayers and Dragon Cloud City down. Thales leaned against the leather backrest and seemed to be deep in thought. In order to save yourself from the predicament of being condemned by the masses, you have to add fuel to the fire. So, you want to start with Dragon Cloud City. I'm guessing the Archduchess marriage? You want to use her to plunge Dragon Cloud City, which poses the greatest threat, into internal strife? Thales raised his head coldly. Once you lose external support, the king can easily extinguish the resentment and dissatisfaction of the vassals in Black Sand region, allowing your decrees to be carried out unimpeded. King Chapman's expression did not change. He did not comment. "Speaking of Archduchess Walton, I have a question." Unexpectedly, the king pushed the saber on his knees to the side, freeing his hands. Chapman Lampard placed his elbows on his knees. With a relaxed expression, he asked in a defenseless manner, "Back then, how did Nuven turn you into his ally and make you willingly stand on Dragon Cloud City's side?" Thales shook his head rudely. "He didn't turn me into his ally. You forced me to stand on Dragon Cloud City's side, remember? Someone wanted to frame the Prince of Constellation and help him build his country, but in the end, he suffered the consequences of his actions." When he said this, Thales was satisfied to see that King Chapman's originally calm and composed expression had become much more unpleasant. "I guess he gave you a promise." The king ignored his sarcasm, but Thales could feel that Lampard's tone had become colder. "A marriage contract, is it?" Thales sucked in a breath. "I know that when his bloodline was cut off, Nuven must have promised to marry his granddaughter to you in exchange for the protection of the future king of Constellation." Thales subconsciously clenched his fists again. "So, that's why you care so much about the Archduchess marriage?" King Chapman's speech became more rapid, and the pressure he gave off gradually increased. "You think she's your fiancée, something you have in your pocket, and an important chess piece for Constellation to control Extet from afar? But now, she's facing..." Thales clenched his fists so tightly that he chuckled. "I admire your imagination, Lampard." The prince sneered and shook his head. "Do you really think that an heir to the throne of Constellation can marry the Archduchess of Dragon Cloud City of Extet?" The king's lips curled up. "If King Nuven was still alive, perhaps." Chapman I said softly, "But my uncle still made a good deal. Even after his accidental death, the gift from the late king was exchanged for an unexpected gift in return. Under the illumination of the starlight, the dragon's spear survived the unpredictable torrents and storms." "You did your best, broke convention, and supported her to sit on the Archduchess throne. In these 6 years, you, together with Leespan and the others, did everything you could to help her gain a foothold. You did your best to maintain the stability of Dragon Cloud City during the earth-shattering disaster of Nuven's death." In the carriage, the king slowly leaned forward and stared intently at the heir of Constellation. "Even if you know that the girl's sitting on the Archduchess throne." He enunciated each word with a shocking emphasis. "She is not the true Walton bloodline." At that moment, all the muscles in Thales' body tensed up. He knew. He knew. Thales, who had always been good at thinking and handling matters calmly, had never wanted to immediately turn hostile and solve the problem with violence as much as he did now. The image of the helpless and sobbing little rascal appeared in Thales' mind. He instinctively felt for his dagger. Chapman Lampard. Kill him. Kill him. Now. Keep this secret forever. The prince took a deep breath. The sin of hell's river surged out of his body, but it did not surge to his limbs. Instead, it surged to his brain. Under the effect of the sin of hell's river, the last remaining shred of rationality returned to Thale's mind. Like a traveler clinging to a cliff, it told him at the top of his voice, "Calm down." The enemy came prepared. King Chapman sighed. "You know, Madame Calshon told me a lot of things." The king shook his head. "For example, the true direct bloodline of the Walton family is extinct. Once her identity is exposed," he said flatly, "what will happen to her? Think about it." Chapman's words were like a dose of fatal poison that spread in Thale's heart. In front of the bright moon god spokesperson, she impersonated the Archduke of Dragon Cloud City and deceived all of Extet. Thales raised his head slowly. The prince gently swallowed his saliva. But he was far from being as calm as he appeared. "This is Saroma's greatest weakness, also, so, this is Chapman Lampard's goal. Bringing this secret to me? Damn it. Damn it. What should I do? What should I do?" Thale's heart beat faster and faster, almost to the point that he could not suppress it. King Chapman observed the Prince of Constellation's reaction with interest. But he was disappointed. Even though the prince was usually more taciturn, his expression remained the same. It was as if what the king just said was not a major event that could shock all of Extet. In the next second, Thales closed his eyes and took a deep breath. "You have been complaining about your current situation just now, but it reminded me of something very interesting, Your Majesty." The king narrowed his eyes and watched strangely as the second prince opened his eyes. With the calmest and most composed tone, he said as if nothing had happened, "That year, you were chosen as the next king in the 6-person King Selection Congress." Thales shrugged in a relaxed manner and said, "So, if one of the Archduke's votes is proven to be invalid," King Chapman's expression changed. "Then you obtained the throne by relying on the difference of one vote," the prince said flatly and launched his counterattack. "Is it still legal and reasonable, King Chapman?" In the next second, King Chapman clenched his fists, as if he had been struck in his weak spot. His gaze returned to the cold and fierce look that Thales was familiar with. Just like Archduke Lampard in the past. The carriage fell into a suffocating silence again. Until one side broke it. "Ha ha ha ha," the corners of the king's mouth curled up, and he laughed out loud. King Chapman tapped his knee lightly. He stared at Thales as if he was looking at a bird that could not escape from its prey. "So, are you sure that this is true?" Lampard said coldly, "She is indeed not the real Walton." "Is that right?" At that moment, Thales' expression changed drastically. "You're tuning in to the A Romantic Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.